Robert Adams, The Collected Works. This is the collected works of Robert Adams' e-book. There are at least 250 recorded talks by Robert. We have compiled 248 of the transcripts in this e-book. In this multi-part audiobook, 206 are read aloud. Robert was not exactly a disciple in the traditional sense of Ramana Maharshi. He was awakened at age 14 and went to India 5 years later. But it was from Ramana that he finally understood the nature of his awakening. Robert was the most unusual man I ever met. He was not of this world. He left no trace. He was unknown and unknowable. He shunned public attention and therefore was little known when he was alive. He didn't want many students. He said he wanted 10 who would teach after him. Because he was ill and could not work, his shunning public recognition left him in relative poverty. He said he couldn't care less, and if it were not for his wife and daughters, he would not do anything. He'd sit for hours at a time looking out his window at Capital Butte in Sedona, not moving his eyes or blinking. He was always, as he told me, in Sahaja Samadhi. Most around him had only the dimmest awareness of his state of being, Turiya, the fourth state of eternal rest in self wherein nothing existed as objects away from him. The external world did not exist. Others did not exist for him as something apart, objective. All was self alone. He taught only 2 ways to awaken from the dreaming: imagination, thinking, imagining process, maya, unreality self-inquiry, wherein the sense of I, the sense of existence, the sense of being alive was followed inward, down through the false I tied to the body and human existence, to the great I of the absolute, unmoving self. All of his talks attend to these 2 matters. The world is not real, so leave it alone. Your true self has nothing to do with your body or humanity, and the experience of the root self is attained by self-inquiry. Approach silence in silence. The self is subtle, so you must become subtle, quiet, watching so that it can take you away, entirely away to the other shore beyond life and death. Transcript 1, You Must Have Your Own Experience. 3rd August, 1990.
I welcome you with all my heart. This body does not presume that it has anything new to teach you. I will refer to this body as I to make it short. I have nothing new to tell you. I am not a philosopher. I am not a preacher. I am not worthy. I simply have a confession. I confess to you your own reality. It is not a teaching, it's a confession. I am speaking to myself confessing, and you are myself. You are Satchitananda bliss, knowledge, existence, and bliss. You are not the body or the mind. What you appear to be is not the truth. It may be a fact, but it is not the truth. A fact is something that appears to be true, but it changes. You cannot be who you think you are, for when you were a baby, you were quite different. And when you were a little boy or a little girl, you were also different. And the way you are now is completely different than you were before. Consequently, how can you be the body? What are you? Who are you? Satchitananda, what's that? Even if I tell you this, it means absolutely nothing. You must have your own experience. You mustn't believe a word I say. Why should you believe me? What do I know? I am simply confessing to you that there is only para, supreme, Brahman, absolute reality, consciousness, bliss, being, awareness, pure intelligence. This has been my experience. There is nothing else. Everything else is an experience of the mind and appearance, like hypnosis. The world seems real, so does a dream. What is this world? It's as if you just woke up from your dream and you still remember the dream. In the dream you were going places, getting married, having children, getting older. Then you wake up, and you halfway remember the dream and halfway remember the world in which you wake up. So which one is real, the world or the dream? It has been my experience that they are both alike. There is no real difference. You attach yourself to this world in the same way you attach yourself in your dream. If you were dreaming and you dreamt you were falling off a mountain and I was falling beside you, and I said to you, "Don't worry, nothing can happen to you, you're dreaming," you wouldn't believe me, you would be filled with fear and you would say, "Can't you see we're falling? Can't you see what's happening? How can you tell me I'm dreaming?" Just before you hit the ground you wake up and you laugh, it was all a dream. In the same way you have attached yourself to sickness, to health, to good, to bad, to happiness, to unhappiness, these are all concepts. You've attached yourself to person, place, or thing. You have forgotten that this is a dream. You believe it's real, and because you believe it's real, you suffer accordingly. When you leave your body, you will have to come back again and again and again, all part of the dream, until you become detached. How do you do that? By simply observing what's going on around you and not attaching yourself to it, by being awake to your reality, understanding yourself that you are not the doer. Everything that you do has been preordained. It will be done. You have to let go mentally of all conditioning, of all objectivity, and you must still your mind. Make your mind placid, like a motionless lake. Then reality comes of its own accord. Happiness comes of its own accord. Peace comes of its own accord. Love comes of its own accord. Freedom comes of its own accord. These things are synonymous. They happen without you ever thinking about them. But first you must get rid of the notion that I am the body or mind or the doer, and then everything will happen by itself. Be still and know that I am God. There was once a girl who was born into a house of prostitution, and across the street in front of the marketplace there was a preacher, a holy man. He used to exclaim the virtues of God and talk about the house of prostitution, how it was filled with sinners, and he told people to repent. Yet the girl who grew up in the house of prostitution was 23 years old. She used to look out the window every day and cry to herself, and she would say, "How I wish I was like that holy man, how I wish I was spiritual." And she would imagine in her mind that she was a holy person and yet go on with her work. Now they both got old and died and went to St. Peter to go into heaven. St. Peter told the man, "You can't come in, you've got to go to hell," and he told the girl, "You can come in." So the holy man became dumbfounded and said, "Why? For all these years I've proclaimed your goodness and your virtues. I told people to repent. How can you let her in when she was a prostitute and leave me out?" And St. Peter said, "You've been a hypocrite. You were very worthy and talked a lot and said nothing. In your heart you thought everybody was a sinner but you." Whereas the girl in her imagination, in her feelings, always was thinking of God. So she can come in, you can't. The point is this: it's not what you say, it's not what you proclaim, it's what's deep, deep, deep in your heart that determines what happens to you. It's not reading books, it's not studying, it's not going to classes. It's sitting by yourself, becoming quiet, going deeper and deeper within yourself. Transcending your mind and your body until something happens. When thoughts come to you, you simply ask yourself, to whom do these thoughts come? From whence cometh these thoughts? Follow the thoughts to their source. Find out the source of your thoughts. You will find that the source of your thoughts is I. Follow the I thread to its source by asking, who am I? Or what is the source of I? Where did this I come from? You will realize that the pronoun I is the first word that was ever spoken, and everything else is attached to I. Every other word. Every other thought, every other feeling, every other emotion, they're all attached to the I. I feel happy, I feel sad, I feel sick, I feel well, I feel poor, I feel rich. Everything is attached to I. If the I becomes dissolved, so does everything else and you become free. Find out for whom there is an I and you will discover something amazing. You will discover that I never existed. There never was an I. You will discover that you never existed. There's no such thing as you. You will discover that you are the imperishable self, that you are never born and you can never die. You will discover that you're omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, that there are no others, there is no world, there is no universe, there is no God, there is only the self. All this is the self, all that you behold is the self, and I am is that. This will give you a feeling of freedom, of bliss, of happiness. You will not lose your awareness. When I speak these things, people believe that they become completely annihilated and there's nothing left. They melt into the great ocean of nirvana. This is not necessarily true. You will always be awareness. You will always be pure intelligence, for that is your real nature. You will always be blissful, except you will understand that you are not who you appear to be. Your body will still appear to be doing things, going through its motions. You will appear to be an ordinary person, but you will know. You have lifted yourself up above the gross world into the heavenly world of pure consciousness, and you will be at peace. Any questions about that? Feel free to say anything you want.
Hi, Robert. I've been thinking about the practice of the teachings in the world, in daily life. I was mulling over this recent business of the problem of the two Christian scientists in Boston whose child had died. I'm not sure whether you're aware of that. This was in the news recently. And of course, there were strong similarities between the teaching and Christian Science. And of course, these parents believed that the illness was error, and they wanted to project only health, only divine health, divine reality, which was all that existed according to the teaching, whether it's Christian Science or this teaching or whatever. And so they refused to acknowledge that the child was sick. So what do you have to say about this subject that has? Do you want us to believe that you are projecting a different reality, the true reality, or not?
This has nothing to do with the belief system. You have to understand what's going on and where you are. If you are sick, you see a doctor. If you're hungry, you eat. If you're in the sun burning up, you get out of the sun. It's not a belief. This is why I tell you to believe nothing. Do not believe what I say. Do not believe anything. Christian Science unfortunately believes that you shouldn't go to doctors even if you're sick. But they have a belief system. A belief system doesn't make it so. You have to have a consciousness of the truth. That's why there are some Christian scientists who do not go to doctors and it works, but most of them that do not go to doctors die because they are not high enough. You can't just accept this system and say, this is the way it is, mentally. You have to become a living embodiment of the teaching and then it works. In other words, you can't join a Christian Science church and never go to a doctor again. You have to work on yourself. You have to do certain things within your own consciousness until you lift yourself up and out of the ordinary human error. Then things begin to happen. But of course, what I'm saying to you is go beyond sickness and health, beyond poverty and riches, beyond good and bad. We're not trying to exchange bad for good. They're two sides of the same coin. We are trying to get off the wheel, to become completely, totally free of human good and human bad. It's a completely different dimension. If you exchange bad for good, you'll have to exchange good for bad, for we live in a world of duality. For every good, there's a bad. For every bad, there's a good. For every up, there's a down. For every amount of pressure pushing this way, an equal amount of pressure pushes the other way, like in the flying of jet planes. Without pressure, the plane couldn't fly, without resistance. This is the world in which we live. I am talking about transcending the world, going beyond the limitations of this world. Becoming pure bliss, pure consciousness while embodied, completely different, do you follow?
Yes, yes. 3 weeks ago, you said something which I wish you could elaborate on. I think it's beautiful, you said. The only choice you have is to abide or not to abide in the self.
Oh, I was referring to, everything that's happened to you in this life has been preordained. You're not as free as you believe. Every hair on your head is counted, every move you make. If I move my finger like this, it has all been preordained.
What is the source of it? Why did it begin, though?
It didn't, it never began, it's hypnotism.
Who preordained it?
No one, no one.
Not yourself, nothing.
No, no.
A capital nothing.
No, it's hypnosis. I always use the example the sky is blue. There is really no sky and there is no blue. If you fly up, there is only space, but we see the sky as blue. If you're in the desert and you see an optical illusion and you see water and you chase the water, it's a mirage. It didn't exist, same thing.
So you're saying it's the mind that has to believe it has a source.
Yes, the mind.
That's rejecting that upon itself.
When the mind goes, all those concepts disappear with it.
Those concepts also
So what I was referring to, the only freedom the mind has, and this has to do with the mind, is to turn within and find the source.
It's almost like connecting to the same circuit, just freeing it from the mind.
Yes, you have to use your mind to destroy your mind.
Is that so? Yeah.
The mind is nothing but a bunch of concepts. All that the mind is bunch of thoughts of the past and the future. If you understand that everything is preordained, you have nothing to worry about.
Is that also what people say is you have an attitude of, what the heck, it's preordained?
No, that's no good. I'm glad you brought that up. You have to act as if nothing is preordained.
Even though it is.
Even though it is.
Then why is that?
Due to the fact it will give people license to do whatever they like. The average person should never hear anything like this, for they will all go out and do all kinds of strange things. So we say your life is preordained, but don't just sit back and say, it's going to happen anyway. Act as if it's not, act as if you're free, but realize it's preordained and everything will take care of itself.
Because ultimately you're the watcher.
Yes, your real nature is freedom.
But when you have all those stopping points in between, is that worth it?
It's the mind, it all comes from the mind, all creation exists in the mind. Your universe, what you see and feel, extends out of your mind. You create your own universe every day. The way you see things with your eyes and your senses, it's an extension of your mind. When you pull in your mind and rest your mind in your heart, you're in a completely different universe.
You don't need a mantra sacred formula to do that.
No, just awareness, it's a waking up process.
When you meditate, there's so many things on meditation, contemplation, concentration, and so on that recently I'll begin. I'll go in, I'll start with this mantra, and then I'll go to that mantra, and then I'll think just thoughts. I'm having different mantras now, it's very dizzy. But then there's the idea of blankness. We don't want blankness necessarily, either it's not just a void, is it, or is it?
There is no such thing as a void.
There's still awareness.
There is pure intelligence, absolute reality, but that's ineffable, you can't explain it, you'll have to experience it for yourself. What we call the void in Buddhism is pure awareness. It's not really a void, the reason it's called a void. It means it transcends the world. It's beyond anything you know, and so it's a void as far as that's concerned, but it's really pure awareness.
And so in meditation, if you have no experience, it means nothing.
Absolutely nothing doesn't matter. Experiences are not reality.
I'm saying that because I'm wanting confirmation on feelings that I've already had. You've confirmed many thoughts.
All forms of meditations, affirmations, yoga, breathing exercises are all to make the mind stop, to still the mind, to make the mind quiescent. But that's going about it the hard way. The fastest way to do this is to ask yourself the question, to whom comes these thoughts? As I mentioned before, you must use your mind to annihilate your mind. And by asking the question, to whom do these thoughts come? But not answering, it will take care of itself.
By not answering.
Do not answer, due to the fact when you answer it's your ego answering. Your ego seems to have all the right answers and you never get anywhere. You do not answer but the feeling will come to you. These thoughts come to me, I feel these thoughts, and the next query should be, from where does the I come from? Or, who am I? And again you do not answer. And one day you will find out that the I does not come from anything, it's mesmerism, there is no I. There never was an I, there is only I am, freedom, bliss, consciousness, existence. They are all synonymous. And you will feel yourself not as a body but as omnipresence. You will realize everything as yourself. There's only one and even the one does not exist. There is no word to use, there is the self. That's the only word you can use. Everything is the self and you are that.
So find that self.
When you use words it spoils it. It's beyond words, beyond thoughts, it comes to you. It's like you wake up, it's like you've been asleep for all these years, then all of a sudden you awaken, and you know. It's like the story of the Buddha. He was sitting under the Bodhi tree for 30 days, and he made up his mind he was going to sit there until he dies or until he awakens. And his disciples were sitting all around him, watching. On about the 30th day he opened his eyes and he was shining, he was smiling. His disciples asked him, "Master, what happened to you? Did you see God?" He said, "No, did you become self-realized?" "No, well, what happened?" And he simply exclaimed, "I am awake." Therefore all these words, self-realization, illumination, awareness, they're just words. You just wake up from the dream. Right now you feel your body, you feel your emotions. You feel pain, you feel hurt, you feel all kinds of things going on in this world. You watch TV, you watch the news and you get upset, all these terrible things, these dastardly things that are taking place in this world. But when you wake up all these feelings are gone. You realize the illusion, the dream, and you are no longer that.
Do you behave then differently in the world, with things that used to interest you no longer interest you?
In a way that can be true, but in a way you could still be doing the same things, except you're no longer attached to them. As an example, if you have a good job. Be the president of a bank, or if you're a garbage man, doesn't make any difference. You will do your duty, whatever you have to do, better than you ever did it before. You will no longer look at time. You will no longer think that you are the doer. You will just do whatever has to be done. Whatever your body is supposed to do will be done. Your body is under the law of karma, action/causality, and whatever you have to do, you will do. But you will have no attachment, you will have compassion, you will have love, you will have loving kindness and mercy but no attachment.
Does it just happen like that?
Yes, yes.
So we're not in the process of that.
No, it appears that you're in a process.
Yes, that's what I think. I feel like I know more now, or I know now that I don't know. How do I say this?
The process is an appearance.
Couldn't you say that this is a necessary preliminary state, though?
No, no.
So somebody working at the car wash down here could all of a sudden just.
Yes, yes.
They wouldn't be going through any of the gymnastics.
Exactly, exactly.
We would be going through.
Some people call this God's grace, but there is more to it than that. You had to be in this thing in a previous life. You did your sadhana, you did your spiritual exercises, your spiritual practices in a previous existence, and you're now waking up.
That makes it sound like a process.
That's how it appears, that's the appearance.
Wouldn't that be true of the fellow at the car wash, too? If he'd done something in previous lives while he was washing cars and suddenly he woke up.
Yes, that's all an appearance, you're speaking of the appearance world. In reality, nobody's ever done anything and nobody's ever become deluded. Everyone is already free. Identify with your freedom. Identify with the ultimate reality. Do not identify with the experiences you're going through bodily. Leave them alone, leave them be. Do whatever you have to take care of them, but do not put your mind to that. Keep your mind on your freedom, on your absolute reality, and then you will see what happens.
What exactly does it mean when Ramana says, the mind falls into the heart, the mind rests in the heart as the heart?
The heart he is referring to is absolute reality, pure intelligence. The mind has come out of the heart and does all its damage by making you believe you're worldly. When you go back again, the mind goes back into the heart, into the absolute reality from which it came, because it never really existed. And the absolute reality shines forth once again in all its glory and splendor, just like the sun in the clouds. When the clouds cover the sun, the ignorant person says there's no sun. He or she does not realize that the sun is always shining, but the clouds are now covering the sun. And whence the clouds dissipate, the sun is shining once again. So it is with us, we appear to have troubles and problems and all kinds of nonsense going on in our lives. Those are clouds, but your true self is trying to shine. You will not let it because you imagine your problems are real. You identify with the evil, with the negativity. You identify with the wrong conditioning. So you keep the clouds from dissipating. As soon as you turn from your problems and turn towards the light, the clouds of your problems will dissipate once again, and your heart or your sun will shine through and everything will be resolved.
How does that relate to the physical body? Is there any relationship?
No, no.
Didn't Ramana used to say you can feel it in the right side of your chest?
Yes, people always wanted to know where the absolute reality is, so he gave them a place on the right side of the chest to focus over there. In other words, people asked him for a process. Ramana, where should I meditate? On what part of my body? So he realized that they weren't understanding anything, so he said, okay, meditate on the right side of your chest. That's where your spiritual heart is. See reality there. Go, jump into the right side. That's where it's at. He wasn't speaking literally. He was just giving people a place to go because they couldn't comprehend the absolute reality.
But to be established in absolute consciousness or to be established in samadhi, it seems to be based on absolute faith that we're not a person, that we are consciousness.
On the contrary, faith has nothing to do with it.
I mean trust in the divine rather than trust in me as an ego. You know, trust in that samadhi.
No.
Trust to be able to release into samadhi, you know.
Remember, the person who wants to trust is the ego. So you don't want to do any of those things. You just want to awaken, and you don't even want to do that. Just be yourself, be yourself. Ask yourself who wants to trust. Who wants to awaken? And you will see it's all your ego, it's I. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want an experience, I want this. All of that has to go. When all of that has gone, the sun will shine by itself. And the way you get rid of these things is by asking, from whence do they come? From whence do they come? In other words, where does the idea that I have to trust some power come from? It comes from me, I believe that. Who am I who believes that? Just observe your thoughts, do not try to change them, do not try to correct them, just observe them. And you can ask yourself, to whom do these thoughts come? Or you can just witness your thoughts without asking anything, and the process will take care of itself. You will know what to do. What we use here sometimes, which is a very good beginning, is the I am meditation. You relax your body and you inhale and you say, I, and you exhale and you say, I am. You can do this while you're waking, while you're walking, while you're washing dishes, while you're resting. What it does is it makes your mind one-pointed, so it'll stop thinking. In other words, you use whatever method you have to still your mind. The whole secret is to quiet your mind. To keep it from thinking, to keep it from being active. Your mind is a bunch of waves. You want to stop the waves and you want your mind to become still, and the fastest way to do that is by self-inquiry or by observing your thoughts, watching your thoughts, becoming the witness to your thoughts.
I was in a group for ages. Are you familiar with Morris Nicoll?
No.
He wrote psychological commentaries on the teaching of Gurdjieff and Ouspensky. He talked about doing self-observation. I thought it was too intellectual, too much trying. They say, what am I observing? I'm observing anger, and they would bring up, what is the opposite of anger, and then they would say what would be the feature of consciousness. But I felt that was a whole.
It's a whole procedure.
A procedure just like any other school or clinic, and I thought I couldn't do that anymore.
Whatever you think you need.
I have a question about illness.
Okay.
Are personal questions appropriate?
Sure.
This one I call I, in November of '88, became ill, became very tired, went to the doctor. It was after some treatment. They can't do anything for me. He called it chronic fatigue syndrome, STRI. So somebody suggested to me to go to a naturopathic doctor. I feel that I felt myself trying to do those things, and it came to me that as long as I am seeking health, I will always have an illness. And when I no longer care that there is a state of health or there is a state of illness, that's the place where I want to be.
You're on the right track.
There is no teacher that earnest, and you know what you're to do now, and that's all there is.
Whatever your karma is going to happen, no matter what you do. So why concern yourself?
Yet do I ignore the bodies.
See, whatever you're going to do, you will not be able to stop.
I know I find that. I write down, I say, why do I allow myself? I observe myself, look, I went here, I went here. I went to this person, I asked this person, I see what I'm doing, why do I allow it? When I can be here in this peaceful state, sitting in my rocker looking out at the trees or whatever, and yet I do that, but each time I do it, I feel like I'm learning a little bit.
The way to see it is like this. Let your body do whatever it has to do. Do not think about it too much. Do not identify with it. Do not attach yourself to it. Everything was preordained before you came into existence.
But still, there has to be a rational process.
It will take care of itself. The apples grow, the grass grows, the sun shines. There's warmth to make human life exist. There is a power that takes care of everything, and it has nothing to do with our thoughts.
Okay, now let me throw this back at you. I know you made a move recently to move your apartment. You didn't tell me this, I think it was Dana who told me this. As she was saying, you moved into a better apartment, and there were various advantages. Obviously, some form of thinking went into this. You just didn't decide you were going to move into an apartment. So,
On the contrary, it just happened.
you didn't think about it.
No, it became available. I just did it.
But wouldn't it be intelligent to find out the needs of the body and then supply those needs and then just forget it?
If that's your karma, I'll give an example. At one of my experiences in India, I was with a yogi practitioner of yoga called Nimkarali Baba. And one day a bunch of us, and one of the people there was Ram Das. You remember Ram Das, he was there too. We were sitting in front of him when an old lady came up to him and spoke in Hindi. Whatever language they were talking, I forgot. And what she said was that her husband was dying. Would you please come and save him, because only you can come and save him. And Nimkarali Baba looked at me and said, should I go? And I said, yes, go, let's all go. So we walked about 2 miles to a little shack, and the husband was lying on the cot dying of some kind of disease. And he looked at him, and all of a sudden the candles began to flicker. So he turned around and ran out the house and started to run back to the ashram, and we all followed him. And we said, when we finally stopped, we said, Baba, what happened? Why did you leave? And he said, God wants him to die, and he died. The point is this: your life, your health or your sickness, your riches or your poverty has all been preordained by the law of karma. And whatever you're going to go through, you're going to go through. If you're supposed to become a health fanatic and watch your health and eat the right things all the time, you will do that, and if you're not supposed to, you won't. If you're supposed to take the middle path, you will do that. Everything is ordained, planned before time. The only freedom we've got is to not identify with the process, even though your body's going through it. Do not attach yourself to what your body's going through. Keep your mind above it, keep your head in heaven and your feet on the ground. So we have no choice in the matter. Whatever is going to happen will happen. So if we have to do all kinds of things and we find ourselves running from one doctor to another doctor and so forth, do not attach yourself to that, but do it anyway because you can't help it.
Can you try to clarify this a little more? You've just been speaking of karma, and yet I know that you believe that karma does not exist. Will you comment on that? Karma exists and karma does not exist.
Again, the Buddha said, karma is a taskmaster for the foolish and the servant to the wise, meaning, if we in the level mentally of karma, we will suffer and it'll become our taskmaster. But if we lift our minds away from the condition and we keep our minds on the absolute reality, we will not suffer no matter what the body is going through. Who suffers? The mind, not the body. The body cannot suffer. The body is merely a lump of flesh and bone and blood, but it's animated by the mind, so the mind suffers and allows the body to suffer, but the body can do nothing by itself. So if the mind is taken away from the body, something else will happen. You'll be free.
What was the line again? Buddha's line, karma is the taskmaster for the foolish.
And the servant for the wise, it's a servant because you do not pay any heed.
Yes, control it.
Exactly, you observe it and you do not respond. So it becomes your servant when you do not respond to karma, then you overcome it. In other words, if somebody becomes angry at you and you do not respond, there is no karma and you'll be free. Karma again is like a person who talks to you and talks to you and talks to you, but you say nothing. What will that person do? They'll get up and leave. So when your karma sees that you're not paying any attention to it, it dissipates and returns to the nothingness from whence it came. Let's play some music. Why don't you put the fan on while we're doing it? To assure you there is a power that knows how to take care of all things if you trust it. That power, of course, is you, but you don't know it. I've been trying to get a hold of a certain picture of Ramana Maharshi for quite a while, but first I should tell you that, when I was 17, I was led in mysterious ways to Arunachala, where I met Ramana. I won't elaborate on that right now, but there was mysterious circumstances that caused that. So going back to now, I tried to get a picture of Ramana Maharshi that I liked. And sure enough, last week George brings me the same picture as a present, in color, that I had been looking for a long time. So I took it home and hung it on the wall. But in the meanwhile, I had a visitor from Hawaii. He used to be one of my students, came to see me. He was traveling through and he brought a lei and put it around my neck. So I took off the lei and put it around Ramana's picture. And he said to me, after being on this path for so-called 10 years or more, he said, "I didn't know you worship gurus." Now he should have known better. So I explained to him the facts. Ramana's not a guru, he is the same as myself. I am simply paying homage to myself. There is only one self and we are all that. So when I honor him with a lei, I am doing it to me, because he is none other than myself, and you none other than myself also. So it's not a guru worship, it's bowing to yourself, praying to yourself, worshiping yourself, because God dwells in you as you. But this just goes to show you that there is a power that knows how to take care of you, that loves you, that is always on your side. It only requires one thing: surrender. Surrender to yourself. God, Guru, and self are one. Bow down to yourself, love yourself. When I speak of yourself, I'm not referring to your ego self. There is something about you that perhaps you're not aware of yet. The absolute reality that we've been talking about. It is you, that's what you worship, that is what you bow down to, that is what you express. Never defile yourself by hating yourself. Never believe there is any mistake you've made that is going to rise up against you. Everyone has made mistakes, forget it. Begin to realize who you are, begin to love yourself dearly, have mercy on yourself, lift yourself up and become free. Any questions about that?
Robert, I know that it's a mistake to take these words literally, as you said many times that you speak of the One. As the One Self as being pure intelligence, and then you speak of its great love. And so it's so hard to realize that this thing is beyond these words, which we can't help at our level, in associating with a more tangible identity.
Yes.
Those words, pure intelligence, what do we think about? Naturally, we think about the workings of the mind.
Human intelligence.
Yeah.
Of course, that's why I say, if I say anything at all, if I speak, Listen with your heart, not with your head. Get your head out of the way. Do not try to analyze because you can only analyze with your own concepts. Rather, let it happen, let it be, become open, and then things begin to happen.
One other thing that went through my mind, this is a different one entirely, which indicates that the Greek teachings are the same as yours. I've read that over the entrance to the Greek mysteries where the words are written, "Know thyself," which is really your teaching.
Well, this teaching is neither Greek, nor Hebrew, nor Christian, nor Hindu. It is just a universal message of the truth. That's as ancient as the hills, it's nothing new. Only it works, something happens to lift us up above the mundane and into freedom. And you will know when it happens because you will have a feeling of immortality, a feeling of spaciousness. Right now you feel bound to a body. When you become free, your body will no longer hinder you even though you may appear to still have it. You will feel omnipresence. The whole universe will be you, and you will be in bliss all the time, but you will still appear as an ordinary person to most people.
Student asks whether she is fooling herself by becoming quiet and writing to herself.
In a way you are, because isn't that temporary? And then the condition comes back again in a different time. It's like using drugs to get high. They make you feel good for a while, then when you come down you feel worse. Anything that's temporary is an illusion. A better way is to ask yourself, to whom does this depression come? And wait and see.
Well, don't write.
If the writing has helped you feel better, then you can use for a while, yes, why should you stop? But a better way is to ask yourself, who is depressed? See, yourself can never be depressed, your ego is depressed, it's playing games with you. In reality, there is no ego, so there's nothing to be depressed, you're free.
It never really answers anything about the question that I ask. It'll say, I know no such thing as depression.
It's your mind playing with you, it's playing games with you, but if it makes you feel good for a while, continue.
It has given me some insight.
So continue for a while. It will not make you free, but at least it'll give you spurts of happiness. So if you have to continue, then do it. But the better way is to ask yourself, to whom comes this depression? And realize there is no place for it to come, there is no body home to be depressed. Your real self can never be depressed, it's free and happy. We have to do whatever we have to do in the beginning. For instance, sometimes you have a depression, you can't get rid of it no matter what you do. So a good way to help you is to take a cold shower. If you take a nice cold shower, it will change the molecular structure of your body, and you'll feel better, or put ice on back of your neck.
Is that a mind game too?
It's a mind game. It relieves it for a moment, for a while, but tomorrow you may be depressed again, and until you get rid of the entire concept of depression.
That way, as it becomes less intense, it's easier for the mind to become detached from it.
Yes.
If you turn your mind away, you're constantly not doing anything about it.
Yes, turn your mind away completely.
Sometimes, for a while, I was doing gardening.
Whatever you have to do, and when you do feel better, work on yourself and practice self-inquiry. That's the fastest way.
So the mind is creating its own depression.
Yes, it is.
In trying to get out of it.
Yes, it is.
So if we just realize that, we'll just stop creating the depression.
Yes.
If we want to be happy, just be happy instead of creating depression.
Sure.
Do not figure out why it's there.
No, no.
I wonder why though, what caused it.
You'll be doing that forever. That's just like a person who has a tumor. Instead of finding the cause, he makes the doctor cut it out. So it grows back on this side, then they cut it out of this side. Then it grows back on his leg, it never stops. But if you went for the cause, why did he have the tumor? He might find the cure, so it's the same thing. Do not look at the effect, but go to yourself because the self is always free.
You don't ask why we got sick.
No, just ask, to whom does it come? And you'll realize it comes to no one is depressed, it's part of the dream.
Do you know how did I come to find that picture?
Yes, tell us.
It was about 2 weeks ago. I went to sit in the morning to meditate, and I recall one of books of Ramana called Ramana. I think it was done in India, and I saw there a beautiful picture of Ramana. And I was watching it, and I lifted it up, and there was a feeling, such a beautiful feeling interlocking the picture of Ramana, and I said, I have to expand it, take it and make copies with a big computer graph. I couldn't find the time to do it, but at midnight, I went to some place to get it done. I was busy 1 week. The second week, I finally find the break for it, and that was when I brought it to you. I don't know why I did it or how I did it, I just had to do it.
It's interesting.
I wanted to offer you the picture. That was the basic feeling
About 3 months ago, I saw the same picture somewhere. I can't remember where I saw it. Somebody showed it to me and I said to myself, I haven't seen this picture before, I'd really like to get a picture like that. And you presented it. It's funny how things work.
It's not the picture that's in the books.
No, he was about 48 years old in this picture.
Transcript 2, There is no birth. 12th August, 1990.
Think and ask yourself, why did I come here today? We come to a hot room for what? We could have gone swimming, bowling, we could be home watching TV, but something motivated us to come here. What? Ask yourself. There is a mysterious power that motivates people to do what they do. Some people are motivated to go to a house of ill repute. Some people are motivated to go to the movies. Some people are motivated to go to spiritual meetings. What causes this? Who makes this happen? We can say God does it, but of course God is within yourself and some of the things you do. You would never allow God to make you do that, if God is yourself. So we would have to say it's your karma. It's your karma that motivates you to come here or to go anywhere else. When you come to a meeting like this, you can rest assured that you have been working on yourself in past lives. You've been practicing for many lifetimes. Remember, this is not a church and this is not a teaching. This is a confession of reality. Whenever I use the pronoun I am not referring to myself, I am referring to I am. So when I refer to my confession, I am referring to our confession, omnipresence. Remember, whenever I use the word I, it means omnipresence. So I am here to confess of absolute reality, of being unborn, of ultimate oneness, of pure intelligence, of emptiness, of nirvana. I confess all these things for you. Let's ponder these things as we meditate together. If you truly want to repent, just sit in silent meditation and see the perfect reality within. For all manners of error merely arise in erroneous thought, and like the morning dew before the rising sun, can perfectly be eliminated through the benevolent light and wisdom. Om Shanti Shanti Peace. When we meditate like this, it's for the purpose of emptying the mind. The mind is like a garbage can. It's full of preconceived ideas, thoughts, concepts, not only from this life but from previous lives. There's a lot of stuff in that mind. In truth, there is no mind, but as long as you're expressing concepts, ideas, opinions, then we will talk of a mind. As you sit in silent meditation and you watch your thoughts, observe how they come and they go. Observe the kind of thoughts that come to you. We do not try to change them. We do not repeat affirmations. You merely watch the thoughts and they leave of their own accord. This is how you deal with your mind. You observe your thoughts, you become the witness to your thoughts, or you ask yourself, to whom do these thoughts come? One or the other. If you do this often enough, the day is going to come when you become totally free and you realize and understand what I mean when I say, you are unborn, you are nirvana, emptiness. What do I mean when I say you are unborn? Now the opinions that I express to you does not have to be accepted. Remember, I am speaking to myself. I am is speaking, and I am is the infinite, the absolute reality. And I tell you in truth, I am unborn. Everything is unborn. Take a tree for instance. What gave birth to a tree? A seed. Where does the seed come from? Another tree. Where does the tree come from? Another seed, and you go back like that, and there is no answer, no validity. Take for instance creatures, worms, cockroaches, bugs who gave them birth originally. Where did they come from? Flowers, the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, human beings, ideas, intuition, discrimination. I tell you, none of these things exist. Nothing has ever been born. It is a false premise you believe in. Changing bad to good, wanting positive experiences, it's all nonsense. The reason you don't want a positive experience is because you've never had a negative experience. There is no birth. What gave anything birth? Where did it come from? Do you know what anything is? You have no idea what anything at all is, you just give it a name. For instance, a cat. What is a cat? You have no idea. It was here when you came into existence and we called it a cat. Why don't we call it a tree? We call it a cat. We give everything a name. That's the first mistake because no thing is what it appears to be. Therefore, the first rule of the true spiritual path is called divine ignorance. Divine ignorance. You have no idea what anything is, you just assume to know. You want to act intelligent to imagine you know something. So you study harder to learn relative existence. But what you don't realize is that you're studying yourself right into the grave. You'll learn and you'll study and you'll become something as it appears, and you'll get older and older and older, and before you die, you'll wonder what anything is all about. You have no idea what anything is, but I tell you again, everything is unborn. Nothing actually exists, and the only explanation is, it's like a dream. When you have a dream, do you give birth to everything? The dream just begins with everything as it appears. You do not go to a beginning or to an end. The dream just starts from nothing and it goes on until you awaken. The waking state is called the mortal dream. We're dreaming the mortal dream. All of the things that you are interested in, all of your fears, all of your frustrations, goods and bads, all of your happy and sads, it's all a dream. And the more you get attached to it, the more human you become. It's like getting attached to a dream and never waking up, and you keep living the dream. Consequently, you create your own reincarnation because you are attached to person, place, and thing. And this pulls you back into a body, over and over and over again until you learn to let go, until you start practicing emptiness. Remember, there is no being and there is no non-being. There is no birth and there is no death. Just knowing this brings you a semblance of peace. Just thinking of these things makes you happy. But it is beyond human happiness. It is beyond human peace. It is beyond laughter. Laughter is when the body is happy over something. When you realize there is no body, where is the laughter? Where is the crying? Where is being impersonal come in? None of those things exist. Therefore you ask the question, well, do I exist? You have to ask yourself, what do I mean by I? Do I exist as a human being, as a reacting mechanism, as a person who gets turned on and turned off? That is a false concept. It is called false imagination. You imagine a world populated by insects, trees, the moon, the sun, human beings, and everything else that appears to exist, and you have discrimination. You like this, you hate this, you enjoy this, you despise that, but I say to you, you must go beyond these concepts if you wish to be free. Just imagine how peaceful you feel when your mind stops thinking, stops trying to change conditions, stops trying to get even, to fight for your rights. What rights? You have no rights. As a human being you have rights, and you always will have to fight for them, for it will appear that someone is trying to take them away, but in reality there are no rights. There is nothing to stick up for. You may ask, well, what do I become? Nothing. No, emptiness is not no thing. It is called emptiness because it means nothing exists as it appears. But there is something, a mysterious power that is an embodiment of love, compassion, peace, happiness, joy, bliss. Yet those words are meaningless. They do not give it justice, for it is much more behind that. You have to experience it to understand it. You have to experience to go beyond cause. Metaphysics teaches you there's a cause for everything, but that's kindergarten. Cause does not exist. There never was a cause, for there would have to have been someone to make the cause, to produce the cause, and of course most people call that God. So we get into duality, into separation. We say that God made the cause and we're experiencing the effect. So I ask you, where does this God come from that made the cause, and who made the God? It's all concepts, it's all relative thinking. Do not try to understand this with your finite mind, you cannot. The infinite can never comprehend the finite, or the finite can never comprehend the infinite. They are two different things. Suffice it to say that you as you exist now are complete emptiness. You are pure intelligence, pure awareness, absolute reality, nirvana, just the way you are right now. Do not think about it. If you think about it, you spoil it. Do not just try to understand this with your finite mind, you cannot. The infinite can never comprehend the finite, or the finite that can never comprehend the infinite. They are two different things. Suffice it to say that you as you exist now are complete emptiness. You are pure intelligence, pure awareness, absolute reality, nirvana, just the way you are right now. Do not think about it. If you think about it, you spoil it, just the way you are this moment. You are pure intelligence, absolute reality. You are the unborn, but every time a thought comes into your mind, you spoil it. When you first wake up, those few seconds between getting up, waking up, just before you wake up, that's when you are in your true state. You just opened your eyes and you haven't thought of a single thought yet. That lasts a few seconds. Think about that time. Don't you really feel good in those few seconds? Before you start thinking about the day's activities, that's reality. Try to catch yourself tomorrow morning as soon as you open your eyes, before a thought comes. That is your true state, and that is what you are. Forget about your problems. There is a power that knows how to take care of everything for you if you allow it to. You have to allow it to. You have to surrender your ego, your pride, your concepts, your opinions, your questions, your answers. Everything has to be surrendered, and the power works on its own volition. A great master said, Take no thought of what you should eat, of what you should wear, of where you should go, but seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you. It's the same thing. But how often do you take thought? Most people take thought every moment. You're always thinking, worrying, trying to correct something, trying to figure it out. And that's what keeps you from the kingdom of heaven. So what do? Nothing. You do not try to fix anything. You do not even try to change. You simply become yourself just the way you really are. You leave the world alone. You leave things alone. You leave people alone. So you say, how can I exist? I have to go to work. I have to mix with people. I have to make decisions. Have no fear. You will do all those things, but it'll be different. You will understand totally that you are not the doer. Your body came to this earth to do something, and it will do its job. You have absolutely nothing to do with it. Stop fighting, stop trying to make things happen, keep your mind on yourself. What do I mean when I say, keep your mind on yourself? Your real self is your heart, not your human heart, but your spiritual heart. Your heart is God. Keep your mind stayed on God in your heart. If you want to use your imagination to begin with, you can image a sphere of white light in your heart on the right side of your chest, your spiritual heart. And allow all your thoughts to merge into your heart. In other words, do not allow your thoughts to go outward. When your thoughts go outward, conditions take place. When you keep your thoughts in your heart centered, all of a sudden you find peace, pure happiness. It comes by itself. We have to allow the power that we don't understand to take care of us. This mysterious power knows what your needs are. I recall when I first saw a picture of Ramana Maharshi in my teens, and I had to go to India to see him. I had no idea why. I didn't have the funds. A couple of months later, my aunt died and left me $14,000, and I left my family and went to India. I don't know why. And it has been like this all of my life. So I've learned to surrender my wants, my desires, my ego, to the power that knows the way. And this power will always carry you on a stream of blessedness to your highest good if you allow it. But you have to become humble and you have to let go of fear. You do this by the methods we teach, through self-inquiry and becoming the witness. This is called satsang. It means that I shouldn't even be talking as much as I do, and just answering questions and talking back and forth. So let's do that now. Express your ideas, ask questions, do something, share with us some of your experiences.
I have a question, Robert. I understand the concept of surrender. But at the highest level you say to allow it, but how could you possibly disallow omnipresence?
It appears as if you are. That's all a part of the appearance.
That's on the mortal plane.
Yes.
But I mean if everything is unfolding as it should and predestined, on the highest level, how do you disallow it?
You do not try to disallow it, but you hear these words and you no longer react to it. By not reacting, you disallow it. For if you didn't hear the words, you would still be fighting. But now you watch and you see it unfolding before your eyes. Yet you do not react to it, for you realize who you are. You're like the mirror, like that mirror over there, and a reflection is taking place. But you are not the reflection, you remain as the mirror, so you do not fight, you do not argue, you do not fear, and you're not overly happy.
Not overly happy.
Yes, physically.
I do not know of anyone who is overly happy.
If someone won $40 million in the lotto last night, if you won $40 million, would you be overly happy?
Yes, for a while.
That's what I mean, for you become overly happy for a while. But if you understand what I'm talking about, all that stuff stops. What's the other question, Dana?
Oh, my other question is that on a certain level, I accept that we know nothing. And yet I think Arnold brought up the other day that the evolutionary process which has a certain logic to it. Would that be? I guess that would be just part of the dream, right? In other words, that would be an explanation within the dream.
All explanations are the dream.
That's true because how can they be? That doesn't exist.
There is no cause, there is no birth of anything. So there are no explanations, you're wasting time trying to explain.
That's true because you're explaining with the mind.
People write voluminous texts about nonsense, about existence. And we read and we get involved and we try to be intelligent about it and we suffer. All suffering stops when you stop searching and you stop fighting.
So Robert, you're saying, since we really don't know what anything is, and since we don't know who we are, therefore we would be released into a disposition. If we don't really know what anything is, and if we realize that the self that we think we are is all perceptual or it's an illusion, that would automatically release us into a no-self condition.
Into emptiness.
Like a releasement into emptiness.
But remember, the emptiness is not real emptiness, it's bliss.
It's like a no-center, it's not like a regular spiritual path. They are always trying to get you to go back to a center, and that keeps you in the ego self, you know. But this is like a releasement.
Total release, total emptiness, there's no center.
So no center, that's tremendous.
For if there was a center, where did it come from? There is no center.
Yeah, and as long that there's thinking, there's a center. We separate ourselves right there.
Exactly, exactly.
When you're released, there's no center.
So there is no thought to have no center.
Then there is no differentiation between things.
No discrimination whatsoever.
A release is scary to the ego.
Oh, it's death, nobody wants it. How many people are here? Do you see the whole Los Angeles wanting this? Nobody wants this.
This is why I always say in the beginning, I'm just relating my confession, what I feel, the experiences that I've been through, and I ask no one to accept it. But I ask you to work on yourself and see what happens.
I have a question about self-inquiry and self-observation. About a week or so ago, there were just 3 of us here, Sam, myself, and Dana. You asked us to speak about what has been happening in our lives, and we all kind of spoke, and we all gave a little brief, a very positive synopsis of the previous weeks. Very chipper, very up, each one of us. And I've been thinking about that, and I've been thinking about the importance of being positive that you speak of and out-projecting the positive. And so I want to use one little example which will help you get to my eventual point, which gets us into the literature. There are 2 kinds of books, I'd say. One is a very famous bestseller type, where people go through certain experiences and all ends well, and there's true love and all that kind of thing, and people are drawn to that. And then there's, I'd say, War and Peace. I don't know how many people have read War and Peace, where you really get involved in life in a way that most literature does not allow us to get involved with, or most experiences. There is the black and white in War and Peace. There is the yin and yang. Tolstoy created a vast world of both pain and pleasure, etc., etc., unlike these other books. So my point is to get back to where I was before. When you read War and Peace, the final experience is one of being moved to a higher reality, of being moved by something beyond oneself. It leads you to something else, whereas this other literature, although in a temporary sense, appears to be positive, does not. Okay, now to get back to my original point, my original example. We all spoke very positively about our little weeks. We're all good little soldiers, good little Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Was this a valid experience of self-observation, or was this positiveness that everybody is mad for in Los Angeles, or was it a distortion? Or would it have been better for us in the long run to have said something like, for example, you know, today, the morning was hell, this, that, and the other thing was hell. This afternoon I'm feeling better, I can see certain things. In other words, to give an experience in the yin and yang, the black and white, which appears to lead to these higher realms.
You're right, always be truthful to yourself. Don't put it on, don't imagine things are going well when they are not. Be free and be yourself. When you're free, you can express yourself positively and negatively, and you have no fear of either one because they are both the same as far as a human path is concerned. But when you're not free, you try to hide the negative and accentuate the positive. And as you see, you're making a mistake because you are just fooling yourself, and in your subconscious, you're hiding all the negativity.
That's what I feel here very much, and this is particular to Southern California, which is where, because of the constant sunlight and all that sort of thing, and people want to have pleasure, and they want to be positive. It's a misinterpretation of what being positive is, it seems to me.
It's like happy faces.
It's like it's all happy faces all the time. And the ultimate result is that if anybody is honest, we've talked about this, is that people are not happy really underneath. It's a surface phenomena. It's an illusion again.
But these people are going through whatever they have to go through. This is why when the question is asked, what can I do to change the world and make everybody know the truth? The answer is become self-realized, because when you're self-realized, that's not a selfish answer. Self-realization means omnipresence, and when you're self-realized, you see the world for what it really is. But when you see it through human eyes, you see suffering, you see good and you see bad, and you think it's true. So your omnipresence of self-realization helps others, just by being your real self. In the beginning, it appears selfish because you're saying I am and self-realized. What about the other people that are suffering? What about the homeless? First become self-realized and then see what you think of the homeless. You'll have a completely new idea.
That's what Maharshi always says too, isn't it? Just do self-inquiry, and the world will appear differently.
And that appears strange, and it even appears sometimes like a cop-out. Because you say, work on yourself and you'll help others. How can you do that? But it's true because, as you know, God is in everyone and in everything, and when you become self-realized, you become God. So you become the self of all. The real self of all is perfection. So when you become the real self of all, you see perfection in everything. And the seeing of perfection, not with your eyes but with your spiritual self, that perfection causes the perfection to be in others.
Well, that's a different kind of positiveness than just saying, yeah, it's just marvelous.
Oh yes, of course.
It's a lovely day, and I'm going to be marvelous.
Of course, totally different.
Would you analyze this thing that happened to me yesterday? What was really going on with this? I went to a party, a family party, and I had an experience with someone else in the family several weeks ago. You know, I used to write books and do quite a bit of writing, and it happened that I was with these people. And this cousin of mine read one of my books, and he finished it, and he threw it on the floor, and this.
He really liked it, huh?
was quite an experience. This is a very unusual thing for somebody to do.
I'd take that as a compliment.
So, I was with these other family members yesterday, and I wanted to tell this story. I took great joy in telling this story for one thing because it was an interesting story to tell, and for another thing my cousins, I could arouse their intense interest which I enjoy doing. What was I doing? Was this kind of a negative experience for me? I wanted to communicate very much, and also I wanted to, in this communication, I was relieving myself from the tension of this experience because it did happen. I didn't comment on it to this man who did it. I didn't say anything because that's a very difficult situation with that married couple. They wouldn't be able to understand anything that I might say. So I repressed everything then. Do you have any comments on that?
Yes, what was the name of the book? Ask yourself, to whom did this happen and who wants to comment? It's your ego playing all these games. If you were coming from your real self, it doesn't matter, you would have no feeling for or against.
But since I still am involved in the ego, wouldn't it be better for me just to now I'm trying to justify my actions, of course. Wouldn't it be better for me to? We have moments of being able to do the self-abiding and it happens, and then just a moment later the habits of attention. The consciousness is addicted to the habit patterns, and all of a sudden the self-abiding just seems to disappear and we're back in the ego again in the motions of attention. And we can never transcend that ego attention.
Don't say never.
Not never, but it seems to last for only a very short time, and then by habit we're back. Then there is attention moving in, there is desire and the me and the memory. You know the whole thing again, you know.
Of course, in the beginning this is quite true, but say you're trying to become a surgeon. You have to keep practicing, you make mistakes, that's why you practice on the stiffs and dead bodies.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now.
What are you doing?
By myself practicing on the stiffs.
Yes, you keep practicing, you practice again and again, and you have more stiffs to practice on, until the day comes when you give a perfect operation, then you become a surgeon, same principle. You keep catching yourself.
Yeah, trying to recognize through recognition.
You keep remembering to catch yourself, and it happens more often, more often.
And that is what the inquiry is helpful for.
Yes, it keeps reminding me that I'm back in me again. The time lapse becomes closer and closer to reality and starts coming closer to it.
It's really interesting because when you're doing even a little bit of self-abiding to some extent, no matter all the things that get you angry when you're in the ego, they don't bother you. You know, people driving, they cut in front of you. Usually you get all tight and contracted and angry, but when you're self-abiding, you are just resting. They can do anything, you don't react, you're released, you're not tense, the day goes smooth.
If you're really doing it, it brings you perfect peace.
Perfect bliss, yeah.
It really does, so we keep remembering, we'll forget. Then we'll remember again. Sometimes we'll get disgusted with the whole thing and we'll stop for a couple of months, who knows. But then we'll go back to it. If we keep abiding, we'll get there and become free. But then again, if you don't, that's okay, because you'll come back again and you'll be ahead of the game.
But the way you're speaking now, it seems like we're going to get there. It seems like we're not there. Isn't it true that we're there?
Of course.
Only that we're just distracting ourselves.
Of course you're distracting yourself. You can awaken any time.
Yeah, but it's not a goal to be attained, it's just to recognize.
To awaken, just like from a dream. You keep dreaming the same dream until you wake up.
So we're going to wake up to what is already the reality, truth, right there, aren't we?
Of course, and the only difference about this and the dream is that this appears longer, that's all.
And another difference it seems to me that, with rare exception, and I guess you'd call it lucid dreaming, but we usually aren't trying to wake up from the dream at night when we have night dreams.
But some people are.
Yeah, in lucid dreaming you do.
It depends on the dream.
Because you know that you are dreaming, but most dreams you aren't attempting to awaken within the dream, and in this dream we are. Consciously, we're attempting to awaken to this different dream.
I had an interesting dream the other night, and I dreamt that I was conducting a class and Queen Elizabeth came in and she sat down and took off her crown and put her hands on her lap. Then I woke up.
That's interesting.
Whatever that means.
Did she have a crown on? I was going to ask whether she had one of her silly hats on, but she had a crown.
She had a crown on and she took it off and put it on her lap.
I know that we can't take this word literally, but it kind of leads to certain conflict. You speak of the great reality, at times pure intelligence. I think I've made this point before more than once, but you use the term pure intelligence. It's so hard for me to accept that term and not believe that intelligence leads to something else. Intelligence for us in our current state implies so many other things, so that this intelligence when you use the word, and I know you mean something more than intelligence.
I mean non-discrimination, non-attachment. When there is non-discrimination and non-attachment, there is pure intelligence because you see things as they are.
But isn't there a suggestion that something develops out of this type of intelligence, that it is a pregnant situation?
If you accept it that way, but that's not the meaning. The meaning is just pure intelligence, period. No concepts, no definitions, non-discriminatory, nothing you hold onto. It's pure existence, pure knowledge, same thing, pure bliss. Those words are all synonymous.
That reminds me of I told you have been reading Plotinus again. Plotinus says, nothing can be said about the one. No attributes can be given to the one beyond any such thing.
That's true, that's why we call it ultimate oneness. There's no definition.
You can't even call it one.
It's not one at all.
One is also a concept.
That's why they call it non-dual. Instead of one, they call it non-dual for not two.
Yes, or emptiness.
Robert, I had an idea about it with that I think might be interesting. I think what it is really realization of consciousness. I've been living as realization of mind. You know, me wanting to know, wanting to get realized, you know, wanting to be released. I've been really living as realization of me, realization of mind with memory conditioning. I think this whole thing is coming to rest as realization of consciousness, just consciousness, not consciousness of anything but just consciousness. And when that position is held onto, rested in, established in that position, something magical happens.
Yes, you are speaking of no realization. Realization of consciousness is really no realization because there's no one to realize.
Yea, no self.
Isn't it called pure awareness?
Same thing, absolute reality.
The Zen Buddhists speak of no mind, that's a common term.
No mind,
No self.
or nirvana, the same thing.
So maybe, Arnold, when you think of pure intelligence, you might think of pure awareness or pure consciousness.
Well, why think?
If only we could stop.
Well, who said that?
Like it says, my ego. Oh, I have a kind of dilemma that has occurred to me in meditation once in a while, and that is, say it goes on for a long time when we're listening to music and everybody. The natives grow sort of restless, and I'm thinking to myself, well, who is restless? And I think as you have taught us, I am, then I think, who is I? But that's contradictory, because the real I could not possibly be restless.
Of course not, but when you realize who your ego I is and you follow it to its culmination, you follow it to emptiness, to nothing.
So it's the ego I that we're asking about when we say, who is I?
Yes, it's the ego I.
And it will just annihilate itself by.
It annihilates itself when you take it to its source, which is nowhere.
Because I thought for a long time that it was the I who was awareness.
That exists by itself, but when you don't know it, then you're talking about the ego I.
So in self-inquiry, when you say, who am I, you are talking about the ego I.
Yes, the ego I, yes.
The little I, you might say.
Yes, and when I play music in between, it's not to make you feel nice listening to music. It's because it gives you the space to watch your thoughts when the music is playing and see how you respond, see what you do. Always watch, always be aware, always watch yourself, watch how you react, watch how you think, watch the kind of thoughts that come to you while the music is playing, while you're meditating. Be aware of all these things, and the more aware you become, the more you disappear. All these concepts start to disappear just by you being aware of them. It's like playing hide and seek. You're trying to find the person who is hiding. So you're trying to find the thoughts that are lurking deep, deep in the subconscious, and they come up themselves and you say, I see you. I know that you're there. You cannot fool me any longer. The fear is there, I see where you are, and you ask yourself, who fears? Where did you come from fear? Who is your mother? Who is your father? Who gave you birth? You have no birth, you don't exist. You keep talking to yourself like this, so that part of you no more exists, and it dissipates of its own accord. That's how you work on yourself. Let's play some more music. When he says, I need no one or I need nothing and I am free, he doesn't mean that literally. He means he's not attached to people, places, and things. There's quite a difference. You ask perhaps, how can I have a relationship without being attached? You can have the most beautiful relationship that you can ever imagine. It doesn't mean you become a loner on this path. It means you have friends, you have loved ones, but you give them all the freedom in the world and you're not attached to their emotions or with anything else. That means total, uncommitted love. It's a little different than what most people do. Being non-attached means being compassionate, being loving, being kind. Now you know what mercy means. Helping your friend before you even help yourself. If you're attached, you think of yourself first, but if you're not attached, you think of the other person first. There is a lot to that. Any comments?
Robert being released from the self, I think instead of calling it self-realization, it should be called realization of there's no self. That would be closer to.
It would be complicated for some people.
Because self-realization, people think, oh, me as the self is going to realize something, but that's absolutely the opposite.
That's what brings them in. That's how you begin.
It brings them in the beginning thinking the ego's going to get something. It's just the opposite of that, it's just losing everything.
Of course. But it's also realizing that the self is all there is.
Yeah, but you know my mind, it's such a strange condition, like the mind is just not used to walking around being released from themselves. Like we walk around like we always hugging ourselves, like me and I'm trying to grab everything, you know. And understanding this, it would be a release from everything, walking around it's like being a zombie, it's different to what we're used to. As a person educated, as a child, you know we're used to me and the world you know. It's a very strange condition and the mind doesn't like it. You know it's hard to have to constantly reinforce to be able to.
First experience the condition, and then see how strange it is.
It's like a zombie condition.
It's your natural condition.
Yeah, it's natural, but we're so unnatural.
Yes, yes.
The self is so unnatural, and that's all we know. So you glimpse it for a second, and then you run back and grab hold of yourself again, you know.
That's how it happens. That's why you keep working on yourself, working on yourself. You keep remembering what to do until it becomes second nature.
It's almost like floating around, you know it's so light, there is no tension.
You become light, that's true.
It's so light it's pleasant.
Yes, yes.
How do you know if you're so not in bliss?
So in other words, you have to go to total zero from the point of the mind. So it's like dying, going to total zero.
Well, it isn't that bad, really. What you are doing is that you are just changing your allegiance. Before you used to have faith in the world and people, places and things. Now you have faith in omnipresence in the infinite, in something that you can't feel, taste, touch, smell, or see. And the more faith you have in that which is yourself, the more faith that you have in the world, the real world, as yourself.
So really it starts with an act of faith in that.
Faith in the invisible.
In the invisible so that you go on with it.
You drop your self-importance, and you stop having conflicts with people, places, and things, and you just start loving and you become compassionate. And you realize everybody is your brothers and sisters, and everything happens by itself. Isn't he right in saying in a way that it feels like dying? Because I think it was St. Paul or one of those who said, I die daily. Yes, St. Paul said that, you die daily to the world. But it's not a negative experience, it's a good experience. Every time you let go of something you feel better.
Self-transcendence.
As an example, say you have a job and you're worried about being laid off, inflation, pay increases, strikes. But as you begin to understand this teaching, you let go of all those thoughts. You realize that you will always be at your right place and no one can take your right place away from you. So wherever your right place is, that's where you are going to be. You subsequently stop worrying about your job, about layoffs, about strikes, about pay increases, and you just do your work without fear, and you become a better worker as a result. So you get promoted, you get a raise, and everything happens by itself, but all fear goes away.
It's really amazing not to be attached to body, mind, and to people, places, and things.
And life goes on, but it goes on the way it's supposed to go on, naturally, infinitely, and it's all good.
I think it would make you healthy because you're not all nervous about things.
It improves you in every way. All parts of you will improve. It's amazing how it works. You stop seeing evil. First, you stop seeing evil in yourself. You sort of forgive yourself for all of your mistakes. It's like being born again, and then you can forgive everybody else, totally, completely. You become free, unlearn everything, and you feel your omnipresence. You realize you are not yourself as a person, you are the self as the universe. It's a grand feeling.
Tell us about the bliss aspect of it.
Bliss, love, joy, happiness, those words are all synonymous. But take the happiest experience you can think of as a human being. What's a real happy experience that you've had in your life? An experience that really turns you on. Now compared to bliss, it's not even an atom of bliss. That's how more powerful bliss is. It has nothing to do with human happiness. It's a billion times more powerful, it's unexplainable, it's ineffable, nothing you can even think about. You can just be in it and partake of it, but nothing to explain.
How is it possible to stay conscious if it's that good?
Who's conscious?
If something is really painful, you lose consciousness. So I would think if something is unbearably ecstatic, one would also lose consciousness.
You're speaking in human terms, that's why they call it transcendental. You transcend human terms and you're in a completely different space, so there's no one to lose consciousness. You can only lose consciousness as a human being, but if you transcend your humanhood, there's no one left to lose consciousness. There has to be a body to lose consciousness, but when you see, I am not the body, there is no one left to lose consciousness. Do you follow? To have any experience, there has to be someone left to have the experience. If you get rid of the someone, then you become natural, and you do not lose consciousness when we're natural.
So there's no experience anymore.
There's no experience at all.
The one who experiences has been transcended, is gone.
Yes is dead.
So realization is a non-experience, it's like a primal.
It's not even that, it's beyond that, it's totally transcendental.
You can't experience bliss, is that true?
Yes, that's right.
You really do feel bliss. I mean, you feel bliss, but it's different. It's not the mind experiencing bliss.
It's like the sun trying to experience heat.
Yes, that's good.
Yes, you can't.
There is bliss, but there's no one experiencing, there is just bliss.
That's the natural state.
Yeah.
Speaking of the sun, I don't know if it's out of speculation, but there's a teaching that the world, the earth, is an intelligence. The earth is going through its evolution, and it's struggling for its own revelations, its own enlightenment as we are part of this way of life. And the same is true for the sun. Do you have a teaching on that?
That's the mental plane. In the mental plane, everything is alive. There is no such thing as dead matter. Everything lives and wants to express itself. The moon, the sun, the earth, the flowers, everything. But when you go beyond that, it doesn't exist. It only exists on the mental plane, but in truth, there is no mental plane. So none of that exists, it's like a dream. Always go back to the dream.
So the whole universe, the solar system and the universe are projections in a sense also.
Projection of the mind.
All part of the Maya.
Yes, all Maya.
And all the inner planes too.
All the inner planes, projections of the mind.
Astral, causal, physical, all of that.
For whom are these things? Where did they come from? For whom are they? They're all projections of the mind. When the mind goes, everything else goes. So that's why when you follow the I is the mind and the ego. When you go to the source, everything is attached to mind, all the things that we've been discussing, they are all part of the I thought. I see the sun, I perceive the moon. As you said, I perceive the earth as being alive. I do these things. But when the I is transcended, who's left? Just itself, and all of those things are gone. So there's peace, there is nobody left to worry about those things that they concern themselves with.
When you say you go beyond it, reminds me of a line in a book I'm very fond of. It's called The Secret Teachings of the Tibetan Masters, and one of the phrases that is used by the Tibetans is, going beyond the beyond.
Is that by Paul Brunton?
No, Alexander David Neal, French woman from Tibet.
I don't know her.
Was Paul Brunton a realized being?
Yes.
I thought he was because he had a whole series of books.
Oh, it's a very thick book. It's very succinct, which is wonderful. She speaks on the misconceptions of the self of being having any identity at all. She pushes more of a scientific standpoint that everything is constantly in flux. Although we don't see the changes from moment to moment, the things that you've said, of course. We want to hold on to this idea of an identity, which simply has no reality, personal identity.
On the mental plane, everything is in a state of flux, nothing is solid, everything moves. For it doesn't exist because it's non-duality, non-duality exists. Duality is when everything is in a state of flux. Then there are atoms, there's energy, there are molecules, and there are things, and they are in complete motion. But if you go beyond the molecules and the atoms and the energy, then you'll have nothing, emptiness, and that's reality. It's like the story I tell of the monk who is asking the master, "What is reality? What is reality?" And the master said, "Go pick a fig." And he picked a fig off a tree, and the master said, "Open the fig," and the monk did. And the master said, "Cut open the seed," and he cut open the seed, and he said, "What do you see?" And the monk said, "Emptiness," and the master said, "That's true, everything comes from emptiness, because in the fig seed there is a hollow, there is nothing. So out of the nothingness came the fig tree, and so has everything else." Remember, I love you all and I always think about you, but remember to love yourselves, to pray to yourself, to bow to yourself, to worship yourself, because God dwells in you as you, peace. See you again next time, God bless.
Transcript 3, My Confession, 16th August, 1990.
What I teach is utter nonsense, gobbledygook. It has no meaning except to myself. I have no teaching. It is simply my confession. It's useless for most people because I'm not giving you direction. I'm not telling you to meditate for 12 hours a day or to stand on your head or to utter mantras. There is no instruction. There is just my personal confession, the way that I feel. Now it does some people good, for it is an invisible instruction. By just being here, by just opening your heart, something happens. So don't listen with your head. Do not try to analyze or judge or come to any conclusions. As I always say, do not even believe a word I say. Why should you? Who am I? I am nobody, nobody important. Listen to your own heart. I'm sort of a mirror. What you see in me is yourself. Subsequently, the way you feel about yourself is the way you feel about me, because you're looking into the mirror. I can truthfully say that I am ultimate oneness, absolute reality, emptiness, unborn, nirvana. I am that I am. When many people read spiritual books on Advaita Vedanta or on Jnana knowledge, Marga, they immediately try to act out the part and they memorize many of these quotations, sayings, they become useless. You have to go through spiritual disciplines to get to the place where you wake up. In my own experience, I had probably did these disciplines in a previous existence, for when I was very young I had felt these things. I had no idea what it was until I read the books, so reading of books confirmed my experience. And then I went to see Ramana Maharshi, for I had already felt this. There is a difference. I've got to be very careful what I say, because this path sometimes gives people license to become arrogant, obnoxious, rude. It's just the opposite if you really have Jnana knowledge. You show loving kindness, mercy, compassion, joy, and you express yourself as that. Many of us believe in a cause. In metaphysics, we learn that there is a cause for everything, and even on the path of Jnana Marga, we say there is a substratum. But that's just to explain that there is an underlying power. But in truth, I tell you, there is no substratum, there is no cause. There isn't any cause for anything. Since there is no cause, there is no effect. What I am saying is simply this. You're always looking for a reason for why you are like you are, why you have these habits, why you look and appear to be this way, why you're kind or why you're mean. You're always looking for a reason, a solution, a cause, but there is no reason, there is no cause, there's no effect, there's emptiness. Emptiness is the self, and I am that. Now when I speak of I am not referring to Robert. I am referring to omnipresence. I am is that. Therefore, when I utter I am, I'm speaking for all of us. For there is only one, ultimate oneness, and we are all ultimate oneness. There is no distinction. People ask me strange questions. It's strange to me, but not to them, I guess. For instance, someone asked me this week, how come all the great sages died of disease? Not all of them, but some of them, like Ramana died of cancer, Nisargadatta died of cancer, Jesus was hung on the cross. And the question was, if these people are so great, why did they suffer so? And I can only laugh when I hear a question like this. The answer is who sees the suffering, for whom is there suffering? This is why in my predicament, people say I've got Parkinson's disease. And they try to help me with remedies, and I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing because I see perfection. Perfection is all there is, oneness, ultimate reality, there is nothing else. But you say, but I see these people suffering, do my eyes deceive me? And then I answer, the sky is blue. When someone takes me outside and say, Robert, look at the beautiful blue sky, so I agree, but I know in reality there is no sky and there is no blue. It just doesn't exist. It's an optical illusion, a mirage in the desert. There appears to be an oasis with water, but when you get closer there is only sand. It's the same thing. Your eyes deceive you, your senses deceive you. Things are not like they appear. All is well and everything is unfolding as it should. There are no mistakes. No mistakes have been made, no mistakes are being made, and no mistakes will ever be made. Everything is perfect just the way it is. Consequently, when you see a condition, before you judge you have to ask yourself, who sees that condition? For whom is that condition? For instance, let's take a simple example. If we all looked at this room and I asked you, what is your impression of this room? One person will say, oh, I think it's lovely. Another person will say, I hate it. Another person will say, it's too small. Somebody else will say, it's too big. Somebody else will say, it's very clean. Someone else will say, it's very dirty. That's how it is, you're seeing yourself. You're seeing nothing but yourself. The world is a reflection of your mind. The universe is an emanation of yourself. If you didn't exist, there would be no universe. The universe exists because you exist. You are the universe, and that's true of every so-called fact in your life. It's a fact that someone is dying, and if someone dies, that's a fact, but it's not the truth. The truth is we are all unborn. No one was ever born. If no one was ever born, how can you die? No one was born and no one dies. Again, I'm expressing my confession. That's how it appears to me. That's what I mean when I say, this teaching is useless to most people, because you can't do anything with it, yet things happen, lives improve, spirituality grows, happiness ensues, bliss comes. It all happens spontaneously, just by being present, and this is what satsang is all about. By being present without taking thought, without manipulation, without playing mind games, without trying to improve yourself, without thinking of yourself, without thinking of others, everything good happens all by itself. Why? Because emptiness is goodness, nirvana is absolute reality. The unborn is the self and you are that, what else can I say? So what do you think about this? I'm open to questions.
I have a question. The hill that Ramana Maharshi spent his life, Arunachala, what function did that play in his enlightenment? And what function does the natural areas, the harmonies that are out there and balanced ecosystems of the world, important for us to keep in touch with?
It's important for some people. Arunachala, for some reason, had a tremendous impact on Ramana's life. Arunachala is another name for Shiva, and Ramana's family, his ancestors, were all worshippers of Shiva. So the hill called Ramana at an early age. Some mysterious power led him to the hill, that was his experience. There have been others who have walked around the hill and felt absolute nothing, and it was meaningless for them. The same is true of the other places you are speaking of. For most people, they mean nothing. Now what happens to most people, especially in the West, they imagine they're feeling something. It's a mind game. It's just like the healing shrines. You work yourself up into a frenzy, and you can't wait to get to this healing shrine. So naturally, when you go there, you experience a healing. It's not the shrine that did it, it's yourself, because you worked yourself up into a frenzy. It is your mind that caused it. And I'll relate a true story that happened in this way. In Italy, in a little town, there was a healing shrine. People used to come from all over the world, and they would climb the steps and get on their knees, and hundreds of thousands of people were actually healed from all kinds of diseases. Now, the fathers of the town found out from some scientists that there was going to be an earthquake in that town. This article was in Time magazine in about 1967. So what the fathers decided to do is to remove the remains of the saint who was buried underneath the shrine to another point of town where there was no earthquake. They began to dig, and lo and behold, no saint was ever buried there. There was nothing. They built the shrine upon nothing. What did the healing? How come all these thousands of people were healed? It's all in the mind. When you psych yourself out mentally, you can accomplish almost anything. So again, to answer your question, most of these things are meaningless. Arunachala meant a great deal to myself. I've had experiences inside Arunachala. But for most people, it's just a hill. So again, the answer is this. Work on yourself, worship yourself, find out who you are. And when you do this, everything becomes holy, and like Moses said, the ground upon which I stand is holy ground. Everything becomes holy, not only certain places, but everything. And that's only because you have become that yourself. Your omnipresence makes it holy. You have become one with all there is, and you can truthfully say, all of this is the self and I am that. Does it make any sense?
Yes, yes.
Good, good.
In what sense is the spirit of the whole earth our mother?
Well, our brother.
Our mother, as giving us birth to another state of being.
The earth has no power without you. You are the power, and the earth is within yourself. So when you become powerful, the earth has power. When you are weak, the earth is weak. The earth, like the universe, is an emanation of yourself. The mother, the father, it's all within you. Everything is within yourself. There is no power outside of yourself. When you see some power happening from someplace, it is because collectively people are giving it their power. But the people are the power, they misunderstand. They think the thing has power by itself. Nothing exists except yourself. Nothing exists because everything changes, nothing is ever the same. What changes cannot be real. Take your body for instance. You didn't always look this way. When you were conceived, you were no larger than the size of a pinhead, that was you. And then you became a little baby, a teenager, an adult, and now here you are. So you were never the same as you were years ago. This is true of everything. This chair used to be a piece of wood, a tree. Now it has become a chair. Everything comes from the same source, nothing. Nothing exists except the self. Everything is like a dream. When you have a dream, you dream you're flying an airplane, you're going to China and to Japan, then you come back here and you go to sleep. And then you wake up, it was a dream. This life is also like a dream. One day you will awaken and realize who you are, and you will realize there is no power outside of yourself, and even there's no power within yourself. No power exists, only the self exists, nothing else is necessary. So we make up all these games, they're all mind games. They do not lead us to self-realization, they lead us to further delusion. That's why we're born again and again and again until we wake up. And then reincarnation stops, and then we become totally liberated and free, which we already are.
When you go out and deny that there's a blue sky, do you see the blue skies? Or doesn't it make any difference?
No, I see the blue skies, but I see myself as the blue sky.
And you enjoy it.
Sure, I enjoy myself. I always enjoy myself 24 hours a day. I asked him the same thing once, what about chocolates and sunsets? And he said, you are the sunset which you enjoy.
But that's after the ego dissolves, then you're able to
annihilate the ego. Let's imagine you believe you're enjoying the blue sky, then the next moment there's thunderstorms, lightning, and you become frightened and you cry. What happened to your enjoyment? When you realize that you are the self, blue skies, thunderstorms, they're both the same. Nothing can hurt you.
so you can enjoy both of them.
There's no one left to enjoy, you just are these things. You are bliss. You have become Satchitananda being, knowledge and bliss, that's your true nature. This is why I said in the beginning, these words are meaningless, unless you've experienced that, otherwise they don't mean anything.
Yeah, you kinda lost me again.
Most people like to go to classes, where the teachers chants mantras and gives you relative knowledge and tells you how to improve your finances and your health and your lifestyle. Those people draw thousands of followers, but of course these things don't exist. They exist for a while, you get a good feeling. You improve your life for a while, but you have to go on with your life and soon you die, and then where are you? Nowhere.
That's why I go, and when I do, it gives me a good feeling. There's always something missing.
It's all good when you need it. Nothing is wrong with anything.
I'm still going to get the good feelings and
Yes, yes.
do the chanting and all that, but I feel like there's something more, like I can't stop there.
Then you'll go onward.
Well, pardons.
You'll go onward wherever you have to go.
Look at discipline. Sometimes I get the feeling that I'm just not very disciplined, so I need to go to some place like that so I can get disciplined, like, I don't have enough of that or.
As I said before, this path is sometimes a contradiction because it is true you need discipline, and then again, you don't need discipline. There's a time when you do and a time when you don't, but if you follow the principles involved by asking yourself, who is it that needs the discipline? You will realize that your true self never needed discipline, but your ego does. And since you are not the ego, there is no one left for discipline, it all evens itself out.
When you refer to discipline, what do you mean? What would be the definition of it?
Well, I mean not being rude to other people, not being obnoxious, being kind and loving, putting other people first, having compassion, helping others.
So you're not talking about meditation or mantras.
Well, meditations and mantras are good, but they are only to make you one-pointed, to make the mind one-pointed, so you can disintegrate the mind.
So it isn't important then, even now, to do meditation.
It's important for some people. Again, if you can make your mind quiet, then it's unnecessary, but all the spiritual discipline you are referring to are only to quiet the mind. When the mind is quiet, everything happens by itself. When the mind is noisy, the world becomes real and terrible for you. Therefore, mantras quiet the mind. Meditation quiets the mind, everything leads to quietening the mind.
Watching your breaths.
To quiet the mind.
So you don't need any fixed thing or fixed time or power of the mind to do all that.
Yet there are some people who do need that kind of discipline, because that's the way they are in this life.
How would you know?
It's all karmic. Your heart will tell you what feels good, what feels right.
On the way out here today on the freeway today, I did that. To whom does this state was? Or whatever, and I did this on the way out here and I was just real calm. Even if I thought of like rushing, who did this idea of time come? You know, I mean the mind was going the whole time asking those questions, yet even though it was, I didn't feel rattled or ruffled because I didn't get identified with any of the things that came up.
It's a great psychotherapy.
Is that all it is though, is it?
No, it's the highest form.
I mean it kept coming, but in between there was some quiet because I mean as soon as something would come up, the question would be there to cancel out any data, imaginings that go with it. Once you start thinking about time in the traffic, and you know how the mind goes, so it just stopped. And another thing that it did was, it may be totally unrelated, but every time I did that I could see that there was some kind of I don't know.
As you keep that momentum up, you'll be surprised at what happens.
Well, I thought, yeah, if you could do this all the time, everything would dissolve.
Yes, you have to catch yourself. Whatever thoughts come to you, you simply ask yourself, to whom do these thoughts come?
Even if they were good things, I did it, you know, and it made those okay, but I don't know how to say it.
I understand, you're doing well, that's good.
I thought, gee, if I could do that all the time, it would be good.
Then ask yourself, who needs to do it all the time? When you do it often enough, it will begin to do you.
It was kinda doing me after a while. It didn't feel uncomfortable, It felt very natural, a very natural place to be.
It seems to detach you a little and not feel personally involved, which is great.
It does, yes. Just doing that is sufficient for most people.
Well, what's that?
Just doing what you're doing is sufficient for most people.
But can you ask too many questions like that?
No, if you want to go deeper, you can go deeper with that, but don't do this when you're driving your car. When you're driving your car, what you did is sufficient, but when you go home, then you could do it differently. You can ask yourself, for instance, if you're feeling depressed, to whom does this come? And then you realize it comes to you. So you say, it comes to me, I feel this, I feel depressed, I feel terrible. Then you ask yourself, who is this I? From where does this I come that feels terrible? But don't answer. Just follow it, follow the I to its source, and you will realize that all of life, the relative world, is attached to I. And when the I is dissolved, everything else is dissolved with it. It happens by itself. You simply go deeper with the I, deep, deep, deep. From where comes this I? Where does this I come from? Or who am I? Whatever feels good for you, and you will realize that the I comes from nowhere. It doesn't exist. It never did exist. You are free, you are bright and shining, you are the one.
You're not going to sit and just contemplate your navel all day. You're still going to do your activities and all that.
Of course you are. You'll even do your activities better than you ever did before.
I sometimes feel when I've gone into a yoga, I saw myself as strong.
You're having the wrong experience. The right way is to let your body do whatever it has to do. Your body came to this earth for a purpose, so it appears, and your body is going to do whatever it came here to do, but it has nothing to do with you.
So is that what you mean when you say that we are not the doer?
Exactly, you don't have to concern yourself about work or non-work. Whatever you're supposed to do, you're going to do. It's all preordained, just be happy.
What happens when your money runs out and you're not able to work?
Why do you believe this will happen? See, you're giving it strength. You're thinking mentally that this may happen.
It may be close right now, it appears to be.
Well then, thinking mentally about this makes it stronger. The more you worry about this, the stronger it becomes. But if you push that thought way out of your mind, your omnipresence will come forth.
What if you say, to whom does this thought come? To whom does this fear come?
You can do that too, yes.
The fear of poverty is only because it's the ego that's afraid that it's poor.
Of course, remember the trees do not lack for leaves, nor do the flowers fail to bloom. Everything is beautiful, and so are you. You can never experience lack except mentally. Have faith, trust yourself, and trust the power that knows the way, which is within you. Everything will be okay.
I remember you saying if everything is predestined, then at least on the earth plane. Might not look at us trying to be poor or rich. Couldn't you still look with the same detachment on that more or less?
Well, but for whom is there poor or rich? Who has to look with detachment? It's back to the ego again.
The more afraid you are of being poor, the stronger the ego is. For the self, wealth and poverty are the same. So the more fear you have, the further away you are going from the self, and what Robert says is preordained, so worrying about it does not really alter it. Not that you should not do anything about it, but realize who you are, who is rich and who is poor. When you reach a peace, it is beyond wealth and poverty. So whenever there's a fear of poverty, that's only the ego, and when there's the self, you're always rich. The book, The Lilies of the Field, and that's what that says. Why worry about poverty? But of course we can do that, but that's.
Yes, the goal. The truth is you can never suffer, never. If you flow with the Dharma, you can never suffer, it's impossible. But if you seem to be then, that's the ego suffering. The ego is suffering, you've got to work on yourself. If you change conditions, it's no good. As an example, if you think that your husband is giving you a hard time and he's unemployed and he can't support you, so you say, I'll trade him for another husband. Then when you get the other husband, you've got other problems because you've not resolved it in your own mind. It has to start and end with you. You can't change outside conditions. It only appears for a while that you can, but it always comes back again. The chickens always come home to roost. So wherever you go, wherever you run, you have to take yourself with you, and if you've got a poverty consciousness, wherever you go you're going to experience poverty. So don't change anything, but work on yourself and see who you really are and what you really are, and you'll never have to be concerned about poverty again. It's like Jesus saying, Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things will be added unto you. Because we don't really do anything in that state because you've let go, you know.
Well, because I haven't worked, and because I've got a disability now. And whether I should use the mind thing of picturing myself of being able to work, and that's just as bad. Just to do that, or another way which is just temporary, and think I'm going to picture myself doing such and such.
Yes, the best you can do is to make yourself happy. The happiness will take care of everything else. Really be happy from the depths of your soul. Do not look at conditions. Conditions change, but make yourself real happy because you are you. Not because you have something, but because you are you. Happiness has nothing to do with person, places, and things. Happiness is a state of mind. If you can be happy, it'll change everything in your life.
You turn on the switch by self-inquiry.
Yes, but forget about the switch. Be yourself and you will know what to do. You did not come to this earth to suffer, you came to find yourself and to be happy. And a big income to think we're prosperous. It's wrong, our values are completely warped. And you have to say, whoever has the most toys when he dies wins. That's so ironic in the self because who cares about this or that or? See, poverty and prosperity are secondary. The first thing is to find yourself. That's why you came to this earth. Everything else will take care of itself.
I've been in both places. I've never had true poverty, okay, but I've had big houses and cars and all that whole stuff, and then I've had, where I've had just enough to meet my needs, and either way's okay. I feel that burden kind of like keep on meeting my needs, okay, like. Changes topic, health insurance. Even though I'm going off topic, but health insurance, isn't that a fear thing?
Of course.
But do we get it anyway because we live in this?
If you need it.
As if you need it, I used it a lot this year. Some years I never use it at all, but you know, I have a roof over my head and food to eat. The things that I need money for are my phone, my health insurance, and my car insurance, and if I need to buy a pair of clothes. I'll buy that once in a while. I don't really need a lot.
But sometimes I say to myself, and I think Robert taught me this, that at any given moment you have everything you need, and this thought at any given second.
I know right now.
Right now, are you hungry?
No, insurance is paid. I go back to this health insurance business. There's something about it.
Setting against the self. Yeah, any type of insurance.
You have to do what you have to do. Maybe she was led to have it for this need now. Maybe she won't need it anymore.
Take this body as an example. I own nothing.
You own nothing.
I own nothing. There's nothing I own, but I've got everything. I have nothing, but I have everything.
But you're so much advanced, more advanced than us.
Well, I don't know about that, except that I have no needs. I live in a good place, I eat properly, but I own nothing, I'm just there.
I don't own anything either.
I have no insurance.
Oh yes, I know that, but I have use of a car. But I don't really own the car, and I don't own the house that I live in.
I think you are better off than me. The way that I feel about insurance, this may be a stupid earth plane reaction, but it kind of ties in with this, but the odds are just for money. Those companies wouldn't stay in business if they weren't making any money.
I probably have used the insurance now this year, and why would they? They're way behind.
Or they'll raise the rates.
But you got to be very careful when you talk about these things.
You giving them power.
No, I mean, if you don't have the consciousness, you can cause a lot of problems for yourself. I remember many years ago we had a class about something like this, and I used to talk about when I lived in Hawaii. And I used to talk about the fact that I never locked my car and nothing has ever been stolen because I never felt that I needed to lock my car, so I never did. But I apparently said the wrong thing to somebody, because there was one person in the class who always locked his car because he didn't trust anybody. When he heard me talk about this, he said he was going to do the same thing. He was a shirt salesman. In the back of his car, he had samples of about 20 different shirts, and the one time that he didn't lock his car, someone stole all of the shirts out of his car. So I said, I didn't tell you to not lock your car, I said, I don't lock my car. But you have to do what you have to do until the time comes that you don't have to do it anymore. Everybody is different.
That's what I meant by you being more advanced, you know.
I don't think I'm more advanced, it just happened like that.
People are comfortable with that, you don't have any fear about it.
I don't even think about it.
The thing to do with insurance is if I still think about it, I probably just get it.
Yes, that's right.
That means by buying it doesn't mean make you get sick though necessarily. No, why should it make you get sick? Unless you think you've got to get sick so you can use it. No, there has been a lot of times when I've had it and didn't even know I had it and didn't even use it. Some people think that they are paying for nothing and they say, so why don't I just get sick? I've got to use my insurance. No, yes, I don't care if I use it, I'll donate the money.
Robert, I have a couple of questions. Do you consider Ramana your guru?
I consider Ramana as myself. I look at him as more than a guru. I look at him as the universe, as life itself, which is none other than myself. So he is simply another aspect of me. When I was with him, I paid him homage because he was myself. So I was paying myself homage, do you follow that? I treated him as I would treat myself. When I came, I brought food, I brought flowers because I am the flowers and I am the food. It's all one. But the actual word guru means teacher, and Ramana was no one's teacher. He was simply doing the same thing I do. He was simply confessing the truth about himself. And the people who wanted to sit around him were welcome. He didn't care. In other words, he never said, I am a teacher and these are students. He looked at everyone as himself, and he just went on with his daily activities, and people just sat all around him. When he would go to sleep on the couch, the whole auditorium, they would go to sleep on the floor.
Well, say, for instance, some people will read some books like, Who Am I? And they would be saying that, Ramana's my guru.
Well, it can't hurt.
In a sense of master teacher.
Yes, it can't hurt.
I was reading a book by Ramana.
Did he really write it?
He just wrote some verses, but the mistake that most people make about that is there's too much separation. And as long as there is separation, there is going to be trouble. Because if you fall in love with the guru, the first mistake the guru makes, so it appears, then you hate him. Because physical love is the other side of the coin of hate. But when you look at a guru as not being a person, but being yourself, that's different.
Can you repeat that?
When you look at a guru as not being a person but being yourself, that's a completely different story. You make a mistake according to your thinking. See, because you give them your own.
Egoless, that you're egoless.
Yes, I was just going to say that. You want God to live up to your expectations.
And that's your ego wanting freedom.
Yes, in other words, you are creating God in your image. So you expect the guru to do this. As an example, say you're celibate, so of course you're going to expect your guru to be celibate. Say you live in a cave, so you want your guru to live in a cave also. And if he lives in a house, you'll say that's not a guru, because he lives in a house, he should live in a cave. See, we give all our expectations to the guru.
Don't we do that to God too?
To God, same thing.
And we anthropomorphize.
Exactly, but the true way is to totally surrender to yourself. Then you will be led to the true Sat Guru, which is none other than yourself, and then there will be harmony. Because then you couldn't care less what the guru does because the guru is yourself.
Robert, doesn't that also happen in personal relationships? Rather than love the guru, you have that love in your personal relationships, and you have expectations, and then you get put down.
Of course.
Not any different.
Of course.
I think most people fall in love with an image of the other person. And what usually happens in relationships is that neither person can live up to the other, so the other has to move forward.
Expect nothing, and you will never be disappointed.
And should you also see the other person in the relationship as yourself?
Yes, you should.
How do you do that?
You simply realize there is one self, and that self is me. So you and I are one, therefore, whatever you do to me, I can't be mad at you.
Yes, but how do you do that? By working on yourself. With self-inquiry, through mind control.
Would you ask yourself who feels hurt? You can ask yourself who feels hurt. Who is seeing all these things? To whom do these feelings come?
In every situation, rather than change the situation, you have to change yourself wherever you go.
Yes, you have to bring yourself with you. Same thing exactly. Well, you have to draw a line someplace sometime, depends on your advancement, your maturity. But if you're living with a person that you can't get along with and you want to develop yourself, and you can't be in those circumstances, then you should change them. But if you're not working on yourself, if you change your circumstances, they'll pop up somewhere else.
But there's a lot of relationships where one person is working on themselves and the other person couldn't care less what's happening and they can get along. Is that true?
Yes, but as you work on yourself, you will know what to do. For instance, if someone comes to me and they say, "I want your car," that's not strange to me.
They want your cars.
They want my car. If I feel in the mood to give it to them, I'll say, "Take it." If I don't, I'll say no and forget all about it. But I won't think about it, or I won't get caught up in the struggle. Why does she want my car? What is he going to do with my car? I don't think that way. I'll say, "If you want it, take it." If I don't think so, I'll say, "No, I can't give it to you," and that's the end of that. There is nothing to think about. There's nothing to worry about. I once had a beautiful ring and somebody really liked it, so I took it off and gave to him because I'm not attached. What's rightfully mine can never be taken away, and that's myself. Everything else comes and goes. You don't get attached, but you have a loving feeling, a kind feeling.
So how would you do it?
By being attached means you own them. It's like you own the person and they have to do what you want. That's attachment.
But can it be the other way round, so that they own me?
Yes, it can, same thing, but if you're free then you love them, but you don't let them walk all over you. But you still love them. You do what is necessary.
That's like the story of the man and his sons.
Something like that, yes. Now I don't mean to make this cold and calculating. I mean, I love you more than anybody else can ever love you in your life, and you don't know that, but I'm not attached. Do you see the difference?
Even if you never saw us again, it wouldn't make any difference.
And yet I'd give up my life for you. Can you follow that? You are me, we are one, and I could do nothing but love you, because I have no life.
Well, oh.
Whose life are you going to be giving up? There's nothing to give up.
Well, how do you deal with emotions?
You ask yourself, to whom do they come?
Yeah, but why are they there?
They are not, you think they do. It's like hypnosis. You've been brought up in a way to have emotions, but they don't really exist. So when you ask yourself, to whom do they come, they'll disappear.
Emotions comes from thinking, right, and thinking comes from ego.
Yes, but then again you can say, but I like to have good emotions, I don't want to get rid of all my emotions. That's hard to explain, but when you're empty, you've got love and bliss and joy, and you have those feelings toward everything. So you don't need those emotions that you're talking about, those are from the mind. You simply ask yourself, to whom do they come?
You mean it's that easy?
Oh yes, but you have to mean what you say.
And after, turn in again.
Yes, yes.
Because we're so programmed and not aware of it.
It's not mechanical, it's not a mantra, to whom do they come?
How can you keep that from becoming mechanical?
Mechanical is to whom do they come, to whom do they come, to whom do they come, to whom do they come.
Right.
But when you really ask, to whom do these come, that's the difference.
When you ask from your heart instead of your head.
Probably a different kind of feeling in a way.
Sure it does.
Well, one you're truly asking, the other it's just mechanical, you're not asking at all.
That's how affirmations become. They just become mechanical, but there was nothing that soothed me, and everything that I picked up or read that helped me in the past meant nothing.
I'll tell you what affirmations do. Say you have to catch a plane and you're late, so you have to affirm to yourself, I will catch this plane, It will wait for me. I'm going to catch this plane. So you go to the airport and the plane is late and you catch the plane and you say, boy, these affirmations work. Then the plane crashes.
Well, you won't use that ones.
So forget about affirmations.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yes, you'll get it.
That's just the thing about health, wishing for that or wish for.
See, that's funny to me, you know why? Because if you wish for health, that means you've got a disease.
Yeah, that's the affirmation for disease.
So you're affirming the disease is getting bigger all the time. You say, I wish I was healthy, I wish I was healthy, I'm going to be healthier and healthier every day. That means you are sicker and sicker every day, so you can be healthier and healthier.
How do they coin that, psychologists Émile Cow?
Émile Cow, French psychologist, optimistic autosuggestion.
Yeah, and he had this every day and in.
Day by day in every way.
Every day I'm feeling better and better.
That helps to an extent.
For a period of time, but if you don't resolve it from the top, it will always be coming back, and it's going to be two sides of the coin.
Yes, those things are for neurotic people, all these affirmations, I'm getting better, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Forget about it, there is nobody to get better because nobody's sick.
There's no betterness.
Isn't there the other aspect of introspection, which is being part of the creative process of manifesting the I am, and isn't there two directions to go in the aim of searching or questioning? Who am I? And the result of that, the gift from that questioning, the answer to that question. I am this, and so do we not have responsibility to create the self?
No.
To manifest the self.
The self does not have to be no, because who is manifesting the self? In reality, nothing, only the self exists and nobody needs to manifest it. It's like asking God to manifest God. You already exist as the self.
Are we creators? We have a mind that wants to create.
The mind is the creator. Put the mind in the ego realm.
But the mind merges into the heart, though. Okay, when you get to that point. Is that what you're speaking of, John, when you get to that point when the mind merges with the heart?
Everything that the mind creates, it creates problems.
So the mind is not really needed.
Yes.
Is music a problem or art?
Art and music are part of the material world. They are of a higher state. They are of a higher consciousness.
The highest consciousness.
No higher, but they are still a part of the relative world. When you are yourself, you are music. So you don't have to create music.
But I think what John is talking about is like what Joel Goldsmith teaches, who was one of Robert's teachers, when he said, "There's no one to ask for abundance because you are abundance. Abundance is not having a demonstration. You are abundance, and those are simply manifestations of your abundance."
Well, what makes so much sense to me is the self-inquiring is that the answer to the question is not an affirmation, it isn't. I am this, I am that. In asking, who am I? The answer can happen naturally, instead of a conditioned answer of who we believe we are.
Oh, right, because you're not even supposed to answer as Robert says. You just wait for the answer, and the answer will ultimately come to you.
Right, but there is that aspect of the process. There is the all I can do is ask, right? Who am I? But there is also the answer which is happening too right, and is that the creativity?
It's not really creativity. See, the answer already exists by itself. And by inquiring, you're opening yourself up for the answer, but the answer is already there.
Oh, I see.
So there is no one needed to create anything.
But aren't we also opening up our bodies, our ego, our feelings and our minds, which have been in the past, closed, or we're not opening that up to the answers so that they can express through our minds?
You can call it opening up, but those things that you mentioned do not exist. Therefore, when you open up, you just become, but you don't have to go through the process you're talking about. You simply ask the question, and the answer comes by itself. It's like being in a room of darkness. To get to the light, you don't have to go through a series of processes. You just turn on the switch and the light exists. It's the same thing. You don't have to create the light, you don't have to pray for the light. You don't have to make something so that the light will come, you simply turn on the switch.
And it was there all the time.
Right, right.
So by asking the question, that's the switch.
But if we stop asking then, the light goes out again,
You get caught up in the world, you get caught up in the world.
Yes, yeah.
Also, I've got a question and tell me if I'm wrong, but the answer doesn't always come to you, and that's why we keep having to do something for it. When it comes, isn't that you're awakening?
Yes, it's like the sun and the clouds.
It will come in the words.
No, it's like the sun and the clouds. The sun is always shining, it never goes away, but sometimes clouds block it. So it's an ignorant person who says there's no sun. What do I have to do to make the sun come out? So I'll climb upon a ladder and push the clouds out of the way, or shall I get a wind machine and blow the clouds away? The clouds are always there because of ignorance. When the clouds dissipate, the sun shines once again.
But it never stopped.
It never stopped. The light within us is always bright and shining, but we cover it up with ego and mind. So when the ego and mind is removed, we shine once again in all our splendor, like we're supposed to.
Are the ego and mind the same thing?
Just about. The mind actually creates the ego, but those are just terms.
So if you get rid of the ego, you get rid of the mind and vice versa.
Yes, if you follow the eye back to its culmination, they both go.
Oh, that's right, because you said that the mind is the projector, and the ego is the screen.
Yes, yes.
I can see that the highest aspect of the arts from the audience point of view is a tool to draw someone into reality.
That's true.
Like the Buddhist, Mendorla. But I know that, without my mask of my ego, I don't have a perspective to create something.
How do you know?
Because I've been through that in my earlier years, of realizing that I had talent in a certain area, such as theater. I also felt lost because I didn't have a perspective. I didn't know what I wanted to communicate.
But you're still talking in egoic terms because the ego was lost. The ego felt lost.
Isn't there a positive aspect to the ego, as far as being a mask of thought where the dance is concerned?
It appears like this. If you want to get caught up in the dance of life, then you do those things you're talking about, that's true.
And can we not wear the mask and be aware that it is the mask, and see that there is a function for it in everyday life, getting along in the world?
If you want to, but it will still pull you back into earth again because you're attached to something. To become totally free, you have to be unattached to everything. That doesn't mean you won't do it. You can become a great artist and not be attached, and you do beautiful artwork. So you can do whatever you like, but just don't be attached. Realize that you are not the doer.
Is there a certain amount of attachment that a bodhisattva has to take on in order to survive in the world?
No, your body will take care of itself. There's a power that runs the universe and it takes care of bodies. But you are not the body. So you work on yourself and your body will take care of itself and it will do whatever it came here to do.
Whether it's theater or not.
Whether it's theater, whether it's not, whether it's nothing. Whatever you came here to do, you are going to do, but you have nothing to do with it.
But how do you know if you've done it already?
You don't have to know. Something does know and something will lead you and guide you. But don't be attached to your body.
Well, to your body.
Yes, you will be guided. You will be directed in the right way. There is nothing to worry about. If you came here to be a nurse, no matter how you try not to be a nurse, you're going to be a nurse. Nothing can stop you no matter what you do.
Because of predestination and karma.
Yes.
In the younger years of life, isn't there a function that, what I want to be is the ego then, right? But isn't there a certain amount that is necessary to get us through school, and so training can happen? Because if we decide before we've gone through that we are God, and that's what we want to be, then maybe we won't feel we have to go through the education and the processes of becoming.
If you are realized, it all depends on what your body came here to do. Some people go to school, some people don't. Everybody's different. But it doesn't matter. See, we get caught up with all these thoughts. Keep thinking about yourself and everything will take care of itself.
It's like we have to have something to throw into the fire to begin with. You know what I mean? Doesn't there have to something, ego first, in order to burn up?
The ego burns up last. It's like we have a fight with all of our thoughts and we get rid of everything and the stick we use is the ego, and then we have to throw in the stick also.
But I think he's asking if the ego's necessary up to a certain point.
Yes, yeah.
The ego is never necessary.
Why does it exist then?
It doesn't, you think it does. It's because we're talking.
Because we're talking about the earth plane and the world's evolution, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's all part of the dream.
Knowing the end, you don't really have to ask questions, and the only reason why you're asking questions, so that you'll come to the realization that you don't have to ask questions. I have a question.
You don't have to ask it.
Dana, did you say abundance is a Cadillac?
No, I said abundance is not a Cadillac. I said abundance is within you. You are abundance, and the Cadillac or Ferrari, whatever, was a manifestation of abundance, but
how about the Volkswagen?
That too, you don't have to ask someone yourself or God or anybody else for abundance. It's not like, please, 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 can I have? Because you are abundance and that realization will manifest these things, but the things are not abundance. We have to make that distinction. Things are not abundance, you are abundance.
I have a question on consciousness. I suppose the question is, what is consciousness? And is consciousness the self? And the thing that brought the question on is I was thinking about the fourth state, the waking state, the dreaming state, the dreamless state. Now, in the dreamless state is there consciousness? And in my experience, there is no consciousness, and I questioned what is consciousness and what is the self? And is the consciousness and the self the same thing?
Consciousness is an aspect of the self. Consciousness is the creative principle of the true self. It's the next step before the true self. It's the creative principle that creates everything. Everything that appears created comes from consciousness. So in reality, you are consciousness. It's another name for awareness. All these names are synonymous, really. Consciousness, awareness, the self, God, but yet they are also different aspects. Consciousness is like universal mind.
But is there consciousness in deep sleep?
Yes, there is, but you're not aware of it.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I remember reading that in the waking state, the dreaming state, and the dreamless state, there is still the self. I can relate to the waking state. I can even relate to the dreaming state. For me, the dreamless state is, before I go to bed, I'm awake, and then I go to sleep, and then I wake up, and the period between going to sleep and waking up is only 1 second, although it was so many hours. So, where's the consciousness, or where is the self? And what is the difference between the two?
Consciousness permeates everything, and when you are a Jnani, you are aware of the dreamless state. You're in the dreamless state, but you are aware of it. The ordinary person is consciousness when they are asleep, and dreamless sleep, they are not aware of it. That's the only difference.
Oh, so it's just a matter of levels.
Levels, it's a matter of levels of enlightenment.
So a Jnani is conscious during dreamless sleep.
A Jnani is always in dreamless sleep, but is aware of it.
So even when he's asleep, he's conscious, he's aware.
Yes, yes.
But a person that isn't a Jnani, when he's in deep sleep, isn't aware.
Yes, he's not aware.
It's difficult for me to comprehend awareness without subject-object, without something to be aware of.
Here's an example. You take a baby. The baby is asleep, but the mother gives the baby a bottle and the baby sucks on the bottle, but is not aware of it because it's asleep, but yet it's sucking on the bottle. So in dreamless sleep, you're not aware of what you're doing, but you're pure consciousness. So when you become self-realized, you're pure consciousness, but you're aware of it. You're awake. That's the difference.
So basically, we're all asleep, and it's not until we become awake that we can be aware during dreamless sleep.
Yes, that's right.
So what do the dreams mean? Is there something in consciousness that it talks about? When I had a dream about doing something and woke up, why did I dream about that when I can do that?
Dreams are part of the relative world.
They are a part of the relative world.
They have to do with your experiences in life. They are a part of it.
What if you dream about something that we fear?
Dreams are simply images that come because of your past experiences. In other words, if you were brought up frightened and you fear things, you will dream fearful dreams about things that never happened, but they'll be fearful because you created this in your dream mind.
Are you saying that they are part of the earth plane existence?
Yes, yes.
If you awaken, would you still dream?
You can't dream when you're awake, you can only dream when you're asleep.
So a Jnani never has dreams, right?
No, a Jnani has dreams sometimes. But the dreams are meaningless most of the time.
Dreams are meaningless.
Yes, don't pay too much attention to dreams.
Why do they happen then?
Because of your state of affairs, it vents emotions. It gets rid of temper tantrums, emotions. So they have meaning in that sense, right? To keep us from acting out some of these things during the day. Yes, it's a release of energy.
But what if you wake up and you've had that sort of dream that wasn't pleasant, and when you wake up it affects your mood?
Then change your mood.
I mean, is that possible?
Simply realize it's a dream and ask yourself, who had the dream? Again, it's your ego that dreams. It's your ego that dreams, not yourself. It's a third person looking at it. So you don't give too much power to dreams. A lot of people make a lot of things out of dreams.
Transcript 8, The Three Vehicles, 2nd September, 1990.
I welcome you with all my heart. It's good to see you again. Those of you who are new, welcome. I confess to you that I am not the body-mind phenomena, that I am eternal spirit. When I use the pronoun I refer to omnipresence. I'm not talking of myself personally. I'm speaking of the universal, I. So whenever I use that pronoun, this is what I refer to, and so when I make a confession, I'm not talking about Robert. I'm talking about every sentient creature on this earth. I am absolute reality. I am birthless, deathless, and do not disappear. I am eternal bliss, no beginning and no end. I am that I am. I am pure intelligence, always available, omniscient, omnipotent, residing in everything. I am that Satchitananda, all knowledge, existence, bliss. I am nirvana, extinction. I am emptiness. And because I am that, all is well. There are no problems, nothing is wrong, there is no creation, nothing has ever been created. I am that eternal something that has always existed from the beginning, exists now, and will always exist. All is well, no problems, no anxiety, peace, harmony, love, bliss. I am that. I get a few phone calls from different people all over the world. Basically, they ask the same questions. How do I solve my problems and how do I become self-realized? And that's a funny question to me. It's like a person standing in the middle of the ocean, asking for water. Self-realization is your very nature. You are already that, but because we are attached to Maya, we are earthbound. We use discrimination and we believe everything we see is real. Because of this, because we believe the body is real, the mind is real, it becomes like the clouds hiding the sun. You do not say there is no sun, you wait for the clouds to dissipate, and the sun shines again in all its glory and splendor. You are divine, you are a radiant being of light. Only the clouds of ignorance appear have to fallen upon you, and so do you believe you are human. You believe you have problems. You believe you need enlightenment. You think something is wrong someplace. But I say to you that there are no mistakes. No mistakes have ever been made. No mistakes are being made. No mistakes will ever be made. Everything is right just the way it is. Everything is beautiful. Everything is God. Everything is absolute intelligence, absolute reality, Parabrahman. That is what you are. That is your real nature. How did we get lost? Again, one way is by reading too much. There are so many books. So much to read, we become confused. We do not know which path to follow. We get involved in all kinds of pseudo-religious cults, and this causes us to go down, as it were, until we can really find ourselves again. Reading is only for motivation. Be careful what you read. There are too many books. If you speak to those people who have really become enlightened, you will find that they hardly ever read at all. Maybe a couple of books, but what they did was the sadhana, the spiritual practices required. They worked on themselves consistently, constantly, 24 hours a day. How bad do you want realization? This is determined by what you do. If you're more interested in entertainment, TV, parties, drinking, going out a lot, spending time with the idiot friends, what do you expect? You get out of life what you put into it. If you're really looking for enlightenment in this incarnation, before you leave your body it's possible, but you have to do certain things, and through investigation, we have found that the fastest way for the average person to feel the urge for enlightenment is to sit in satsang. It tells you this in the Upanishads. Only those who sit in satsang will achieve the final goal. This means you do not even have to read. You do not have to practice meditation formally. All you have to do is sit in satsang and things begin to happen of their own accord. You automatically start inquiring yourself. You begin to investigate. It happens spontaneously. Now this is an important point. Most people read books, Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi, Nisargadatta, whatever, and they see what they did, but yet they do not do anything like that themselves. They never inquire. They read the books and they obtain intellectual knowledge, mind knowledge, head knowledge. If they have a good memory, they can quote passages, remember phraseologies, certain cliches, certain sayings, but they never have the experience. The experience only comes when you have complete humility, when you just let go of yourself, your little self, when you stop worrying about yourself. Stop thinking of your little self so much. Stop saying, I need this and I need that, and I've got to become this and I got to get this. Give up all desire, give up all attachments to person, place, or thing, relax. Make your life very simple. Sit in silence, investigate, find out who has problems, find out who feels depressed, find out who is not enlightened, and you will laugh. For you are a radiant light in a world of darkness. You are divine. You are a wonderful being. Never criticize yourself. Never put yourself down. Think of yourself as God and act the part. I give you this information so that you can do something with yourself, something practical. I give you the 3 vehicles that cross the ocean of samsara to the land of self-realization. But you have to use the vehicles. You have to work with them day after day, when you first get out of bed, when you first open your eyes. And these vehicles begin to make sense to you after you practice the 4 principles that I shared with you. The first vehicle is this: you have a strong desire to be alone. This doesn't mean you become antisocial. It means that you have to make the time to be alone. For instance, yesterday morning before 10 o'clock, I got 3 phone calls, invitations to go here, to go there, to go to a movie, to go to this place, but I declined. I was all by myself in the house. I sat down and looked at the trees, and before you knew it, it was 5 o'clock, but I was filled with bliss, filled with joy, filled with happiness, which never goes away anyway. There's a time to be by yourself, and there's a time to be with people. But those who really want to become enlightened have to make the time to be by themselves. So they can think of the 4 principles. They can inquire, where does the mind come from? Who thinks these thoughts? Watch the thoughts, watch what they're doing to you, observe them, do not react to them, but ask, to whom do they come, and realize they come to you. Who are you? Who am I? And as you follow the I thread to its source, there will be perfect peace in your life. Many people say, is a path like this practical? And I always answer, what do you mean by practical? Is your life right now practical? You have no idea, I say, what life is all about. You have no idea whether you're living or dead, you just exist. Find out who exists. Discover who you are. As far as practicality is concerned, As you discover who you are, your humanhood seems to increase and become better. Because the vibrations you're putting into your image body, that appears to be real for you, is of a higher vibration, and life becomes easier for you. You stop struggling, you stop reacting. You simply exist, and like a divine magnet, you seem to attract everything you need in your life. But this only happens when you're truly on the path. Everything is supplied at the right time. The right people come into your life at the right time. The right things always happen. But you have loving kindness for all things. Your temper, your ego, your emotions have subsided. You no longer become angry at things that don't go your way, because you realize you have no way. You no longer try to make God into your image and believe God is Santa Claus, and you ask God for gifts or to have mercy on your soul. You realize all that God is you are. And you inquire within yourself, to whom comes this emotion, to whom comes these questions? This begging to God for things, to whom does it come? You will realize in time it's your ego, and it will happen by itself. Something will tell you your ego has to be annihilated, removed, destroyed. You do this through self-inquiry. Who has an ego? Where did it come from? Who gave it birth? You will come up with your own answers, and the answers are never the solution. But you come up with answers to help your humanhood. Things unfold properly in the right way. There's nothing to fight, nothing to change. Everything happens by itself. And the question many people ask, how can things happen by themselves? How can that be? Well, when you understand who you are, you realize that which you call your body has been programmed before you were born. When you first came into this body, everything was already mapped out for you, what the body was going to become, where you're going to end up. Even the day of the so-called death of the body, it is all mapped out. Everything is mapped out and nothing changes. So why worry? Again, this doesn't mean that you've got license to do whatever you want. As I said previously, you have to have loving kindness for all. Humility, mercy, you always have to remember, I am my brother and my brother is me. What's good for you is good for your friends and your relatives and everybody else. Do not separate yourself from anything. Everything is one. Not only human beings but animals, minerals, vegetables, it is all one. However you treat anything, you're really treating yourself. The whole world is a looking glass for you, and what you see is what you get, so what do you see? This is why it is so often, I am merely a mirror for you. When you see me, you're seeing yourself. The question is therefore, what are you seeing? What kind of self are you seeing? If you're seeing something ugly, something negative, you have to work on yourself. Do not try to change other people. Do not try to change your circumstances. If you get rid of one set of circumstances, another one of the same nature will pop up later. You can't get rid of yourself until you change yourself. You have to work on yourself all the time, and above all, you've got to have patience. Patience is the key, especially when you're practicing this path. You must have a lot of patience. Do not ask when. Live each moment as it comes in beauty and joy. One day you will be awakened and you will be surprised and you will laugh hysterically, but patience is the key. It's like the story of the two frogs who lived in a milk factory outside in the woods, a fat frog and a skinny frog. One day they inadvertently jumped into a milk vat and they couldn't get out. And the fat frog said, "Brother Frog, we've been paddling like this for a long time, we'll never get out of here, I guess we're doomed to die." And the thin frog said, "Brother Frog, have hope, have faith, keep paddling, something will happen, somebody will rescue us, never give up." So they kept paddling for a few hours and they still couldn't get out, and the fat frog said, "Brother Frog, this is the end, I'm getting tired, it's hopeless. I see no rescue coming, it is impossible, there's no way out." And the skinny frog said, "Brother Frog, do not give up hope, keep paddling, don't think about it, just paddle, something will happen, something will give, we'll be rescued." So he paddled a couple more hours and the fat frog said, "Brother Frog, you don't know what you're talking about, there's no hope, this is the end. I'm going to give up." And he stopped paddling and sank in the milk and drowned. But the thin frog kept paddling without thinking. After a while he felt something solid beneath him. He had churned the milk into butter and he was able to hop out of the vat. And this is like us, we see no hope, we think it's the end. Nobody loves us, we have incurable diseases, we have no job, the world looks like it's coming to an end. There are wars. Man's inhumanity to man, and we don't know when it's going to end, but for whom is this? For you. Find out for whom is all this destruction, for whom is the negative conditions. Not for you, because you are not your body. As long as you believe that you are your body, then the world becomes very real to you. As long as you believe you are your mind, then your thoughts will frighten you, scare you, and make you do strange things. Will make you hate people, be suspicious, be doubtful. You'll have all kinds of problems. But when you inquire, for whom is the mind? For whom is the body? Everything stops. You see, the substratum of all existence is bliss. That's the bottom line, simply speaking. The substratum of all existence is bliss. You come from bliss and you go to bliss. It is your real nature. It's like you're watching a movie, and in the movie, there are good people and bad people and all kinds of people, yet you watch. You do not get involved in the movie, even though you're watching the movie. You know that it'll have an end and you'll awaken from the movie and you'll get up and go home. Life is like that. Life is a cosmic movie. Things begin, things have a middle, things have an end. Everything changes continuously. Nothing is ever the same, and it pulls you in. It pulls you into what we call Maya, into the grand illusion. It makes you believe that life is virtuous and interesting and gets you enmeshed in certain things of this world. Until you become totally involved, and when you become totally involved, you see it turns out to what you didn't expect. It's different to what you thought. Then you go after something else and you go after something else. It never ends. Until you become so discouraged you don't know what to do with yourself. This is true of every human being, everybody. So what to do? Take time out by yourself, think about these things. That's the first vessel. Be alone, be happy to be by yourself where you're not disturbed. For it's only by being by yourself that you can think of these things and take control of your mind and your body. Spend lots of time by yourself. Being by yourself is not loneliness when you understand what you're doing. Begin to love to be by yourself. You can't wait for the time that you can be alone. Number 2, the second vessel, is love to be in satsang. Satsang literally means to sit at the feet of the master with an empty mind, not with preconceived ideas, not with doubts. Not with a fighting spirit, but with an open heart. Love for satsang leads to enlightenment. But you have to be careful in this world to whom you go, where you go. They have so many movements, so many organizations, so many pseudo-spiritual groups that it's hard to decide where to go. The best way to know is to ask yourself, be by yourself. If you are sincere, if you have been working on yourself diligently, something in you will lead you to the right place, where you can grow and unfold beautifully. Vehicle number 3, you have to have a desire to associate with people on the path like yourself, your friends. To associate with sages, with people who think like you, who are trying to unfold. It's easy for the world to pull you down. You can associate with the wrong people and they look very interesting to you. They pull you down into Maya and then you have to start all over again to work your way up. You've got to be careful, you've got to be aware where you go, with whom you hang around. Let your heart tell you, those are the 3 vessels. Now we'll play some music. Satsang is usually where I don't talk as much as I usually do here, where we ask questions about spiritual life. And I know you have questions about the path, and about what I was talking about, generally about anything, and this is where we get a chance to find out what really is going on. Because if you don't ask, you will never know. So feel free to ask questions at this time, anything you would like me to expound on, to talk about, or whatever you feel inside. Narada.
Second principle, I have a deep feeling that you're never born.
That you are unborn, you do not persist, and you do not disappear.
When you say that you do not persist,
It means your life between so-called birth and death does not exist.
does not exist, okay, and trying to reconcile that with, when we were doing the meditation, I exist.
I exist. When I'm referring to you do not exist, I mean you do not exist as an entity, as a person.
So, I exist is just self-inquiry to find out who exists.
Exactly.
And when you say, I do not persist as an ego entity.
As an ego entity, doing all kinds of things in the world.
But I persist as the self.
Yes, the self is.
Well, persistence.
Persistence is the ego.
But the self is thinking.
In other words, what I'm trying to say is this. It appears that you are real the way you are, but science has proven that nothing is the way it appears. Think for a minute, if you were the size of an atom and you found yourself in my body. Would I be a body? Do you know how small an atom is? And if you found yourself in my body, every cell of my body would be the equivalent distance of the Earth to the Moon, and to Mars and all the planets. There would be cells, and as an atom you would be able to look up and see a universe like you do now, and that would be my body, or your body, or anybody's body. So as you can see, you are not what you appear to be. It is your senses that fool you. It is your ego mind that tells you that you are a body and you look this way and you have to eat and drink and you get older and you die. It's a lie. But as long as we collectively believe in it, the lie becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. So when you are working on yourself with the principles, and this is the second principle, you have a deep feeling, a deep realization that you are unborn. There was no time that you were born. And you prove this again by realizing who gave you birth. Your parents who gave them birth. Their parents, and you go back all the way. Now when you go back to the end, what do you get? Nothing. Who is the first person that lived? If you believe in the biblical tale, you believe in Adam and Eve, but that's nonsense. That's a fairy tale for children. You just appear just like in a dream. When you dream, do you dream about Adam and Eve giving birth to the human race? Of course not. The dream just begins in the middle as it appears, like everything is already here. This life that you call real is the same as a dream, only longer. Everything just appears because of your mind, and everything keeps appearing because of your mind. When the mind is transcended, everything stops and you wake up. Just like waking up from a dream. So you have to understand that you were never born. You do not have a life that appears to be real, just an appearance, a dream. And you do not disappear in the end, you do not die, because there is no place to go since you are omnipresence itself. But do not allow this to confound you. Keep it simple within yourself. Let the message go deep into your subconscious. And you will know the truth by yourself, not intellectually, but you will become a living embodiment of the truth involved, and you will become free. What seems to confuse some people is sometimes I intermix absolute terms with relative terms. I talk about the self as human and the self as divine. There is really one self, but for discussion to take place, we have to divide it to show you that your human self is not real, but your real self is real. So do not become confused.
You mention about reading and that you could do it for motivation and for inspirational words. It lifts me out of Maya somehow.
Yes, for a while.
For a while, it's temporary, yes.
Well, it's like people smoking grass. It lifts them up for a little bit, makes them feel high, but then they drop down again. And then they've got to get stronger grass and stronger grass, Ganya and the best stuff they can buy, and then they've got to switch to cocaine to get a more high. Books are the same way.
But then would you think that not reading at all is better?
Sometimes, if you have a class like this to go to, read very little.
Joel Goldsmith and Paramahansa Yogananda, are those paths or those readings in conflict with what we're talking about here?
There's only a conflict when there is not realization. When there is a realization, there is no conflict.
Well then, there's conflict at this point.
See, a real sage never writes too much or hardly anything. Every sage that I have met in India or elsewhere, Buddhists, Indian, or whatever, was not well read. It is only after they attained enlightenment that people gave them books, and they started to confirm their own experiences. So after you're enlightened, you can look at anything, it doesn't affect you any longer, because you know who you are. But before that you are very impressionable, you get pulled into the wrong teachings. Joel Goldsmith and Yogananda are good teachings, but you've got to be careful. It's better to sit by yourself and argue with yourself, yell at yourself and investigate yourself, find yourself, work with yourself, spend more time doing that than reading. Somebody gave me 3 books during the month, and I've been trying to get to them, but I can't. Because like yesterday morning, I was telling you I was by myself all day. I opened a book and I read a passage or a sentence or a paragraph, and I get blissed out, and I've got to put the book down and get lost in consciousness. But to read and read and read is not too healthy. You've got to be careful.
Was Yogananda and like Joel Goldsmith, were they realized beings or not?
Who is to say? I can't go into things like that, it doesn't matter. What matters is your life, your enlightenment. When you're in a burning building, you do not stop to admire the pictures on the wall. You get out of the building as fast as you can. So when you're engulfed in Maya, do not take the time to watch everything. And say this is interesting and that's interesting, and I'll go here and I'll go there. Work on yourself diligently before you leave your body in this life. So you will not have to come back again and you will be free. No matter where we are, no matter what we think of ourselves, we can always work on ourselves. There's no one who cannot work on themselves because you exist, and as long as you exist and watch and work with yourself. Something will give, something will happen, wait and see. But you've got to do it, do not waste any time.
Relax with it, I guess. I thought if one, say, loses their job, then there's this hole, and automatically we go and try to fill that hole oftentimes, don't we?
Sure we do. You have to stop thinking of yourself so much.
You have to let the holes be.
Let everything be, stop fighting. Merge into it, become one with it. Do not fight, do not try to change anything. But merely look at yourself, observe yourself, find out who you are, and everything else will take care of itself.
So you should love the nothingness. Enjoy that space of nothingness.
Well, don't enjoy the space like you say due to the fact that you enjoy it as an ego. Don't do that. Don't love and don't hate. Leave it alone. Just watch, become observant. Watch the feelings, watch the thoughts, watch how you act, observe yourself and see what happens. That's how it begins, and as you keep observing yourself, all of the negative conditions will begin to diminish, and you will start to feel a peace that you never had before. You will feel a joy, a peace that's beyond comprehension.
Do we sometimes get afraid and we try and hold on to those things? Is that what happens?
Well, of course, but you must ask ourselves before that happens, who fears? To whom do those feelings come?
Like I'm losing my identities.
Who is? Ask yourself. Whatever you feel, ask yourself. All the answers are within yourself.
A thought came up while coming here. How we want to hang on to certain identities, and I thought that going to satsang is that trying to fill a space. How is that different?
It isn't any different, but you have to ask yourself, where do these thoughts come from? Where do these feelings and emotions come from that tell me this? Where did it arrive? How did it get here? To whom do they come? Who is bothered by them? That's how you go about it. Whatever happens, you ask yourself the same question. To whom does it come? What gave it birth? How did I get this feeling? And when you do that for a while, your heart will take you to the right place and you will know what you have to do. Trust yourself. Think of yourself as a divine person. Forget about the old you. Lift yourself up and worship yourself.
You mentioned positive thinking at one time.
Well, positive thinking is better than negative thinking. When you practice self-inquiry, your thinking patterns begin to change automatically. So you don't have to worry about that.
So you don't practice either positive or negative.
No, you don't.
But if you catch yourself in negative thinking,
Ask yourself, to whom does it come? That's all you've got to do.
you've mentioned positive thinking sometime, right? I don't know if it was when I talked to you on the phone.
Well, I did that because there are some people that just can't practice self-inquiry. So they have to do the next best. You have to do whatever you have to do. But self-inquiry is the fastest and best way to get rid of yourself and become aware of who you are.
I'm just curious. What do you think about? I mean, as an alternative, just sitting in the silence. Is that as fast as self-inquiry, or it depends on the person?
It depends on the person. Silence is the best way. But when we speak of silence, it's not really silence, it's bliss. We just use that word.
Not silence, but
Just like emptiness.
not even that, it's just.
It's not really emptiness.
You can't describe it.
But you have to be sure that you're sitting in the right silence. That's why self-inquiry is better, because it brings you to silence in the right way.
Right, if the silence is not silence, but it's not nothing or something.
If you feel a joy, if you feel something you can't explain,
Something all-encompassing.
then you know you're on the right track. When you follow the I, when you ask, who am I? It leads you to silence because you don't answer. That's the true silence. But if you're into the occult, or you're into channeling, or you're into the rest of these things, if you try to sit in silence, you'll be bombarded by voices, by things, by all kinds of nonsense. and they all come from your own mind because you believe certain things. That's why people say, these entities have gotten hold of my body, because they were dwelling in these things and they believe in spirit entities. So naturally they create it in themselves, but they think they're coming from somewhere else.
So when we sit in silence, I see how the thoughts arise. We should inquire, to whom do these thoughts come?
Exactly all the time. Whenever a thought comes, it's like you have a gun, you shoot it down by self-inquiry by asking, to whom does it come? That's gone, then another thought comes.
Now if we sit and the thoughts arise, but we don't inquire, is that also another practice?
That's another practice that works also, by just watching and by not reacting to it. But you have to be able to do that, and it's not easy for most people. But if you can watch your thoughts, they'll just disappear by themselves, but you have to be able to be the witness to watch.
You know, if the thoughts arise rather than say, to whom do these thoughts come? If you say, who am I? It gives you a different impression.
You can do that, it'll change your mode of thinking.
You know, what I've noticed is that if I was doing, who am I? It starts to become like a mantra.
It shouldn't be a mantra, it's not a mantra.
Right, right.
Do you do it fast when you do it?
No.
Rather than to do self-inquiry through, who am I? If I just let the thought arise and then ask, to whom do the thoughts come? That gives a different practice.
Yes, it does. Whenever you inquire, who am I? You just don't repeat over and over again like a parrot, but you take a space and rest in between each one and you say, who am I? Then you can change it and say, where does the I come from? Who am I? And you emphasize the I, who am I, where did the I come from?
Robert, or just sitting with I, does it have the same effect?
Yes, it does. If you can just sit with I, it has the same effect as I am.
Or who am I, too?
It has the same effect. It depends what your nature is. Everyone's nature is different. If you repeat I, you can do that like a mantra. You can say I. It's like saying I am that I am, that you can do like a mantra.
What is I?
I am that I am I.
I am I, okay, thank you.
Even though it has a mantric appearance, it's more or less an equivalent to inquiry.
It's inquiry, yes, the I comes to pass, it comes out. It's a very good thing to do whatever you have to do, but make your life simple, do not make it complicated. In other words, don't say, I've got to do this by 5 o'clock tonight. Take your time, relax, forget about time, forget about days, forget about lifetimes. Just do what you have to do and let nature take its course. Everything will happen like it's supposed to.
When I inquire, it always leads me back to bare consciousness, which is like an impersonal mystery.
That's good too. As long as you think it's an impersonal mystery, then something is working deep within yourself, and something will answer the call and you'll be told what the mystery is, but don't try to figure it out.
It's like not knowing anything at all and not being anything, no space, spacelessness, no dimension.
How do you feel?
The feeling of it is a lovely feeling.
Yes, then it's good.
Yes, a joy probably.
Then keep it up, something will give.
It feels like being in love with self.
That's a good feeling.
I had a similar feeling, I guess it was 2 Saturdays ago. An amazing peace. It wasn't like I had explosions or anything. It was just so firm that everything just contracted upon itself. There was no, I feel it was stronger.
Well, how did you feel after?
I don't know when it ended.
See, when you have these feelings, and they are real feelings, they have an effect on your humanhood.
Yeah, I didn't feel emotional. I felt very peaceful. It's hard to say.
Yes, yes.
Love for everything. But there was no need for love for everything you know because it was there.
You have a feeling of immortality.
Yes, yeah.
You just know that all is well.
Yes, yeah.
See, the funny thing about this is enlightenment doesn't make you a soothsayer or magician. You do not perform occult acts. When I was with Ramana Maharshi, I remember people used to come up and look at him, and they used to look at me and say, "He's just a funny old man, I get nothing out of him, who's he?" And they'd go away. So you see, people who appreciate sages like that and who know where they're coming from, they would have had to have done something to themselves for many years before, many lifetimes. Otherwise, they just can't get it, or you will not understand what it's all about because you're looking for something, and there's absolutely nothing to look for because everything is. All is well.
Is that why some people aren't interested in spiritual paths? I see people getting married, their babies getting baptized, and they seem well and happy, and they don't have problems or any other things wrong, or maybe they're already there.
Well, that has to do with karma. See, you're speaking on a human level.
Yeah, because they don't seem interested in this kind of stuff at all.
Everybody who experiences human happiness will have to experience human unhappiness. They're two sides of the same coin.
Maybe not even in this lifetime.
Maybe not, but it's not for us to judge, it's for us to be. See, we learn to leave the world alone because the world is so strong. It'll grab you, it'll fool you, it'll say, look at this person, look at that person, they're fine, they're like this. They're like that, they're not doing what you're doing. But don't fall for that, they've got their own problems.
I went to dinner with a friend about 6 months ago and she kept, "Let's get together for dinner." I kept having to say, "Oh well, this is not a good time." We finally went. After the first 5 or 10 minutes I didn't have anything to say. I felt very uncomfortable being there because everything we said was more like chit-chat. It didn't mean anything. I guess these things just fall away.
Do not concern yourself with why things happen to you.
It bothered me that I was there and couldn't wait to get home. I'll have more excuses next time because I couldn't feel any reason to get together really.
Again, do not make your life complicated, keep your life simple. Try to be by yourself. Associate with those people who think like you. Try to keep yourself happy and peaceful. Don't make your life too complicated with people or places.
Not too many people in Orange County that are into this. I hope you guys are familiar with Orange County, but it's pretty conservative. I guess there's people out there.
If you're doing the right thing will happen.
So those people will mate up with people.
Like begets like, so don't criticize yourself. Do not look for anything, just be yourself. Be natural, be yourself, be simple, be spontaneous, be happy. Do not look for things to complicate your life.
Kind of childlike in a sense.
Yes, simple. Another thing Ramana used to do. People used to tell him that were some intellectuals coming to see you, some pundits, who are coming to have a discourse with you about the religion, about Hinduism, about this, about that. So he used to go outside of his place, and he always wore loin cloths. And he would rub himself with mud and become filthy and sit in the mud. And when they'd come by, they would say, "Where does the sage live?" And he would say, "He's gone, he doesn't live here anymore." And then they would inquire up the hill, and they would say, "You just passed him sitting in the mud." And they would become disillusioned and go away. There was no time to argue. Nobody is trying to prove anything. Nobody is better than anybody else. Simplicity is the key. Do not try to convert anybody, be yourself, and then they'll ask you, "How come you're like that? I want to find out." Then you can tell them. Become a living example and people will follow you. Play some more music. This is your class.
How long were you in India with Ramana Maharshi, and when did you receive your enlightenment? If you want to talk about it.
It's a long story, but I was with Ramana Maharshi for 2 years before he died, 1948 to 1950, and I don't know anything about enlightenment. I've always been this way. Except what I've read in books when I was a teenager, that's what is called self-realization.
Did you talk about realization during the time you were with Ramana?
I went to see him because he felt like I did. He had the same experiences.
You've had this since you were a child, yes.
A few weeks ago, Robert, you said when you were with Ramana and you had a profound experience.
Oh, of course, but it wasn't an experience that I didn't have before. Just sitting there, things happen.
Did it become permanent at that time?
No, it was always permanent. It was just when you're with somebody like that, you just merge into them and you get an extra dose of bliss.
How many years were you with him?
I was 2 years with him.
2 years you were in his presence.
Yeah, not all the time. That was my main headquarters, but I went to different places and came back.
You said you went to see Amanda my ma. Was she a great realized person?
Oh yes, she was a great person. She was like Ramana, female version. I know you like to hear stories about those things, but I purposely cut it short because you get enthralled with the story and you forget about yourself. It's important to remember that you are Ramana, what he had you have, and to awaken yourself to that fact through self-inquiry.
You know, I was thinking just now, Robert, this whole process is similar to like a caterpillar shedding its caterpillarness and becoming a butterfly.
You can say that.
You know, it's just like here we are as mind, myself, this ego self, and this you know. Becoming more of consciousness and less of mind, and it's like becoming a whole different animal-like.
That's a good analogy.
And yet we were that all the time, the potential of that, and we weren't. We were being the mechanism, the apparatus mind, instead of being the consciousness which we really, really were. It's just the other way around. We were animating and acting like the mind and forgetting about the consciousness which is our real life, and now we're just putting the mind aside and using it only when we need it and abiding in the consciousness, and then something magical happens. Then we become the butterfly, like in a whole different dimension.
Yes, when we're babies, we're free and we actually have a semblance of self-realization when we're a little baby. But then we become brainwashed by our parents, and then by our schools and our churches and our environment, and here we are, totally brainwashed into believing we're something we're not.
Robert, have you seen this type of metamorphosis happening to people along the way?
Yes, I have. Quite a few, not quite a few, but quite a few.
Was it a permanent thing?
Oh, it's a permanent thing. When this affects you, it's like contagious. It affects you permanently, and then everybody else is affected too. But it doesn't come and go. It's something that stays all the time. If it comes and goes, it's not that, it's something else.
And then these people go on and live their everyday lives.
Yes, the body does what it came here to do. Again, that's something that people still can't understand. They can't understand that for a self-realized person, why they would do this or do that, or act like an ordinary human being. But the fact is, that's how you see it. That's not what I see, that's what you see. Like when Ramana was dying, he was laughing and his disciples were crying. They said, "Master, don't leave us. We've seen you heal other people. Just by them being in your presence, why can't you heal yourself? Don't go away." And he said, "You fools, what did I teach you? Where can I go? There's nowhere to go, I will always be here." He saw something else. He was living in the world, but he saw reality. He saw himself as eternal bliss, as absolute reality, and he was not dying. But those people who are not enlightened see death, and that's the difficult part to comprehend. Try to remember that everything that you see with your eyes is erroneous and false. That's why when someone who wants to argue with me about it, I always say, the sky is blue. Because in truth, there's no sky and there's no blue. It's an optical illusion. That's how our life is. It's an optical illusion. It does not exist the way it appears to, and when we wake up, we'll see that.
You said we can do self-inquiry when we're driving anyway.
Yes, you can.
But if you want to make it more of a habit if it's fairly new, I mean, I've meditated, but self-inquiry feels different to me than when I've meditated because I kind of get relaxed or something. Is there a specific amount of time that you would recommend doing it?
If you want a time, you can use 2 hours in the morning before you get up. Just like if you get up at 7, get up at 5.
Before you do anything.
When it's quiet in your home and you're not disturbed, sit by yourself. And do it 2 hours before you go to sleep. Sit by yourself if you need a time. But make it go on all during the day. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a mantra to help you out. This is a self-inquiry mantra, and you can alternate with this and everything else you do. Now, the way you're going to use this is this way. Whenever something is bothering you, whenever you feel out of sorts, whenever you feel something is wrong, stop thinking of your problem and do the mantra. Do it before falling asleep and as soon as you get up in the morning. This will help tremendously. You can interchange this with the 4 principles. When you get tired of thinking of the 4 principles, you can do this mantra, and it's very powerful and it works wonders. It starts with your breathing. Here's what you do. You inhale and you say, "Who am I?" And before you exhale, you say, "I am he." Then you exhale and you say, "I am not the body." You inhale and you say, "Who am I?" Before you exhale, you say, "I am he." Before you exhale, you say, "I am not the body." Simple. Any questions about that?
Go through the principles, the 4 principles first that you gave.
You can interchange. If you get tired of the 4 principles and the 3 vessels, use the mantra.
When you say use the 4 principles, you mean recall them to mind, observe them, and be silent.
Yes, but when you get tired of doing that, use the mantra. Or during the day, you can use the mantra, or whatever you like, whatever is easier for you. So you've got something to do and something to use all the time. That's important to keep your mind busy.
Would you say er again?
You inhale, you say, "Who am I?" As you hold your breath, you say, "I am he," and you exhale and you say, "I am not the body." It's very simple but very powerful. Things will begin to happen if you do this.
This shouldn't replace self-inquiry.
No, what I'm trying to do is to give you ammunition, so you can handle every situation that comes along.
So you do this when you're like disturbed and your mind is racing angry.
Yes, yes.
When you can't do self-inquiry.
Yes, yes.
It shouldn't be in place of, because some people could be attached to the mantra.
It won't do you any harm, it'll do you good. It's good to be attached to it, because you're stating the truth.
It's okay to be attached to that mantra.
Yes, as a matter of fact, let's do it right now. Make yourself comfortable and you'll see how good you feel. You can close your eyes if you like. First, relax yourself by taking 10 deep breaths, diaphragmatic breaths, 10 deep breathing breaths for relaxation. Now ask the question, inhale and say, "Who am I?" Hold it and say, "I am he." Exhale and say, "I am not the body." Who am I? I am he. I am not the body. If thoughts interfere, just ignore your thoughts and go right back to it again. Did anything interesting happen to anybody? This is very powerful stuff.
Really deep energy.
Did your thoughts bother you and interfere?
Definitely, definitely.
Your thoughts are very powerful. They don't want to be left out. So they're going to butt in and you'll start thinking about dinner or what you're going to wear tomorrow or whatever. When that happens, don't fight, but simply in a gentle way go back to the mantra and keep on doing it again and again, and the thoughts will come less and less. This makes you one-pointed.
When I was doing it, it dissolved after a while.
And what happened?
Everything was gone.
How did you feel?
Oh, it was great. I mean, it was great. It wasn't an experience per se. It was just a very deep state with nothing. A very peaceful state.
It affects different people differently, but that's good.
Very peaceful state. I wanted to stay longer. There was no thought.
Yes, all these things bring you to no thought to mindfulness.
Yes, yeah.
Effortlessly, there's no fighting, no shoving. You simply let it happen by itself.
I felt calm and then I did the self-inquiry. And then I felt that I was gone and I jolted like this because I started to fall asleep.
It's good for your body.
It frightened me at first, but then as soon as I caught myself, I just went back to it.
It will make you peaceful and calm.
Transcript 9, Satsang versus Practice, 6th September 1990.
Thursdays were very informal. We have a chance to get into things perhaps we don't usually talk about on Sunday. We should continually remind ourselves of truth, of who we are and what we are. Don't let yourselves get caught up in your jobs or in your work or in whatever you do where you forget about yourself. Always confess the truth to yourself. So when I make my confession, I speak in the first person, I am, and as you are aware when I say I am not referring to Robert. I'm referring to I am, omnipresence, which includes all sentient beings. So the confession includes you, not me, for I don't have to say anything myself. So let's close our eyes and remind ourselves of this truth. I am absolute reality. I am unfathomable wisdom. I am pure intelligence. I am Satchit Ananda Parabrahman. I am of the unborn. I am perfect intelligence, divine mind, nirvana. Emptiness, I was never born and I shall never disappear. I am that I am, this is the truth about me, this is my confession, this is my reality. Who am I? I am he, I am not the body. Phone rings, I am not the doer, I am not the mind. I am pure consciousness, parabrahman, omnipresence, omnipotence, omniscience. This is my truth. Om Shanti, 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 peace, peace. You can open your eyes, become aware of this truth all of time. Do not let an hour go by when you are not aware of this truth about yourself. Someone called me on Tuesday and asked me this question. Sunday you said that the best way to awaken is to be at satsang all the time, and then later you said the best way to awaken is to practice the teaching at home. Which is which sounds like a contradiction. Who can tell me the difference? Students guess.
I can guess that satsang is more or less an attitude.
You're on the right track. Any more answers?
Satsang is where you can get a taste or understand what the state is, and you go home and develop that doing your practice.
In a way, that's true too.
What's the original question?
I said that satsang is the best way to awaken, but then later I said if you practice the things at home that we learn, that awakens you also. So which is real, which is better? Students ponder and guess.
No difference.
There is no difference. But remember, we're talking to students. So if a person is a real devotee, then satsang is a thing for them. But if they are a disciple, or if they are a student who goes from teaching to teaching, then they should practice at home. That's the main difference. Do you see that? For a real devotee, all you need is satsang, nothing else.
Continue learning at home.
Know whenever you're there. That will do it for you.
I've never separated the two before.
It depends on your discerning.
Robert once gave a satsang on the difference between a devotee and a disciple. It's worth hearing. I think I have it on tape. Robert, is there a difference between a devotee and a disciple, and between a bhakti and a jainani?
In reality, as you know, there's no difference. But at a level from where somebody is coming from, or where they think they're coming from, there's a difference. So it depends on what level you're talking about. Bhakti leads to Jainayana. Everything leads to Jainayana. When you love God with all your heart and with all your soul, you become God. So you become a Jainani.
Isn't also a Jainayana is acknowledging bhakti with devotion.
Yes, yes.
So devotion is leading to ultimate reality.
Yes, and when you're devoted to God, really devoted, and you really surrender your life to God, then you will merge with God.
Now, if you go to satsang with a devotional attitude, I can see how that would make one a devotee. However, if you're more tending toward jainani, then would you still feel that devotion in satsang? See what I'm getting at?
Yes, when you attend satsang, the vibration for a devotee makes you equal with the Jainani. You become one with the Jainani.
But if you're more tending toward being a jainani, then is that devotion near?
The devotion is near.
So even if you're a jainani, you could feel a great love still.
Yes, you always feel great love.
So what's the difference?
At that stage, there's no difference.
But if you actually in Sanskrit break the words down, there's a slight difference between devotion and knowledge. Bhakti means devotion and Jnana means knowledge. That's all.
But really, isn't it having love, but as well as understanding?
It's all one, for whom is there a difference? For the ajnani, the person that still thinks they are the body. Then there's a difference, and that's the person we're talking about. So for instance, we get some students who go from teaching to teaching, read all kinds of books, do all kinds of things. That's more of a disciple-type person. So that person has to practice and come to satsang. But the true devotee, like the person I always talk about who used to fan Ramana, who used to pull the fan and fan Ramana for 40 years, that's all he did. He was a devotee, and when he dropped dead, Ramana said, he's not coming back.
So he would have reached enlightenment by devotion.
By pulling the fan.
Which is devotion.
Yes, yes.
He didn't have to do anything else.
That's it, he was always at satsang.
I was going to ask you, Robert, a question. Of course, it seems like aside from the Jnanic gesture or inquiry, I would say self-inquiry, but yet devotion to the Guru per se also takes you to the self, doesn't it?
The devotion of the Guru.
Yes, to the Guru.
Oh, to the Guru, oh yes, of course, but it doesn't mean you have to worship the Guru.
No.
It means if you're devoted to the Guru, you're devoted to God and to yourself.
That's what he was telling us, the man who did the fanning on Maharshi. He was a devotee, and that devotion led him to enlightenment.
Okay, so would you consider in the process of self-inquiry somebody may just be a devotee more than a disciple, or he could be a next step right?
Well, what usually happens is that a devotee becomes a Jnani, and the Jnani becomes a devotee. But they all are the same, there's no difference, and the devotee is to the self. They begin to see, if somebody like Ramana, as the whole universe. Everywhere they look, they see Ramana.
Then are you saying that the devotee has reached enlightenment?
Possibly.
In the case of the man who fanned Ramana, he didn't know within this lifetime that he would not come back so at his death.
Well, even when he was alive, because he knew nothing else. All he knew was Ramana. He didn't have a mind of his own anymore, his mind was gone. His mind became Ramana's mind.
He would be enlightened, in a sense that he did for 40 years.
Yes, he never said anything.
You know how they say in the Bhagavad Gita, the last thought you have before you leave the body. Think on that, and it's not so much the last thought but progression. What you are, you become. So he became Ramana in his lifetime.
Well, not only that, if you take it literally. If you say, well, I don't have to do anything, on my last thought, I'll think of God realization and become realized. But the trick is you won't be able to.
You won't be able to.
No.
And also, isn't there a principle when you leave the body? Then you become enlightened. Like at that moment, it's like sudden or final enlightenment. I forget what the term is. I've been thinking about that.
That's Jivan Mukti, liberation, when you're enlightened while living and there's another kind. And I forget the word too, but another kind of mukti.
For whom does all this come?
Yes, that's right.
Who wants to know?
I have a question, and I know what your answer going to be, but when you had us close our eyes and more or less repeat with you or absorb with what you were saying about the I am. There's always the part of me, and I know this will be your answer to this, who thinks that, but that feels too insignificant and humble to believe that stuff.
Yes, just observe.
Observe that there is a part of me feeling too insignificant.
Observe what's going on, become aware of it. Just to be aware of it gets rid of it.
That's just the difference between I am and your little self.
But I would say the truth is that you are that. First of all, yes, you, yes, you. But also to feel humble in such a way, well, not humble, but
Well, it is humble and insignificant.
insignificant. That's kind of blasphemy again, because I remember once I mentioned to Robert, well, I'm just ignorant, and he said, well, that's blasphemy.
Well, I may be feeling that once I question your words, but nonetheless, that's how I feel. That keeps me the same way.
Well, what I'm trying to say, it's kind of a reverse psychology, because one is like the ego is saying, well, I'm great, which is like not specific, and the other one is saying, well, poor me. Which is the same thing because it's still me. And it's the same thing, yes, you? I would say, yes, you.
Well, I knew you would say, well, who feels insignificant, right?
Well, not only that, but just to be aware of your feelings makes those feelings disappear. Just to be aware of them, to watch them, to observe them.
I sometimes don't feel worthy when you say, I am. I started to ask, should I resist that feeling, but I just observe it.
No, resist nothing.
You merge into that, and there's no ego to feel in that sense.
Yeah, that's true. Does anybody else have a hard time dealing with their omnipresence?
Well, I did. And then when Robert brought that to light, I saw the mechanism.
Two sides of it.
Yes, so my point to you is understand the mechanism. It's the same force showing its face at a different thing, and know that you are that, you are that, you are all of that. And when you think, feel like Robert says, the four principles. When you think it and feel it and you understand it, you become it, don't resist. Who me? Don't say that that's blasphemy. Yes, me. I am that, and I did feel that way. I did feel that way, and Robert pointed that out to me, and I meditated on it and never put anyone down. Never put yourself down.
No matter how many mistakes you make, just pick yourself up, brush yourself off, and start all over again. Another question people ask me. Somebody in particular called me a couple of weeks ago and asked me the question, which is real interesting. They said, I used to be a J nanny, but what happened is, it didn't do me any good.
I used to be a wife, but
It didn't do any good physically.
So then I took up baseball.
Exactly.
what did you say?
Well, I explained that if you were a J nanny, you would always be a J nanny. There's no turning back. You can't intellectualize it and say you're a J nanny, but the important point is this. Actually, of what significance is it? What good does it do you in the world? Well, to begin with, it's hard to explain because when you realize you are not your body, this is literally what it means, you are not your body. Even though the appearance of the body is still there, even though people look at a body and say, well, I see your body, who sees the body? The Ajnani sees the body, but the body is not there, it doesn't exist, and in the appearance world the body seems to be going through all kinds of things, just like the sky is blue. The sky is not blue and there's no sky. But we say the sky is blue because it looks blue and it looks as if there's a sky. In the same way, it appears as if there is a body, but this is like hypnosis. This is the mortal dream. We're seeing with our senses, and we're seeing with our false imagination, and we believe what we see is real. So the secret is to not identify nor judge with your eyes or with your senses the things that you see. We just watch like we're watching a movie. But we realize it has no substance. There's no cause, it's egoless, it's all an emanation of my mind. That's how we should talk to ourselves and get rid of the feelings that bother us when we observe something we don't like. But again, the question really is, while I am not enlightened, what good does it do me? Will it make me rich? Will it give me a new house? New companions? Will it give me love, happiness, joy? Of course, I try to explain, those things are your very nature. So it can't give you those things because you are those things. But as long as you believe you're not, the path to this Jnana Marga, the path to Jnana will make you dream a better dream. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
As you unfold, even though you still believe that you are the body, you'll become happier, you'll have more peace. Things will go better no matter how they look.
Things seem to go better with Robert.
And you'll stop worrying. All your worries will just cease as you unfold, until the time comes when you realize nobody's home. There never was a body, there never was a mind, but until then your so-called humanhood does improve if you're following the path. In other words, the things that used to bother you before will cease, before you used to look at the pictures of the world. You would become disillusioned, there's wars, man's inhumanity to man, and you'd worry, you'd be sad. All those feelings will go away. Not because you don't care, because you realize what's really going on. You will know the truth about the world as you will know the truth about your body. The reason the world is the way it is because you believe you are the body. You're giving birth to the picture. But then you say, well, Robert, everybody else gives birth to the same picture. True, because collectively we're all dreaming the mortal dream.
Are we all dreaming the same dream? I thought the reason.
In reality, that's true also, but we're all dreaming.
But we perceive people to be a certain way, and then when we get to know them, we find out that they're not that way. We only thought they were that way. We never really know. We can't judge a book by its cover. It happened to me continually, then I said, that's what it means, don't judge.
We leave things alone. We stop fighting, we stop trying to get even. We stop trying to change people to make them believe what we believe. We're just easy and gentle and watch. We have extreme compassion, mercy, and we just observe. We float through the world. We're in the world but not of the world, but again the answer to the question is, your life does improve. What you call your life now. This is why I say sometimes, it's dangerous to expound these truths to people that are not ready because it seems to give them license to do as they please, and you can't do it. It's like what we were talking about in the car. We were talking about rules and some other people, and you said, well, that's their karma. But that's a mistake. I didn't want to say anything. Even though that's their karma, we have to act like karma doesn't exist until we realize that we don't exist.
Do you mean disciples too, or everyone?
Everybody, everybody.
Everyone has to act like karma doesn't exist.
Yes, exactly, because karma only exists because you believe that you are the body.
I mean, I can see that in terms of myself, and I said that was their karma, as if I'm trying to work on myself, in trying to understand that I have no karma, whereas they aren't doing that, therefore, they are bound by their karma.
But it's not your business what they are doing.
True, true.
In other words, if you were in trouble, say you went to court yesterday, right? And you were locked up in jail.
I did go to court yesterday.
And if I heard about it, I would come down and bail you out.
Even if you thought that was his karma.
I wouldn't think about it.
You would just do it.
I would just do it.
Out of compassion or whatever, just do it. Without analyzing.
Exactly.
Yes, but you could mean that it was your karma to bail him out, and that could go.
That's how the Ajnani sees it.
Yeah, but you could take it either way.
Who takes it either way?
Well, the Ajnanis.
That's right, that's false imagination. The Jnani just does what's present.
Okay, my question is, should we not only act and understand as if we have no karma, but also as if other people have no karma?
Yes, exactly. See, we have wisdom that goes along with that. We do not become a doormat for people to step on. But if someone is in trouble, we help, if they are in our path.
Well, aren't you saying that the Jnani lives in the now?
Spontaneously, everything is spontaneous. So somebody tells me, Glenn is in jail, I don't think about it, I don't care what you did. I won't try to analyze it. I'll just go down and bail you out.
So when I say that, well, so-and-so is going through this, but that's their karma.
That makes it sort of cold, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
It makes it like, we're better than that, we know it's their karma, so they deserve it.
Well, yeah.
Because they believe they have to go through karma, and that karma exists for them.
Yes, but it's not our business.
So when you say that that's cold, then how should we view it?
By not viewing it at all, by just being.
Just a total objectivity, you mean?
Yes.
What about guilty feelings? That's a problem because I'm.
Ask for whom are the guilty feelings. Observe them.
Okay, then you question yourself about action.
For whom is their action?
Right action.
Right action. If you're living spontaneously, you will know what to do. You'll take the right action. Anything you do will be the right action, if you're doing it spontaneously. But if you have to think about it, that's something else.
Right, so you do your first impulse.
It depends who's doing it, because the first impulse may be to kill somebody.
The first impulse could be egoic, or it could be spontaneous, depending on what you are doing.
Well, look at it this way. If you're on a true spiritual path and you're devoted to the path, you don't have to worry about those things, it'll work out. But what I said is also a contradiction. Because let's say Rahul calls you and wakes you up at 3 in the morning and says, Glenn, drive me to the dentist. Then what you should do, if you're really on the path, you spontaneously say, Rahul, I'd love to take you, but I just can't because I've got to sleep. It's very important to me. I'm sorry, I'll try to help you next time, goodbye. And you forget it, no guilt feelings, no feelings whatsoever, you're just doing what's right. But you don't even think about it. So it happens in the right way if you do it spontaneously. But if he calls you and then, can you drive me to the dentist? And you say, you think about it and you get guilt feelings and say, gee, I wonder if I should, I wonder if I shouldn't, and you feel mad and angry.
All these things are again analogies, and then you keep going on rolling and rolling.
And it never stops, the whole thing keeps going on and on.
So Robert, by doing spiritual practice things, will take care of itself.
Yes, that's why I gave you that mantra on Sunday. If you work on that all the time, when your mind starts bothering you, when you have guilt feelings, when you feel something is wrong somewhere, immediately catch yourself and do that mantra.
You told us that mantras do not lead to enlightenment. They can help to still the mind.
It helps to still the mind. Everything I told you, everything I give you is to make the mind quiescent. Once there's an empty mind, you're realized. Those things are important when you're troubled.
Do you dwell in the I am as a Jnani, but do you personally breathe the I am?
Well, you just answered the question. Do I personally? Is there a person left? Could I still be there if there were a person?
What about Robert?
Robert doesn't exist.
I cannot understand. Robert doesn't exist.
Robert only exists for you because you exist.
So you really didn't come out here.
What about other mantras that other people get? Is there any difference?
They're all produced of the same thing.
So there's no difference.
There's no difference.
What about the mantras that actually seem to give you something?
Who is the you who gets anything?
Well, I don't know.
There's no you that needs anything.
At the same time, on a relative level, there seems to me to be some kind of feeling that pleasurable.
If it helps you, use it. If it helps you to get rid of the feeling that you just described, use it.
Or if it gives you a divine energy of some kind, and it also leads one to the state of emptiness of mind.
Then use it as long as it helps.
Robert has mentioned before, anything that quietens the mind makes you one-pointed.
But always remember who needs a mantra, the body, the mind.
So, Robert, people can become self-realized on any path as long as it's usually either through devotion or through jnana, which almost any path takes on one of these colors. Right?
Yes, yes.
So, self-realization can happen on any path through these methods.
Yes, it can.
Because ultimately, they all lead to self-inquiry.
But unfortunately, what happens in most paths, they get lost in the process.
The first lesson in the book of Ananda Maima, she said, that to any path, whatever path that suits you, pursue with all your heart and you will reach enlightenment.
Yes, but she had to take that statement, pursue it with all your heart. Pursue it with all your heart, think about that.
Well, maybe I said it wrong, not in the same reference.
Yes, you're right.
And the changes that occur when a bhakti and bhakta, devotee, becomes a jnani, and jnani becomes a bhakta. Those are very nauseous images that I've never seen myself. It's all ego self.
Yes, it is.
If one is a bhakta becoming a jnani, do they ever go to a state of a bhakta again?
No, not really, but when you're a Jnani, you just have unconditional love, devotion. If I go into a holy temple someplace, I start crying.
You would be seeing it as a bhakti.
Exactly.
Me too. What is it about that? Is there a holy energy or something? I find it in the churches and temples, not even of my own.
There is a divine energy, that's who you really are, and your heart just opens up.
Is there something in that place? At least on the earth plane, something that's collected like in the old churches, like you said in a holy place, you know what makes this holy.
Something within you remembers your divinity.
There seems to be a collective consciousness in certain places, holy places.
Yes, but it's you.
That's right, because you are collective consciousness.
You remember from past lives, from past experiences. You remember your divine nature, who you really are, and you start crying. Why are you crying? Because you believed that you are the body all these years, and you don't know it.
It just seems to me what I felt was a feeling of release.
Yes.
It's not a sorrow, your tears just flow.
Exactly.
Robert, in several traditions I think they talk about realization. It comes along with the elimination of thoughts. Is that true, or is the thinker which is creating that and thoughts are still happening in the Jnani? Of course I believe that thoughts are happening in the Jnani, it's just that he doesn't identify with them, or he doesn't think.
That's true, they like bounce off. The thoughts come and disappear at the same time. They come and they're gone, they come and they're gone.
That's right, you don't dwell on them, do you?
Exactly.
But the Jnani, or the realized one, doesn't see them as factual things.
Indeed, that's right. No, the thoughts are just returned to nothing. They come and they melt, like ice. They come and they melt and they go, and they come and they melt and they go.
No clinging whatsoever.
No clinging, no attachment.
So that's what it means, elimination of thoughts.
Yes, you can say that.
Because actually thoughts will always happen, within the nature of things, while you are living in this world.
It's not like the thoughts that the average person has. The thoughts that come to me, I realize that they are not real. So I just look at them and they go away.
So they acquire a new quality.
They're a different quality of thought. But you're right, as long as there's something present, some part of the body is still present, thoughts come, but they don't come to me. They just pass through, like empty mind.
Indira Devi, remember her.
Oh yes.
Used to talk about that they were like clouds over a lake that don't touch the lake at all. They just pass by.
Yes.
They are reflected in a way, but they don't affect the stillness or bother whatsoever.
You can say that.
Robert, the thought came to me, well, does a J nanny cry? And then I thought, well, does a J nanny laugh? And then I thought, well, does a J nanny eat? It's so stupid.
Exactly.
Yes, I mean, you know the mind wants to say, well, does a J nanny cry? But then think about it.
This is the karma of the body, but I am not the body. That's the way you see it.
If you cry or Robert cries, is that what remains of you as a body? Is that real?
Know what you're seeing is like you're seeing the body is going through that, but I'm not.
Aren't you the real you moved by those feelings?
There's nothing to be moved, but that's how it appears.
Because you know Ramana cried, and so to understand.
That's difficult to understand.
Yes, so it's a very profound thing because some people will react. Well, why does a J nanny or why does Robert do this? Why did Ramana do that? Of course they don't understand. Of course you can see why they can ask that. So something to ponder.
Yes, there is something to ponder because it's beyond words. Only when you touch the deepest part of yourself can you understand that. I seem to be walking, I seem to be sleeping, I seem to be dreaming, I seem to be here with you, and yet I'm not doing any of those things.
But somehow we're getting emotions from you.
That's how it appears, that's an appearance.
Well, it seems to happen only in your presence.
It's like the sky is blue again, like a mirage in the desert.
It's kind of like when you come to see Robert, you get a chance to look in the mirror, and then you say, "Ah, here I am, that's who I am."
What you see is what you get.
But you said the last satsang that people think when you become self-realized that you have siddhas or whatever. And we would think that someone who is self-realized is absolutely perfect. That's why they don't cry, they don't fart, they don't, they're just perfection, and that's not what this path is saying.
There's a mysterious power that's prepared you for something like this and brought you here and there a mysterious power that made me appear this way.
So that same power brought us together.
Exactly.
That's why they say, when you're ready, the master will come.
Yes, we've prepared ourselves for this path a long time ago in past lives, in whatever we've done, and here we are.
Every single feeling or thought, regardless of quality of that omniscience, bliss from you, Robert.
Bliss, I always feel bliss.
With or without thoughts all the time.
No thoughts, there's an indescribable feeling of love and peace and bliss and happiness. It's always available.
Peace.
That's always there, but I can't describe it, because it's the natural state.
It's our natural state.
Yes, there are no words to describe it.
What I mean is the actual J nanny. Every thought, every feeling, everything could be sometimes presence, could be sometimes limitation. But I have the feeling that maybe the J nanny sees everything in bliss. So it's bliss with a stimulus all the time.
I see myself wherever I look, so what I am I see wherever I go.
So you see perfection, right?
Everything is perfect. Again, it's a difficult thing to explain.
And yet we see ourselves in whatever we see too, except that you see perfection and we see whatever our projection is.
Everybody sees differently. If I ask you all to look out the window and I ask you, what do you see? I'll get 6, 7 different answers. One person will say, I see dirt in the street. Another person will say, I see the blue sky. Somebody else will say, I seeing my car being towed away. Everybody will see something else. According to your state of consciousness, that's what you see. But when I see oneness, like a moving picture, and I see beyond the screen.
I don't know how to describe this, but there's this feeling that comes. It's more peaceful, more powerful silence. Beyond silence itself, but it permeates everything. Even the most noisiest situation. I've been to concerts, and even within that, Even loud rock concerts or parties or the most peaceful park scene. There's still an underlying vast peace that doesn't matter where I am, and it's as if that thing is so distant from you. And yet it permeates you, and it doesn't matter where you are. You can be anywhere, and there's a vast, I can't describe it.
You're on the right track.
There's a deafening silence, that's just.
That you can always call on.
No, it's there, you don't have to call on it. It doesn't matter where you are and what situation you're in. I can't describe it, but.
Let's say here's another example. Say, for instance, you started a fist fight and you're all fighting with each other. So I see the fight. It's not that I don't see the fight, but I see through it, like you were saying. I see through the fight. So I'm not disturbed because I know all is well.
It's as if it doesn't exist. It exists, but there's permeating through it.
Like when you go to a movie, you watch the violence on the screen. But something within you tells you that's not real. It's only a movie.
No matter how much you get caught up in it, you can get up and leave.
Exactly, it's the same thing. I look at the world and I see the world going on. But I realize the world has a middle and a beginning and an end, and this too shall pass. So I don't get caught up on a minute of illusion.
In the practice, on the path, one can use every moment and every situation, and shouldn't just try to find peaceful places or peaceful moments, but should permeate that in every moment and find that everywhere.
That sounds good.
It's hard in the beginning, I know.
That's why if you look at the 3 vessels I gave you, the first one, when you begin, you have to be alone. You have to find time to be alone a lot. So you can work on yourself and become strong, then you can do what you said.
Yes, yeah.
So the vehicles or the vessels are the way to that feeling.
Yes, yes.
So everything is holy and unholy. I mean, everything is the same at that point.
When you are by yourself a long time, and you're working on yourself, you become stronger and stronger and stronger.
Some people do, and some people get cranky.
Well, that's because they have no practice.
Yes, what about the people who are lonely?
We're not talking about those people. We're talking about people on a spiritual path.
So even just being alone, but also pondering spiritual matters.
That's why you're alone.
It's a wanting to be alone.
Yes, yes.
Some people are alone, but they don't want to be alone.
Right, it's not even wanting to be alone. It's what you do when you're alone.
Yes, that too.
Yes, it's a yearning.
Because one could hear the first vehicle. Well, because I heard this, then I should do that. And it's not that. It's something that you desire, something that you understand. It's something that you do. And it's also like meditation, because when I was on another path of meditation, and they would say that meditation is something that should be done lovingly. It should not be a burden. And for so many people, it was a burden, and they missed the whole point.
Would now be a good time to share about that retreat you went on, cause you never really told us briefly what that path was about and how you kept going back to it. Narada talks about his experience when on retreat.
Robert responds to Narada's experience. You must be careful when you tell somebody, you are God. When it's said in the Upanishads, Aham Brahman, the true interpretation of that is, I am is Brahman. So I am is God, not I am God, because I am God. You're saying my ego is God and that's not true.
Or how about you are the guru?
Well, what part of you is the guru?
Just to say that you are the guru.
You can say that, but explain it more specifically. Because this guy can say, okay, I'm a guru now, that's great. But when you say, I am as God, you're speaking about your real nature.
Oh, right, because you're speaking of everything, because everything is God.
So be careful about that, because that can also build your ego up. So you say, I am God, wow, that's great. I am God, imagine that that's wonderful and I can do anything I like. And you can actually freak out, I've seen it happen. People go and rob a bank or go kill somebody they don't care. I'm God, I can't do anything wrong.
I read an interesting story of a Tibetan story. There was this young boy and his father was a painter in one of these temples, and he painted these demons and demigods and the boy died. And as he was passing into the other worlds, he saw these very same beings because this was all he experienced visually, and he wasn't scared of them, he just acted toward them in the very same way and they just went away. He just said, "You don't scare me."
It's just a creation of the mind.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's just where he was at and how he approached it.
Well, isn't that the third fundamental, that everything is egoless and has no source? Isn't that sort of what he's talking about?
You can say that, yes.
But if he was scared of those things, then they were real, very real.
Because his mind is giving them power.
Right.
Isn't that the same thing you said on evil, the concept of evil, that it only exists if you believe in it?
Yes, true.
You said if you believe in it, you've granted it power and its existence.
Your mind creates it. Your mind creates everything.
In the first fundamental, is it the same to say everything is a manifestation, or emanation, or projection?
It doesn't matter, you don't have to change it. But you have to remember these things, especially in the mornings when you get out of bed. Your mind will start thinking as soon as you wake up. Catch yourself and don't allow it to think. If you're feeling sorry for yourself, catch yourself and do something about it. Just realize that feeling sorry for yourself is a mental emanation. It's not true, it's not real. There's no one to feel sorry. Students talk between themselves. Just to realize that all things are an emanation of the mind, doesn't it make you feel good?
Well, you know how it occurs to me that if everything is an emanation of my mind, why can't I just make it more to my liking?
Yes, you can.
Is that what they call creating one's own?
Creative minds.
Like science of mind, sort of.
Yes.
Yes, but that's still on the mortal plane.
On the relative level.
If someone is coming toward you with a knife and you say, well, these are just a projection of my mind, how would you?
And then you get stabbed.
It's only a dream anyway. No, but how would you change it?
You would change it by pulling out a gun and shooting him.
Or getting out of the way. You wouldn't think about that because that's the mind again thinking about you being stabbed.
We have to use common sense.
Well, can you give me an instance of how you can change it if you really?
Here's what you would do. First, you would have to get out of the way or whatever you have to do to stop the situation, and then when you get home and you're by yourself, you would ask yourself the question, Why did I attract this? What am I that I attracted a condition like this? Because if it weren't for your mind, you wouldn't have attracted it. So there's something in your mind that pulled you to that condition.
Is it your mind or is it karma?
Both same thing, the same. Your mind is karma.
Your mind is karma.
Yes, yes.
Karma is action, just another meaning for it. So you hear these freak things like an innocent young girl killed alone in her apartment. I find that difficult how she might attract that. I find it easier to understand how that might be karmic.
That's how she attracted it, through karma.
Cumulative karma.
Yes, but if you realize the third principle, the egolessness of all things, there's no karma.
Do you dissolve it with thoughts like that?
Yes, immediately.
So if you wanted to change your earth reality and you asked, now how did I attract it? That's how you would change it. You would think, what thought patterns am I?
You would work on yourself. Where did this come from? How did I get involved in this situation?
That's true, science of mind is not a bad path, but it's definitely mentally oriented. That would be kind of what they're doing in feeling our reality.
No, what they are doing is they're creating it again and again and again and again. It doesn't stop.
So they stay on the karmic wheel.
Yes, yes.
This process seems to dissolve everything.
Yes, yes.
How do they finally break that cycle?
By realizing the truth about yourself.
What would differentiate one from another on that same path?
There's no differentiation. When you know the truth, the whole cycle stops.
Karma is only for the non-self.
Oh yes, of course. As long as you believe you are the body, there's karma. So it all goes back to the first principle. Everything is an emanation of the mind, and there is no mind, so nothing is happening.
So that's why you take it to a degree. You could turn it to a path on the earth.
If you're working with your mind, the mind appears to be very powerful, and you can do a lot of things with it.
So science of mind is not incorrect. It's just relative to the earth or astral plane, is that right?
Yes, to an extent.
So how did the ignorance originate?
It never did.
Yea, this is the paradox, it's perfect.
How come the sky is blue? It never was.
We are already realized, but we don't realize it, right? There's nothing to become, is there?
Exactly, exactly.
We are self-realized, but that's what we're talking about.
But you don't want to believe it, so you keep working on yourself until you know.
Who doesn't know?
You, everybody, your ego.
Well, it's like saying life is a dream. But the dream doesn't exist.
Yes, yes.
It's a divine paradox.
Yes, so wake up.
Even though you're not asleep.
So Robert, I've heard you several times say that everything is all predestined, and what's going to happen is going to happen, regardless of what you do. What's bound to happen will happen. That implies the elusive egoic entity, because in actuality nothing exists.
Yes, exactly. We go right back to the old saying, As long as you believe that you are the body-mind phenomena, whatever's going to happen will happen.
Okay, then from that sense, the Ajnani will have to leave all the things which aren't supposed to happen to him.
He'll have to live through it.
Have to live through it. But those things are not of any concern to the Jnani.
No, because those things don't really exist.
Right, so if the Jnani can see the same things happen to his body.
Yes, yes.
And he would have rest.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because that's just a certain kind of karma, not boomerang karma, but a karma like the arrow that's been shot and still has to reach its destination. But to a Jnani, it would be non-existent.
But his life is no anymore a concern to the Jnani.
Yeah, but he takes care of his body while he's in it, but he knows it isn't real. Students discuss how Robert takes care of his body, and a Jnani knower does.
See, I take all the stuff that Bob brings me. I get up in the morning early and think about it. I throw everything in the blender, everything, then I mix it up.
Well, how's it taste?
It tastes good.
Oh yeah, I bet.
I wouldn't drink it if I didn't like it.
But if you don't have it, you don't take it, right?
I don't take it if I don't have it. But I don't think about it. It's like a game. I put it in the blender, then I mix everything, then I pour it over the.
But you do that when you have it, but if you don't have it, it's the same difference.
I'll eat something else.
Yeah or nothing.
Students continue discussion along these lines. Well, everything becomes spontaneous. I walk to the park in the morning. I do push-ups on the bars. So somebody asked me, why do you do push-ups? So I say, because the bars are there. If they weren't there, I wouldn't do it.
Thank God the bars are there for our sake. We like to take of you at this point because our egos need you at this point.
You're just saying that.
No, I love you, Robert. I want you in my life.
I'm always there.
I know, but I'm not strong enough to realize that you're with me. I feel you with me all the time, but if and when you leave your body, I hope I have the strength to realize it.
I probably outlive everybody.
Probably will die first, and you'll be doing push-ups on the bars.
Ramana's disciples didn't understand, though.
I know, remember they begged him not to leave, and he said, "Where would I go?"
And even Christ's followers didn't understand.
You only hear about the ones that didn't understand.
There must have been some who grasped it.
They keep silent.
And Robert said, the last satsang, I asked him a question whether we're getting into people experiencing self-realization, and I asked him whether he had witnessed people having that experience, and so he's seen it quite a few times.
How do most people react? Do they start laughing, crying?
They just wake up.
What does it look like?
They just wake up.
Isn't there sometimes they start laughing like it's a joke?
Oh yes, that's after.
Do they cry for relief?
Yes, that's after.
Oh, that's after. The moment of realization is like opening your eyes or the veil is removed.
Like waking up in the morning, say, now I see, there's nothing mysterious about it.
About the process.
Yes, it's just like we're all in the dream and we're all asking, how is it when you wake up? How is it when we wake up? And I keep saying, you just wake up. But you say, I don't understand, what kind of a feeling do you have? The same feeling you have when you wake up now, you just wake up.
Yes, there you are.
But not when you think.
What was the thing that you said you would like to have on the phone when you wake up? There you are.
You know what I mean when I say, just wake up. It's not like when you wake up now and your mind starts thinking. It's the moment before you start thinking, that's how it is.
I'm not aware of that, Robert.
Catch yourself before you think about it. Think about it the night before.
You mean of being aware of that moment before you start to think.
Yes.
Because the first thing I'm aware of is my thought.
Because you started to think. But there is a split second there between waking and thinking that yourself realized.
So you think the night before, you sort of try to program yourself to be aware of that state.
In a way you can do that, yes.
It's like when you're daydreaming and you're gazing, but you're not gazing at anything in particular, and you're not thinking.
And also, you know how you're very tired. It happens to me often, and I sit in that chair, and I listen to tapes, and I wait till I'm tired, and sometimes I might meditate even during the day, and then I'll fall asleep when I'm meditating. And sometimes I won't get right up or lie down in a bed, I'll just go in and out. So you get a semblance of waking up in the morning when you're in that state. So at night, sometimes you should try to stay awake a little bit when you're feeling sleepy, and you go in and out.
Is that sort of what they refer to in Earth terms as the alpha state?
Well, the alpha state is more of a psychological state. In way it's like that, but that's more like samadhi.
What the alpha state is more like samadhi, or the state you're talking about?
The state I'm talking about is beyond samadhi.
It's beyond samadhi, so alpha is like samadhi.
Yes, well, of course, the state I'm talking about is no state whatsoever. As long it's a state, it's not that. You just become yourself, the self you've always been. Here I am, da. He brought some prashad, so let's cut up the apple and eat it. When we eat prashad, we have to know what we're doing, you know. We shouldn't just eat it, for we have to realize that we're eating God. We sort of have an attitude of gratitude. We're able to eat blessed food. It's part of a ritual, but it's still good.
Like breaking bread.
Yes.
Is that the original meaning of blessings before food?
Yes.
Food is God also, but then it became a blessing of God. But everything is God, so is this plate and the cups, even the styrofoam.
But the food that's prashad is something we eat, so it merges with your blood and your guts and everything else.
I remember once you said you must eat flesh, referring to eating meat. To everyone, that would be eating God. Wouldn't that apply to all foods, though?
Yes.
More general talk.
Another one of the signs that you see in yourself on the way to self-realization is you begin to have reverence for everything. The ground that you walk on, the minerals, the animals, the vegetables, you have respect and reverence for everything.
Even the things that seem negative.
Yes.
Well, really.
Everything.
That's difficult for me because mentions something about smog.
Because you're seeing that, who sees that?
My ego, the mind.
So when you have reverence for something, you have no quarrel with it.
But I do have a quarrel with the smog.
Then it will hurt you. Whatever you have a quarrel with, it has the power to hurt you. But when you reconcile yourself with the smog, it loses its power to hurt.
Is reconciling the same as reverence?
In a way, take the human condition. If I have a quarrel with you and if I reconcile myself with you, then I have reverence for you, then you no longer want to hurt me.
Transcript 10, Spiritual Healing, 9th September 1990.
I welcome you with all my heart. What can I tell you that you do not already know? I can only give my own confession. When I use the pronoun I refer to omnipresence. So when I make my confession, I do not speak of myself. It involves all of us. I am is consciousness. Consciousness is omnipresence. When I say, I am that I am, it means in reality we are nothing but pure consciousness. It's like a chalkboard. You may draw pictures on the chalkboard of Indians and they're fighting the cowboys, but what happens to the chalkboard? Nothing. You can erase that picture and draw another picture. This time you're drawing the beach and the sun and the sand, and it's a beautiful balmy day, about 75 degrees. What happens to the chalkboard? Nothing. Now you erase that and you draw a storm or hurricane. People are getting blown away, winds 90 miles an hour. What happens to the chalkboard? Nothing. This is true of our lives. Whatever you experience you're going through, whatever the experience may be, I can assure you that it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Whether you're going through a horrendous experience, a beautiful experience, you are like the chalkboard. It is only a picture, a play on consciousness. You are free. You are bright and shiny all the time, like the sun. Sometimes the clouds cover the sun. Do you say, there's no sun? When the clouds dissipate, the sun shines once again in all its glory and splendor. So when you appear to have problems, whatever they may be, do not go about trying to solve your problems like everybody else. But rather remove the clouds of darkness. Allow the clouds to dissipate. How do you do that? By quieting the mind. When the mind is quiet, the sun of your heart will shine once again and you will be free of problems. I am that absolute reality that was never born and will never cease to exist. I am pure intelligence, the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I am empty space, nirvana. I am Satchitananda, being, existence, bliss. I am bliss consciousness. Water cannot drown me. Fire cannot burn me. I have always been and will always be. This is the truth. It is unchanging, like the chalkboard. No matter what pictures appear, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. I abide in the self. The self is my protection. The self is my self. I may appear to have a body, a mind, but this is an untruth. This is hypnosis, mesmerism, illusion, maya. In reality, I am not the body or mind. I am not the doer. I am pure consciousness, absolute reality, Parabrahman. That is the truth. Somebody called me this morning. She isn't here today. She wanted me to say something about spiritual healing. Think about that spiritual healing. Who has to be healed spiritually? Who can tell me? Student, nobody. That's the answer, that's right. There is no one who needs spiritual healing. But in our delusion, we see a different picture. People tell me, well, Christ healed people. How come? How come? I don't know, because he felt like, I guess. That was his dharma. But did you ever wonder what happened to those people after they were healed. Take for instance Lazarus, that he brought back from the dead. To begin with, Lazarus was about 50 years old, and in those days to live to 50 years old was like 90 years old today. He was considered old, so when he brought him back from the dead, how long did he live after that? Did he live forever, a year, a month, a day? Nobody knows. The people he healed from blindness, leprosy, or whatever, how long did they stay healed? He said, "Go and sin no more," meaning, do not keep thinking the way you're thinking, because it is your mind that caused your so-called problem. Of course, they didn't understand what he was talking about, and you can't change your mind so fast. So apparently, they reverted back to their sickness. So it would seem, if you abide in the self, there's no one that has to be healed. There's another story about Ramana Maharshi, one of his female disciples who had been with him for about 40 years or so. She was a devotee, was lying and living in the house of a disciple. Remember the difference between a disciple and a devotee. A disciple is someone who occasionally comes to the meetings and who reads all kinds of materials and gets confused and goes to 100 different meetings a week and never practices anything. That's a disciple. A devotee is someone who stays with the meeting or with the person and lives for that meeting and for that teaching. So anyway, his devotee was in bed dying of cancer and a disciple was taking care of her. And she said to her, "Look what's happening to you," and she started crying. Is this what Bhagwan has done to you? If this is Bhagwan, then I don't want any part of him. This is the disciple talking. Look at you, you're emaciated, your skin and bones, you're dying, how could this happen to you? You were such a devotee to Bhagwan for 40 years. Hearing this, the devotee shot up in bed. She shot up fast and she said, "You fool, is this what Bhagwan means to you? It is your mind that sees this picture. I am not dying, how can I die? It is you who see this picture. That's why you cry. You think that I am a body and you feel sorry for the body, so you become upset with Bhagwan, me and yourself. Can't you see that I am not the body? There's no one to be sick, there's no one to die." And she had a beautiful look and smile on her face, and with that she lied back down and she left her body, and she had the most gracious look. A beatific look on her smile. When Bhagwan heard this story, he said, "She's not coming back, she's emancipated." What do we see? When we look at the world, do we see lack, limitation, man's inhumanity to man? Do we sickness, poverty, wars, or do we see love, harmony, peace, joy? What we really see is ourselves. If you become hurried and worried and you're always believing something negative is going to come your way and you're always making plans ahead of time to save yourself, you're really killing yourself. You do not understand that your mind has created that picture for you, and the way to handle it is to not try to improve the condition, but to slow down your mind. To make the mind quiescent, quiet, still, peaceful, placid. When the mind becomes placid and quiet and still, divine harmony automatically ensues. Every negative condition you see in the world is a lie. Every positive condition you see in the world is a lie. Reality is beyond positive and negative. Why do you see these things? Why do you worry and fret about your life or about the life of someone else? What can possibly happen to you? Where can you go? Who suffers? Only the body-ego-mind suffers. To the extent that you can realize that you are not the body-ego-mind, to that extent do you become totally, absolutely free. I think I told you this story about when I was with Nimkarali Baba, and one of his devotees came to him and said, "Master, my husband is dying, only you can save him." And he was a funny old guy. He looked around and he said, "Me. I can save him." He looked to all his devotees and he said, "What should I do?" And his devotees said, "Go save him." So he said, okay. So we all trudged a mile down the road to a little shack, and there was her husband in bed with candles all around him, lying there. Nimkarali Baba looked at him, and as he was looking the candles started flickering and they went out. So Nimkarali Baba started to run back to his ashram and everybody ran with him. When he got back there they asked him, "Master, why did you run away? What happened?" And he turned around and he said, "Ah, God wants him to die." And that was the end of that. In other words, what a person's dharma is going to happen, but you have absolutely nothing to do with it. That includes yourself. Whatever your body is going through has been preordained before you took on this so-called body, and your body's going to go through whatever it has to go through. You have to realize that you are not the body, and you have absolutely nothing to do with it. To that extent that you realize this truth, to that extent will you become happy and peaceful, and you will stop worrying and fretting and stop trying to change things. You will be peaceful by yourself at home, wherever you are. You will be in the world but not of the world. So spiritual healing is a lie, because it presumes somebody is sick or somebody is out of sorts or somebody is suffering from something. Whether it's depression or lack of companionship, whatever it may be, this is all a lie and you have to start knowing the truth. Look into yourself. This doesn't mean that you should sit down and do nothing. It means whatever your body's meant to do, it's going to do, even though it doesn't exist. Your body is really your Atman. It is pure consciousness. It is absolute reality. This is what your body is. This is the reason why you should never put yourself down and call yourself names and think you're bad or you're weak or there's something wrong with you. You are not what appears. When you make statements like that, negative statements about yourself, what you're really doing is getting pulled back into Maya, deeper and deeper and deeper into illusion, into body-mind consciousness, into the dream, and the dream becomes more real for you and you get caught up in it completely. It's like you're watching a movie, and instead of watching, you jump into the screen and want to play a part of the movie, and you forget that you're not part of the movie. But you start acting out the movie until you get so caught up in it that you actually think that you're in the movie. That's how it is now. Think about yourselves and the so-called experiences that you're going through. How deep are you caught up in them? Think you can tell about the way you feel. If you fear, if you have doubts, apprehension, suspicion, then you know you're really caught up in your slime. I'm thinking of the green slime I drink every morning. So you say, what about you? You drink green slime, how come? Well, what I do every morning is I just get up. Spontaneously, I throw everything in the blender, I don't think about it, whether it's making me sick or well or whatever it's doing. And I mix it all together and then I pour it on the granola and then I eat it. I happen to enjoy the taste or I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't like it. But when I'm finished, that's the end of it. I don't think about it. I don't condemn it or justify it, I just do it. So I go about everything that way, spontaneous. Now you think, if you think about that you are not the body, your body will not function properly, or you will get into trouble. You will only get into trouble when you're putting on an act. In other words, when you're pretending to be spiritual. But when you're a real devotee of truth, of the self, automatically, your body so-called is well taken care of. You have intuition. It comes by itself, you don't even know it's intuition. You do the right things for all concerned, and it happens by itself, and it can be real funny like this story I'm going to tell you. There was once a real cheapskate. Real cheap, had millions of dollars. But always cried poor mouth. Couldn't afford a bus fare, so he walked. Couldn't afford to buy a glass of lemonade, so he was thirsty, real cheap. I'm sure you know people like that. Well, he got old and was about to die, and he had guilt feelings because he never helped anybody else with his money. He just hoarded it. He had millions of dollars saved in the banks. But he believed in heaven and hell. So he kept worrying about this. So what shall I do? He consequently sent for a priest, a minister, and a rabbi. And he thought about this and he said, "Listen, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to give you each $3 million if you pray for me to go to heaven." So they all talked about it and looked at each other and they said, "Well, $3 million, not bad." They said, "Okay, we'll do it." So he made out his will and they all signed it. 6 months later, the priest, the rabbi, and the minister received a notice that the guy was dying and was going to die. They went to his side and he looked at them and he said, "Oh, okay, I'm going to give you the money." But he started to think about this. And a thought came to him, and the thought said, "What if they discover something to bring me back from the dead years from now? And I'll be cured and healed, and I won't be dead anymore. So if I give them my money now, I won't have anything when I come back." But then he wasn't sure, and so he said, "Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll give you each $5 million instead of 3 with this condition. When I die and you file past my coffin, you each have to drop $1 million in the coffin. So if I come back and they discover something to cure me and bring me back from the dead, I'll have a nice amount of money." So they all looked at him like he was crazy and they talked it over and they said, "Well, what the heck, 4 million is better than nothing." And they agreed. He finally died, and he had a funeral and his casket was laid open and everybody filed past and they looked. The minister filed past the coffin and looked down at him and he said, "Well, you son of a bitch, I don't know what I'm doing and what you're going to do with the money, but a promise is a promise." And he threw $1 million in the coffin. Next the priest came by and he said, "Well, this is all crazy, but this is what you want, okay?" And he threw $1 million in the coffin. Now the rabbi watched all this and he said, "There must be some solution to this." And he was going to Jnanamarga meetings, the rabbi, and he was working from his intuition. So he filed by and looked at the money in the casket. He took out his checkbook and wrote a check for $3 million and picked up the $2 million in cash and he said, "When they find a cure for you, you can cash your check." And isn't this like us? We always imagine somebody's going to heal us. We go and see all these healers, psychics, channelers, everybody in town. We want advice from psychic readings. We want to know what's going to happen to us. What can possibly happen to you if you were never born to begin with? You have no history, you are pure consciousness. Forget about healings, forget about psychics, forget about readers and channelers. Look to yourself for the answers. Everything is within you. Learn to be still. Find out who's worried, who fears, who's unhappy, who's depressed, who's sick, and you will say, "I am, but who am I?" And follow the I to its source. And the I will disappear of its own accord. The realization will come that you are absolute reality and that all is well and everything is unfolding as it should. Govinda and Gopala are different names for Krishna. Gopala is baby Krishna. There's only one reason why people suffer, and that is because they identify with the body-mind phenomena. That is the only reason, there's no other reason. I know you can give me a lot of reasons, but they are not real. If you take your mind off your body and then you get rid of your mind completely, who's left to suffer? And you must ask yourself, who sees the suffering? I do. Well, who's the I that sees that suffering? Find out, follow the I and see who suffers. Any questions about that? Any questions about anything? Remember, I am not a lecturer.
What does it mean to follow the I?
It means to abide in yourself. The I is yourself. It starts out as the ego, but as you follow the I, it becomes yourself, and yourself has no existence. Therefore it becomes no thing, emptiness, space. Like the blackboard, the chalkboard, everything happens around it, on it, but it itself is not affected. That's what it means to follow the I. The I becomes yourself and you abide in yourself.
Robert, maybe if you explain self-inquiry, and that will maybe explain following the I-thought.
Well, they know self-inquiry.
Well, pardons.
They know about self-inquiry, don't you?
Asks another student, do you understand how suffering follows the I-thought?
I can understand it subtly.
Egolessness in all things.
Exactly, there is no cause for existence. If there is no cause for existence, there is no cause for suffering or for anything else. It simply has no cause, it didn't come from anywhere. History is like a dream, it never existed. When you back into egolessness, everything that's been troubling you becomes transcended and you're at peace with yourself and the world. For the realization becomes that you are the world, you are the universe. The whole universe emanates out of your mind, and when your mind stops, the universe stops and there's only the self. The self appears as bliss consciousness as I am, and that's your real nature.
Robert, until we come to that realization, then we don't know the self. Is that true?
No, it's not true. You always know the self, except you won't admit it, you want to admit something else. You are confessing that you don't know the self. But it's not true. Just let go of all your doubts and the self will shine once again. Do not believe that you don't know the self. Don't question it too much. Realize it. Become it and put your doubts at rest. I am the self that has always existed and will always exist. It will never cease to exist. I am pure intelligence, absolute reality, consciousness, emptiness, space. I am that I am, that's your real nature. Confess that to yourself. Do not tell yourself that you're not the self, because you're lying. It's like saying there's no sun, because the clouds are covering the sun and you're swearing up and down saying, "Look, Robert, there's no sun, the sun doesn't exist." But if I take you up in an airplane above the clouds, there's the sun. It's the same thing as us. We're so covered with delusion that we believe that we're not the self. Be still and know that I am God. Therefore you just have to be still long enough and know, and all will be well.
But until then, do we know?
Well, until when?
Yes, until then.
There's no then, there's no time that you are not the self.
I've been examining this. See, when we are asleep, the self is no different.
The I am is always the same, because when you get up you say, I slept. Who slept? I dreamt.
I seem to be identifying I am with consciousness when we spoke of consciousness before. Say, for instance, the self in between thought is the I am, that is consciousness, yet when I sleep there's no consciousness, there's nothing. So I am is just nothing.
You think there's nothing.
Right.
But when you get up you say, I slept. I was always present. I am is always present, even when you're sleeping, except you're not conscious of it.
So when you become realized, though, you're conscious even when you sleep.
Exactly.
A J nanny is conscious of dreaming, and of dreaming within the dream.
So until we're realized, see, I'm trying to make a connection of the self, and so I say, Well, when I'm asleep, I'm not aware of the self. So when I'm awake, am I awareness? So I'm trying not to delude myself.
What you should rather do is say, when I am asleep, who is aware of the self? Ask yourself that question, when I sleep, who is aware of the self? And you will realize I am. You are always aware of the self except when you sleep. You're not conscious of it, but it still goes on.
Robert, is it because when you're asleep, the consciousness is not associated with the physical brain? Is that it?
No, the physical brain has nothing to do with it. When you're asleep, you're dreaming just like when you're awake. This waking state is just like the dream state. So we don't say it's just because we're associating with the brain. It's because we're deluded into believing that we are not the self. So you make it simple. The brain has nothing to do with it because the brain is part of the body. If the body does not exist, neither does the brain. So when you're sleeping, the brain is at rest, the body's at rest, but you're still abiding in the self. You're always abiding in the self, except you are not conscious of it.
What happens to the consciousness that is?
Nothing, it's still there except just like now. Let's take the waking state. You say, what happens to reality while I'm awake? Reality is still there, but you still believe in the body and the mind. It's just like I give you an example of the sky is blue. In reality, there's no sky and there's no blue. So in reality, there's no body and there's no one to be unconscious.
When you abide in consciousness in the waking state, will that help you to actually be conscious of the sleep, the deep sleep state also?
Yes, it will, because there is only one state.
In some of the Ramana books, it says when you're abiding in the self more and more, your deep sleep will be conscious.
Yes.
One time I was in deep sleep and I was aware. I was actually conscious that I was deep asleep, and it was like being in a cave. There was like awareness. It was very strange.
That's a good sign. That's how it is, when you become realized.
It was like a very sweet bliss, not a powerful ecstasy, but a kind of like just a background, kind of just a vague but very sweet bliss, and it was like being in a cave. It looked like a cave, and it was like a sleep while awake.
Well, those are just pictures you drew for yourself. But when you awaken, you will be awake in the three states: sleeping, dreaming, and waking.
So if we can hold onto this position of consciousness that we have at satsang, if we can maintain that pure consciousness without adding the whole mind to it and be established in that, then that's
abiding in the I, exactly.
So that's all it is, really.
That's all it is.
Right this minute we're that, if we don't add the whole me on top of it.
Exactly so, and you don't put yourself down. Do not say, I am not conscious of myself. I don't know who I am. Realize the truth like you just said.
And yet for this moment we're abiding in the self without the mind. We can't say that we're God realized because there's a certain process that happens that actually right.
It's better to say nothing.
Yeah, because there is a process that happens as a person establishes in that. Something happens.
Every time you say, I am not God realized, you pull yourself backwards. But like Narada said, don't fool yourself. So you have to walk the middle path, the razor's edge, between realization and not realization.
So actually we're just hung up with the relations of consciousness and the associations of consciousness, and we're just not being pure consciousness. without adding all those associations on top of it.
True, true.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, that's it.
Robert, actually this body-mind will never abide in the self.
No, because it's false.
So when I say, I am abiding in the self, when I make that suggestion it means, it's an expression rather than being.
It's an expression. It means I am is abiding in the self.
Well, the I am.
The I am, same thing as the self. It's an expression like you say. But when you say, I am, you're not referring to your body.
Not to your mind.
Not referring to your mind, you're referring to yourself. It's like saying, I am that I am, the same thing. I am abiding in the self, I am that I am. By saying these things to yourself, it pulls you closer to that state.
Yeah, it's sort of a process of elimination of your ego self.
You can say that. That's why you shouldn't say anything negative about yourself. Never say anything bad about yourself. Always say, I am abiding in the self, I am the self. And then somebody might say to you, something this I can say, no, I'm not because I feel problems. So you practice self-inquiry and you ask yourself, who feels these problems? To whom do they come? And go back to abiding in the self. The only reason karma exists is because you believe that you are the body. Once you realize there's no body, for whom is there karma? Karma is for the body, not for yourself. But as long as you don't believe that, then there's karma.
And Robert has also explained to us that self-realization gets you off the wheel.
Robert, when we're asleep, are we closer or further away?
Closer, self-realization is just like being in deep sleep. In deep sleep, only you're conscious and you're conscious of bliss. So when you're in deep sleep, you're in bliss, but you're not conscious of it, that's all.
Now, when we're in satsang and we have devotional feelings, say when we come to satsang to develop something, attaining something that we don't get when we're alone or in the world, when we come to satsang and feel something, a devotional feeling, is that the self?
That's the self trying to emerge. Yes, it's the self. Try to abide in those feelings.
Now, when we're asleep, though, it's like without emotion.
Because you're asleep, you're not conscious, but if you were conscious, you'd be in bliss.
But it would be different than the feeling it when we have for devotion.
No, it wouldn't. It would be self-realization.
In other words, the feeling that I get is a love for all things. Okay, yet when I'm asleep, it's not like love.
How do you know?
Yeah, well, I don't.
Well, you're asleep.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I'm trying to make a connection. Is that what the feeling is?
The feeling of love abides when you're asleep, only you're not aware of it, because you're not conscious. When you're illumined, then you're conscious of being in sleep, and then you realize that it's just called sleep, but you're in love, you're in bliss.
Now that love is the self.
The love is the self.
But what comes to mind as you ask, well, who loves?
Why should you ask that?
Well, only to not delude yourself. To see, well, is this real, or is this just another play of the mind?
That's only when you love your tape recorder more than anything else. So you ask yourself, who loves my tape recorder? And you will realize it's your ego, and once the ego is abolished, there is only a tape recorder. Period.
Robert, even the egoic love, egotistical love, or the love of the J-nanny for persons or objects. To me, that kind of thing should be the love of the self that has been misdirected.
Yes, it does, exactly. Whatever you do in life, even a crook or a bank robber is really trying to find himself. That's why he does those things. We're all inadvertently searching for the self, and we don't know it.
So every desire which is attracting me is the self.
Yes, every desire, every urge is a search for the self. But we're misdirected.
With self-inquiry, what you do is you go deep, down the hole.
You go beyond the conscious and you jump deep like you're diving in the ocean. You dive deeper and deeper and deeper till you make contact with reality. That's good.
Robert, about when the J-nanny talks about omniscience and says, I'm omniscient. The J-nanny has a concept about omniscience, and it's a mundane type of omniscience. The J-nanny says he's omniscience, he must know everything. He must know all the mundane knowledge. That's not what implies in the statements of the J-nanny, right?
You're right, omniscient for the J-nanny is being in everything, but not necessarily knowing what's going on in China. That's a different kind of omniscience.
Because people are using nowadays omniscience, they say to be channelers.
Yes, yes.
They think they are channelers, they are very knowledgeable and sort of think that is a form of omniscience. But that's not what we call a J-nanny.
That's a limited form of omniscience.
Yeah.
Is omniscience the same as omnipresent? Omniscience is all-knowing, all-knowing. Omnipresence is the same thing, really. It's all presence. You're everywhere present. Aren't they the same? It's like omnipotence, omniscience, omnipresence. All power, all knowledge, like being everywhere at the same time. You were saying, not necessarily knowing what's going on in China, but it's knowing the oneness of all things. Yes, it's like you become the rock, but you're asleep on the rock, because the rock has no power to move, but you become the rock. When you are omnipresence, you are a rock. Yes, you become a rock, but you're not aware of it. You just are pure unconscious awareness. So you're not aware of anything, exactly. You're on the right track. You're just being, pure being, absolute being, you're everything. It's something like when you're asleep and you expand yourself in a dream, and in that dream you know what's going on in the dream, but you're asleep. So with a J-nanny being omnipresent, omniscient, you are everything but you are not aware of everything. You're aware of being then. You're aware of being, just being. Is there a way to be aware of everything as well? As long as you are carrying a body, you won't be aware of any other thing because your mental process won't allow that to happen. It seems like if you're aware of it, everything is an illusion to be aware of it, right? When you drop your body, it's no different. When you drop your body, there's no difference, you expand a little bit more.
Robert, how come the Buddhists say that the Vedanta are deluded because they are looking for the Brahman and the self and that there's no Brahman and no self and use different terminology? Is there emptiness of all things the same as the self when it happens?
They are right because there is no Brahman and there is no self. Those are just words to describe it.
It's easy to confuse the ego self with the real self.
That's why we discuss it, because the ego self is the I, and when the I disappears it becomes the I am, and the I am is pure emptiness. nirvana.
Robert, when you said the best way to help other people is to know the self. So, when you know the self, you become the other people.
And realize that you are the other people.
So, that's what I was trying to get at earlier. To get to know what is the self that we must know. And it seems like sometimes I know what it is, and then I forget. And now it comes back to me, I feel that. If I have a feeling of love, it's like it becomes expansive, and I can understand what it means. You become everything, or everything becomes you, or whatever it is.
So is self-realization the awareness or the oneness of everything?
Always remember, if you know what it is, it's not that, because the finite mind cannot know. It's beyond the finite. So when you think you know, ask yourself, who knows? And you back to your ego again. Only the ego knows.
But what if you say, who knows?
Yes, that's good.
What about a realized being that whoever comes before them, so to speak, they can know everything about them? Not only what their self is, because it's the same as their own self, but about their arrogance of the ego and mind conflicts.
You don't have to be a realized being to do that.
Yeah, I realize that. So taking an opinion from a being who is considered to be realized, also that happens. He can remark when it's spontaneous that something about that being that maybe will turn them towards a spiritual path, like Jesus healing others.
But a true realized being does not need to do that. By his very presence, changes take place.
But not everyone is so receptive or open.
It's just like grace. God's grace is always available, but only some people pick it up.
Yes.
Yes, the same thing.
So sometimes that grace for me seems to be extended, and then some action that can be done that that person can understand more than just subtly. And it may not take effect then, but it may take effect in that person's life 6 months, a year down the road.
That's possible, but again, a realized being does not interfere in anybody's karma. If they are prepared and ready, they become realized also, by their very presence. It's like Ramana again. We go back to Ramana. People used to come to him from far and wide and say, I looked at your picture and healed myself, you healed me. I made $1 million and you did it. This happened and that happened, and Ramana would look at his attendant that pulls the fan and say, why do they always tell me I did these things? I did nothing.
But his grace might have done it.
That's possible.
Because he could give the darshan.
But he couldn't possibly be aware of it, because to be aware of it, there would have to be somebody left to be aware.
But he could do it unaware.
Yes.
He didn't say anything to people who came to him.
No.
Even when it's His grace, you have to understand that everything is one. So whose grace is it?
Whose grace is it?
Right, whose grace is it? It's you, everything is you, and this is similar to the stories when the person touched the garment of Jesus and was healed, and Christ always said, be it according to your faith.
Don't you think that a person who wants to be healed so badly almost heals himself?
That's the whole point, everything is the self.
It is the self.
And Ramana was the self, and they say, Ramana, you did this, and that's true because they did it themselves, because they are them.
Well, the point is, a truly realized being does nothing.
It's not so much he's a realized being, he's a realized non-being.
Okay.
And we always think in terms of a realized being of Ramana, as if he's the body and the idea of the self is one. Robert told the story of the woman, he and himself is one, healing and the self is one, and Ramana and the self is one, and that self. See, I always try to grasp this self with my mind, and that's where I get lost. But now I know if I sink into deeper than the mind, intuition, heart, whatever, then I can explain, oh, that.
In other words, he realized no self. He realized that there isn't any self. He realized nothingness. But the whole thing dissolves in a big mystery.
Exactly.
And then whatever is going to happen spontaneously.
Ramana was a simply humble person. People would come to him with all his problems, all their problems all day long. Help me, please help me overcome this. At the end of the day, he would look at his attendant and say, "To whom shall I go for help? They all come to me."
One of my favorite stories is that there was a Swami who could perform tricks or magic or whatever, and he lived near the ashram. So a lot of people on their way to see the Swami would stop by to see Maharshi. They'd just peek in at him because they've heard about him too, and he told one of his devotees, because he had a lot of trouble with his feet, he said, "Keep rubbing my feet, and they'll see that I am just an old sick man, and they'll leave me alone."
There's nothing special about a realized being.
Robert, it seems that with a little understanding, using quotation mark, if there is a Jainani or anybody approaches him, is karmic, all karma.
Yes, that's true.
However, the fact that there is hypocrisy on that quotation on the self, because the presence of the Jainani, there can be, maybe a sort of acceleration, a catalytic effect.
Yes, that's true too.
And that also is karmic.
That's also true.
Depending on the openness of the disciple, devotees.
Yes, the teaching is full of contradictions. That's true, you're right, all these things are true.
So Robert, you're really going into battle with your karma, confrontations with our ignorance, right?
If that's what you say, so be it. You see, this is why I emphasize over and over again, we've got to develop a great humility, a great compassion, a great love. Not play tricks and have all these siddhas, powers, and materialize all kinds of things. Anybody can learn that if you practice enough.
How does one express these things?
Well, express what?
Compassion and love.
By being yourself. If you become yourself, it's automatic. If you abide in the self, you have to have compassion and love for yourself first, and you do that by letting go of your thoughts. Controlling your thoughts, and compassion and love and humility come by themselves. It always goes back to that again, goes back to you. You can't develop enough love yourself. It has to come from within yourself. It appears that the world has a very strong pull on us, and you have to try to resist that by everyday practicing these things. That's why I gave you all these techniques. You have to keep remembering every day, and soon it'll become automatic. I feel this is a very important meditation to help us. For what it does, it goes deep within the subconscious, and pretty soon it starts doing you, instead of you doing it. It's really helped many people to see the way. And the way you do this is, you relax yourself, and with your breathing you inhale and you say, I, you exhale and you say, am. Now you can also do this all day long. When you're driving your car or your bus, whether you're washing dishes, whether you're making supper or dinner or breakfast. You can watch your breath and do I am with your breathing. So let's do it together. Make yourself comfortable and you can close your eyes to remove obstructions. Acquire a good feeling in yourself, and the formal way to do it is first, you relax your body. To make sure every part of you is relaxed, you can start with your knees. Relax your knees. Relax everything below your knees, your feet, your toes. Relax everything above your knees, your thighs. Relax your hips, your abdominals. Relax your chest. Relax. Relax your back, fingers, hands, wrists, forearms. Relax, upper arms. Relax, shoulders, neck. Back of your neck. Relax. Back of your head, top of your head, your forehead, your face. Every part of you is now totally relaxed. Focus your attention on your breathing. Before you do I am, you can practice Vipassana meditation, Buddhist meditation, where you watch your breath. Watch yourself breathing. Watch the sensations in your body. Just watch. Do not react to them. For instance, if you have a pain in your thigh, watch, do not react to it, observe it, and observe your breath at the same time. Do not force your breath, just breathe naturally. If you get lost in thoughts, as soon as you catch yourself, go back to your breathing. Do not become discouraged. Do not force your thoughts out, ignore them and go back to observing your breathing. Now you ask yourself the question, who is the observer? Who observes my breathing? Of course the answer is I am. Now with your breathing start the I am meditation. Inhale normally, say I, exhale and say am. With your normal breathing, do not emphasize your breath. Normal breathing, I am. I inhale, am, exhale. Again, if your mind wanders, do not be mad at yourself but gently go back to I am and ignore your thoughts. Remember to love yourself, to worship yourself, to pray to yourself, to bow to yourself because God dwells in you as you. Om Shanti, peace. Happy you could come, see you again soon. That's all she wrote.
Transcript 11, 2 Ways to Self-Realization. 16th September, 1990.
There are 2 ways that I think bring you closer to self-realization. Of course, we're already self-realized and we don't have to come closer. We just have to remove the cloud that tells us we're human. But there are 2 methods that I think through the years of understanding that brings you very close to self-realization. One is satsang, which we're doing now, and the other one is practicing all the things we learn at home. Now, satsang is a very sacred teaching. If you come to satsang, you pick up the power that goes with it. With us, it's a direct lineage to Ramana Maharshi. So what this means in satsang, we are all actually Ramana Maharshi, every one of us. There's no difference and we're all each other. This means we all have the knowledge we need, and as we keep coming to satsang, it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. In the beginning, when you first hear this, it sounds strange, but it's not so strange. If you're studying to become a doctor, you associate with doctors, and it sort of rubs off and you feel the vibration. If you're studying to be a lawyer, you associate with lawyers and the vibrations sort of rub off, and you always feel ego. So when you come to satsang, there's a direct lineage with the founder, or the rediscoverer, I should say, of Advaita Vedanta, who is Ramana Maharshi. So in any event, we should all feel something deep within our hearts and allow it to bloom by itself without forcing it. And this happens just by attending satsang. As you attend satsang, you become a sweet person. By sweet, I mean you give up all of the anger, the tantrums, the doubts, suspicions. You stop worrying and you begin to unfold like a flower with its calyx toward the sun. You just open up. You start feeling good for no reason. You notice that things stop bothering you. You're no longer concerned. I don't mean you don't care. You're very compassionate. I mean you understand the nature of the world, that it's Maya, it's transitory. Nothing is ever the same in the world. So the world ceases to excite you one way or the other. The world no longer makes you too happy nor too sad. It becomes impersonal to an extent. But you still do your work. Your body does whatever it came here to do, yet you're always in heaven, mentally. Now, if you can't come to satsang, or you don't feel that kind of devotion, then you practice diligently the lessons, the teachings of Advaita Vedanta. And then you will find the same things happening to you in a little different way, but you will also unfold. It's wonderful if you can do them both. But those are the two ways that'll bring you closer to realization. You subsequently have to ask yourself, what am I doing with my life? In what direction am I going? And look at your life, analyze it. From the moment you get out of bed until you go back to bed again at night, what are you doing with the hours that you're awake? Do you waste your time? What do you do? You have to remember you have only so many years to live in this world, and then you'll just vanish if you don't know who you are. You will repeat the lessons over and over again, and you'll have many opportunities to understand and discover your true nature. But the wise person begins the discovery immediately. It's like digging for gold. You can talk about the gold. You can just make a couple of holes with a shovel and say, I'll come back next month, or you can really get into it and get a pickaxe and start chopping away until you discover the gold and dig it up the same day. The choice is always yours. There's a story about a beautiful tree, a large, beautiful tree. And on the lower branch there lived a little bird, and the bird used to hop from branch to branch, tremendous tree. It would eat sweet berries, and it would sing and whistle, and was very happy. Then it would hop on another branch, and there were sour berries, and it would get upset, stop singing till it found sweet berries again. And this went on for years, sweet berries, sour berries. It was happy when it found the sweet berries, unhappy when it found the sour berries. Isn't this like us? When we think we found something we like, we become very happy. But then when it changes, like all things must change, we become miserable. And so the bird started to think about this, and it flew around the tree. It happened to gaze way up to the top of the large tree, and it saw a majestic big bird sitting there, a translucent shining bird. It looked so happy and so radiant. Doing nothing, just sitting at the top of that tree in bliss. And the little bird said, "Oh, how I wish I could be like that big bird. Look how happy it is. It doesn't have to hunt for sweet berries or look for anything. It just sits there by itself, so radiant. I think I will fly up to it and discover its secret." So it started to fly up toward the big bird, but a quarter up the tree it saw some beautiful red berries, and it stopped and started to eat the berries, and they were delicious. So it forgot all about the big bird. It started to sing again. It was happy. Isn't this like us? We find something we like, and we forget about spiritual life. And we say, this is what I want, a new jaguar, a new house, a new companion, a new something. But then after a while we become disgusted, disillusioned. So after a while the sweet berries ran out, and there were only sour berries left on the tree, and the bird again became disillusioned. So it started to fly around the tree again and looked way up on the top and saw the translucent radiant bird sitting there once again, so majestic, so happy and blissful. And again it said to itself, "This time I'm going right to the top." But on the way up it went halfway up the tree again. It saw some beautiful purple berries. It had not seen purple berries in years. It loved purple berries. So it stopped and started to eat up the purple berries and became very happy again, started to sing, eating berries. And again it's like us. We find a new companion. we get a new toy. We move to a new state, whatever we do. We think that's it, now I'm going to be real happy. But soon the berries were gone, and again it was left with sour berries. So it flew around the tree and saw the big bird again. And it said, "This time I'm going straight to it, and nothing is going to stop me, nothing." It resolutely made up its mind. So it started to fly up, but again 3/4 up the tree it saw some orange berries, and it loved orange berries. So it stopped and started to partake of the orange berries, and again forgot about the big bird. And went on for months and months eating the berries until they were gone, and only the sour berries were left. And again that's like us. We say we're resolutely going to go after spiritual life, and that's where we're going, that's where we're headed. But then something happens. We discover some good humanhood, something we like, and we say, to heck with the spiritual life, and we're going after this instead. So we do that until we become disillusioned, and we get tired of it. Again the bird saw sour berries, and it got sad and upset. It flew around the tree again, and this time it said, "Nothing is going to stop me. I'm going right to that big bird and find out who he really is. Nothing will stop me," and he flew right toward the big bird. It skipped all the berries, saw all kinds of berries on the way. It didn't care anymore, but went right to the big bird. As it got closer and closer, the big bird shone brighter and brighter and brighter until the light was unbearable. And the little bird landed right where the big bird was, and you know what it discovered. It was the big bird all the time. And that's like us, isn't it? We talk about God as far away, but we have no time because we've got to do our work. We've got to do our material work, that is, and we talk about God being too far. But we're going towards God until we resolutely make up our mind to be on the spiritual path. And then we discover something interesting. We discover that we've been God all the time. That we are the only God there is. That we are the absolute reality. That we are pure intelligence, infinite wisdom. We discover that there's only one life, and that life is absolute reality. Satchitananda, Parabrahman, and we're at peace. Therefore the choice is always yours. In what direction do you want to go? And I know sometimes it's hard. Some people have been on the spiritual path for many, many years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and they believe they have not gotten anywhere. But that isn't true, it appears that way. But remember, if you don't make it in this life, you'll make it after. But if you have been on a spiritual path, you're gaining credits, you're accruing good merit to yourself. You can't help it. The worst thing you could ever do is to judge yourself. Never judge yourself. Don't even look at yourself too much. Realize your divine nature and do not allow your problems to get to you. Understand that you are not your problems. You are not the body. You're not the thoughts or the mind. And begin by controlling your thoughts. Do not allow your thoughts to become greater than you. No matter what your thoughts tell you, don't listen. Remember, your thoughts are not your friend. Your thoughts try to confound you, confuse you, and they will tell you all kinds of things. Do not listen to your thoughts, even your good thoughts. Transcend everything, go beyond your thoughts to your bliss, to your joy, and to your happiness. Your thoughts will take you away from this. It'll make you think all sorts of things. But if you realize that your mind is a trickster, you will not allow your thoughts to convey any message to you at all. As soon as the thoughts start to come, you ask yourself the question, to whom comes these thoughts? And they'll stop. They come to me, well, who is this me? Who is me? I am me, well, who am I? And you begin to search for the source of the I, and as you search, everything in your life begins to improve. As you search diligently, Things improve because you're no longer reacting the same way to situations. Your reaction has become different, the situations may be the same. As an example, when you hear about the Iraq-United States confrontation, before you become disturbed, you're thinking of a war, and you're thinking of man's inhumanity to man, and you're worried about inflation and recession in United States. And all these things used to worry you. But as you advance spiritually, you realize that this is the way of the world. The world has always been like this, and you see it differently. You begin to see love, compassion. So the world hasn't really changed, you've changed. You see the situation completely differently. You realize that all this is the self and I am that. In other words, what you realize is the first principle. Everything is a projection of your mind. Whatever you see is a projection of your mind. Therefore, if you see something that's not right with another person, you're seeing yourself, aren't you? If you're seeing another person who is troubled or another person who has problems, or if you're seeing anything wrong, doubts, apprehensions, suspicions, you have to remember that you have to have those qualities in order to be able to see them in another person. So as you grow, you start seeing through those things, and whatever anybody else does no longer disturbs you. And if it no longer disturbs you, then that negative vibration cannot come near you and you're at peace. Any questions about that?
When you say not to judge yourself, is that because you would be judging the ego, which isn't real?
Certainly, exactly, because you're always judging your experience, your outer experience, and you can't judge that because that doesn't even exist.
I think in the past you've said something like, to judge yourself or condemn yourself is blasphemy.
Yes.
Because you're talking about, in that case, the real self, right?
What you're doing is you're denying the real self. It's like saying, that God is no good. So you're saying there's something wrong with you and there is not. It's only temporary, it only appears that way. It's an appearance.
So even though you're judging the little self, as it were, that's blasphemous too.
Yes, because you are the real self. It's all an illusion, like the snake and the rope. You think in the dark you're stepping on the snake, but it's only a rope. It's a mistake, it's error. Therefore, you do not judge yourself, you do not judge anyone else. You leave the world alone, but you're happy and you're blissful and you help others because that's your nature to do so.
That reminds me of one of my favorite of Maharshi's stories, because he talks about realization being, he says it's like watching a trick of what looks to be the snake, but it's really a rope. And he says once you've seen the rope, you can never see the snake again. It's like any magic trick, once you've seen how it works, you can't see it again, you know.
Yes, that's right.
And I think at the time he was talking about, once you're realized, it's impossible to become unrealized, you know.
You have to have patience with yourself. That's another thing to remember. It doesn't appear that most of us become perfect overnight. So don't concern yourself if you make a mistake.
So another thing that you were saying too is that if we judge others, we will bring their vibrations to us. In other words, we're judging others and we see ourselves in others and the weaknesses in others.
And you're becoming weak also.
By judging them for that.
You become like them.
So it goes two ways then.
Yes.
Okay, and then you've said it's not until you let go, then you get rid of the vibration, so you don't draw that vibration to yourself.
Exactly, your mind becomes calm. Your countenance becomes peaceful. You no longer feel those so-called negative things around you.
So it's just a matter of accepting.
No, you don't accept, you become your real self, and the real self is perfect bliss. There's nothing to accept. To accept means that you're yourself, your lower self, and you're accepting something higher. But you're not to accept anything. You're to become I am that I am.
So you just live and let live, sort of.
Yes, but again, you have to qualify that. But live and let live, if you see somebody suffering on the road, you don't allow that person to suffer, you get down and help the person, but you don't have any thoughts about it. You just do it. It doesn't mean again you become calculating and cold. It means you become loving and kind, and you do what has to be done. But you're not involved in it mentally or physically or spiritually. Your body just does the things it's supposed to do. And the more spiritualized you become, the more you become of service to all of humanity. You become the servant to life. It's egotistical to think that you're superior to somebody else or you're better or that you know and they don't. As you become realized, you have more and more humility. You become humble and things no longer affect you, and you no longer feel hurt. So you can help anybody and everybody without qualification.
Robert, please, so the first principle in reality means everything is a projection of the self, or is the self itself?
No, the first principle is that everything is a projection of your mind. That begins to make you understand that you are not the mind, you are the self.
Everything, you mean everything.
Yes, in the world.
Wells material.
Everything relative is a projection of your own mind. We're not talking about the self, we're talking about the human mind.
All right, the jiva, or the egoic mind.
Yes, yes.
But ultimately, the mind also comes from the self, of course.
Yes, yes.
But I guess the point in the first principle I want to touch is that you don't get enthused with the mind creations.
No, you don't, because you realize that everything is a result of your own mind, so why get enthused in them?
No power there.
No ego.
For the projections of the mind.
There's no power, 'cause there's no mind.
Right.
That's why you don't get excited when you see something happening in front of you, because you realize you're that yourself, and you're projectioning yourself. It's like you're a projector, and you're projecting a picture on the screen. So the mind is the projector and the screen is the effect, the picture is the effect. The screen is the self. Nothing changes the screen, but the pictures change according to your mind. But the screen always remains the same. Therefore, the screen is like your real self. It never changes. The pictures are like the world and your mind is like the projector. The projector and the mind have to be destroyed. The pictures have to be destroyed and only the screen remains, that's the truth. Only reality remains.
And then again, everything is Brahman.
Everything is Brahman, yes.
Including also the play of the mind.
Of course.
Well, ultimately.
Ultimately, there's only oneness. There's only the self and there's no mind and there's no play. There's no projection. That's the truth.
There is no projector, no screen.
No.
Because the mind is part of illusion or maya. So his question was correct, that ultimately everything is also the self. That's what he was saying.
Everything reverts back to the self. Everything is the self.
Everything ultimately goes back to the source.
Yes, to the source, because what appears to be real does not really exist.
Right, right.
Only I am exists. Self exists, that's it. The self exists just the way you are now. You are that. What I'm trying to say is, do not separate yourself with yourself. It's really a mistake to say, well, I am not the self because the self is in me. The self is not in you, the self is you. You are that self, but for the sake of talking, you want to place the self someplace, so you say, it's in my heart. When you look for it, it's in your heart. In reality, there's only the self, and you don't exist at all. But when you talk about it, you place it someplace.
So you're just led into the second principle.
Yes, yes.
That you're unborn and you don't exist or disappear.
Yes, yes.
That one leads to the other, doesn't it?
It does, that's why you should practice the principles.
I was thinking, if everything's a projection of the mind, and the mind comes out from the self, I don't know if that's right, but mind
Comes out of the self.
comes out of the self, and then again goes back to the self. Isn't that the reason why these Bhaktas talk about that everything is Shiva or everything is the self?
Shiva, the self, God are one.
So they are in wonderment and devotion to almost everything.
Yes, exactly.
Even the thoughts are asking.
Yes, this is why I say often, the ground upon you stand is sacred ground. We should have reverence for everything, because everything is the self.
So you're talking on two different levels. When you're saying everything is a projection of the mind, you mean everything in the material world.
Yes, yes.
When you say everything is the self, you're talking on a higher level.
Everything is the self as it appears. So you should have reverence for everything. I know it sounds complicated.
No, it's not. It's really two different levels you're addressing to me.
It's really one level, but it appears like two levels. Everything is sacred, everything.
Well, how do you, or do you react when you watch the situation in Kuwait and see it then? Is it like a movie to you?
I just watch, but I realize that's the self.
Or do you realize that it's illusion?
Yes, same thing.
That's what I meant about the two levels. The real self is not illusion. As the absolute, it's not. It's illusion, right? From the absolute, it's the self. As the relative, it's illusion.
Exactly, exactly.
That's good, say that again. As the absolute, it's all the self. On the absolute level, on the relative level, it's illusion. Well, that's what I meant about the two levels. I know what you mean in there's really only one level. The ultimate truth is one level.
So when I look at something, when I look at you, I look at a chair, I look at a book, I see the self.
Do you see a portion of the self or all of the self?
It's all the self, everything is all the self.
It's individual.
It's hard to explain in words, but take this chair for instance. When most people look at this chair, they see a chair, but I see the self as the chair. Or to put it in simple language, this is God, this chair is God.
No matter what you look at, it's God.
Yes, so you have no quarrel with anything.
The looking, the actual looking, is also God. That's assuring you have a good understanding of this.
And you keep thinking of two levels, but it's like when we're saying, people say that, well, it's an illusion, therefore it's not real. But the idea is that nirvana and samsara are the same thing. So though you say there's two, nirvana and samsara, yet they're the same thing, that's where the one is, so really it's one. So it's not like the unreal is different from the real, or that the self is different from the manifestation, I guess. Nirvana and samsara are the same thing, so that's why, wherever you look at, you see the self.
So it seems like it's different levels of consciousness, for want of a better word.
When you have to talk about it, it appears there's multiple levels. But when you keep quiet, then it all comes to you as one. You see, the more we get into the conversation, we get into all kinds of things and all kinds of levels.
Because we're trying to discuss the infinite with finite words.
And you can't do it.
It can't be intellectualized, can it?
No, it cannot. That's why the only way is to go within yourself and discover it for yourself. But as we keep talking about it, we get involved in the world.
Is it true that it's more like it's the illusion that we're separate from all this, more than that this is an illusion?
Exactly, we're not this at all.
At the same time, we're not separate from it.
We're not separate from it, it's all one.
Which comes also, if I say that I don't exist in the sense of an egoic entity, everything is just as it is that more or less a feeling?
Yes, say that again.
Like if again it is imagination, but as a helper I would say that I don't exist, but when I say that I am denying the egoic or the jiva part, then there is something which subsists or is there.
The self is always there.
And there is nobody to distinguish anything. Things are as they are.
Exactly, in the last analysis, you are the self just the way you are.
But not as you think you are.
As long as you think you're relative, then you're not that.
Yeah, you're not supposed to think.
But you are the self just the way you are naturally, and all is well, and there's nothing wrong. See, you can look at it this way. The substratum of all existence is harmony, and out of harmony comes harmony. So everything is really harmonious, except we've sort of been hypnotized and we see a different picture. It's all in the mind. The mind has betrayed us to make us believe that this is black and this is white, when in reality there's no black and there's no white, there just is. You can only come to that conclusion in your own consciousness, by deep self-analyzation, vichara, self-inquiry, and you'll come to that conclusion yourself. And then you will become omnipresent, and you will realize that everything is the self.
Why are we here on Earth in this physical form?
You're not, you think you are.
Okay, I think I am, but why?
If you're not, then there's no answer to that.
But why does she think she is? Why the illusion? How could the self be illusion?
There is no self, and there's no illusion.
But I mean like the higher self.
There is no illusion at all. You believe that there is an illusion, but there is no illusion.
But why do we believe there's an illusion?
None of this exists.
I understand her question, which is, then why is there even the appearance of illusion?
To whom is there an appearance?
Me, okay, is it the ego? So that goes to the original question, okay.
Of course, the ego does not exist. Do not give the ego power. Some people get hung up on the ego, and they say, yes, everything I feel is the ego, so it's the ego. They're inflating the ego by saying that, and the ego becomes stronger and stronger.
Because the philosophy that I'm trying to wrestle with, though I know what the answer is, in that philosophy is that the souls are the things that exist, that's the not me, but the self that exists, you said self. So I interpret self as being the soul.
No, no.
Well, no.
The soul is another part of the body. It seems that when you give up your body, there's a soul. It's just like an alter ego.
Oh, so the idea of the soul and existing between lifetimes is also part of Maya, illusion.
It's all Maya. All the planes are Maya, the causal planes, the mental planes, karma, none of that exist.
First principle, everything is a projection of the mind, everything.
And for somebody who doesn't know that or doesn't understand it, it appears that after they drop their body, they go to a different plane, and they go through all kinds of experiences, but it's still an illusion.
It must take a lot of patience for someone who has been realized to have to answer questions from people like me. From me, that doesn't exist.
No, on the contrary, on the contrary.
Who has patience? There's no one there.
Yeah, but from the projection of my mind, my philosophies was that there was a soul which you know, according to these philosophies, the soul doesn't exist, just the self. But from the earthly ignorant plane that I'm on. What the ultimate question is, it seems that some people are just denying everything of the self. You can't really enjoy food, you don't enjoy anything else because the ultimate goal is just like the Catholics, the ultimate goal is just to be with God.
Well, you can't put it like that because the self enjoys itself.
That's why it seems like what little I know of certain philosophies, certain Buddhist philosophies, it's kind of like for being on earth in this form.
Yes, that's right.
It's a crime for even being here in this form. We're being condemned for being here on this earthly plane in this form. So it's kind of like, well, if you're here, why not smell the flowers too? Why not let the me, the self, use whatever vehicle it's in, whatever it's invited in, to just feel and help bring joy, at least for this physical body, and once again my ignorance for not being enlightened. You know, it's like, why are you wrong for being what you are?
You're not.
Or projecting what you think you want.
You're not.
Because it's like denying food, denying enjoyment of this earthly plane.
Why is it terrifying?
No, just talking to people about different philosophies of Buddhism and everything else.
It becomes very confusing. That's why the best thing you can do for yourself is to quiet your mind.
Yes.
And when your mind becomes quiet, you become more beautiful, and you will enjoy everything. We do not deny ourselves at all.
Yeah, just because you're not in the movie doesn't mean you don't enjoy the movie.
True, I believe in enjoying because that to me makes me happy.
Yes, but you'll enjoy it in a little different way. As an example, I love to take in fresh flowers at my breakfast table because they're beautiful, right?
Acceptance is just basically just letting be.
Just being yourself, that's all you have to do.
So it's the two ways also with the denial.
It's beyond accepting and rejecting, beyond that.
Yeah.
Just be yourself.
Just that you used that word denial, so I'm taking your words of physical earthly interaction, which is projected by the mind to try to understand what I was feeling.
So remember again that this is not a philosophy. A philosophy is usually dry words, and this is not a wordy teaching at all. We are not a philosophy at all. It's more the realization. It's more of a quietness and emptiness. It is not a denial of anything, and it is not an acceptance of anything. It is a total emptiness, a quietness, a peace, a love, an ultimate oneness. That's what we are, Satchitananda. That's our true nature. So when we look at something, we see joy and love and peace. We do not become ecstatic. We do not become overwhelmed. We do not become sad or angry. We just enjoy the self at all times, and it never changes. It's always the same.
So you're always in bliss, always.
See, I can't tell because I don't know what the word is.
But Satchitananda includes bliss, so.
They are words, but the person who's experiencing that does not know it.
Yes, that's true.
Because there has to be somebody to enjoy it, and if there is no one there who can enjoy it.
I didn't say enjoying bliss, I said always in bliss.
But it's a word.
That's true, I guess I get hung up on words.
Well, we're discussing words, so.
It implies, too, there's something to be in something.
We have to talk, so we have to use words.
That's right, implies separation.
Yeah, as long as we're talking like this, we have to use words. But the reality is, that is the Ajnanis that attribute these words to the Jnanis. Ramana Maharshi never said, I am in bliss, or I am happy, or I am filled with joy, but his disciples said it about him. He didn't know what he was.
I guess it goes back to who's the I.
Who is the I? Yef.
Students continue discussing point.
Robert, about this thing of ignorance, actually we cannot fathom how the Jnani sees reality. We can just talk and talk about that. The Jnani tries to describe as much as he can to try to help us and to direct us. However, what I was wondering is what about the ones in the relative level to feign ignorance and just be silent or advocate ignorance?
A few months ago, I was speaking of divine ignorance. It's okay to say, I am divinely ignorant. Divinely ignorant means that we do not know what anything is. If you come to think of it, we know nothing. We don't know what a dog is, or a cat, or a tiger, or a human being, or a tree. We have no idea what it is. It just appeared on this earth the same time we did. That's called divine ignorance. When you admit to yourself, I do not know what anything is. You see a rock, where did come from? Where did the first rock come from? What came first, the seed or the tree, the chicken or the egg? We don't know, it's a mystery. So that the first thing we should know as spiritual beings, we should plead divine ignorance. It's your ego that tries to say, I know this and I know that and I know everything, but we really know nothing. We have no idea why we're here, do we? We have no idea why anything exists. Just understanding that makes us relatively happy because nothing is our fault because we don't know why it is. We have no idea why anything exists. It's later on when you work on yourself that you discover, well, nothing really exists, everything is emptiness. Only the self exists. But until then, you give your ego a blow when you tell it, I don't know why anything exists, because the ego wants you to know. It tells you, you want to be smart, you want to be intelligent, you don't want to be a dummy, do you? And has an answer for every question. But when you say, no, I really do not know what anything is, then you're pleading divine ignorance, and that's good.
So who asks these questions that we come up with? The ego, our egos.
You use your mind to destroy your mind.
Oh, that's right, turning it on itself, by confusion or whatever.
Exactly.
So it can't be put into words what part of us inquires.
It's your mind that inquires. It inquires about itself, and the deeper it inquires, the more it disappears.
She's still.
Yeah, I'm trying, I can't seem to quite do it.
This is why I always tell you, try to keep your life simple. Do not make your life complicated. Don't have too many opinions about anything. Try to be still, quiet, and realize you don't know anything because you don't. Does anyone disagree with that?
Are you kidding? Who would say yes at this point?
Well, somebody can say, well, I know why this chair is here.
He said we don't know anything, and in an earlier satsang you were saying, well, the only thing we know, or if there is anything we know, that we think we know, first principle keeping in mind, is that I exist, and as long as I exist you can work on yourself, because you can find out who exists through self-inquiry. But when you inquire who exists you find out that.
Yes, no one. And yet I remember telling you one time I had read that Krishnamurti said, the ego would never annihilate itself, and you said that that was true on the relative level. Do you remember what you meant by that?
Well, on the relative level, it fights you very badly. It brings up all kinds of things from past lives, from this life to confound you. But if you do not react to it, if you do not fight it but rather inquire, to whom does it come? It becomes weaker and weaker and weaker until it's annihilated.
Is there a difference between the ego and the mind? Because the ego would not want to destroy itself. Yet it's the mind that is the tool.
The mind comes first. The mind creates the ego and the body.
So it's not the ego destroying itself, it's more the mind destroying the ego.
It's more than ego, it's not the mind destroying the ego. They're usually the same terms. We break them down so you understand what I mean. But there's only the mind, and everything is a projection of the mind. The ego is a projection of the mind, the body is a projection of the mind, the world is a projection of the mind. So when you go back to the mind and you quiet the mind, there's no ego.
You mentioned in answer to Dana's question you mentioned past lives. With the word past lives, isn't there karma and soul and all of that?
Yes, but as long as you believe that, it exists, so you have to work with it.
That's why you say that everything is an illusion, because as long as you believe it. Not that everything is illusion, that you see you're separate from everything is the illusion.
See, this is why when I make my personal confession to you, I say there's no mind, there's no self, there's no enlightenment, there's no one trying to become enlightened, there's no God, there are no others, there are no principles, there's nothing.
But you do say there is the self, and the self is all that is.
Yes, that's a word.
Are you now saying there's no self?
Who is the self?
Everything, everything.
Yes, that's how it appears. But in the end, the self doesn't even exist, it's also a word. Because if we start thinking about the self, we start thinking of an entity. How else can we imagine the self? When I say there's only the self, what do you think the self is?
The oneness of all things.
And what is that?
Everything, everything.
So it has to be one. Who is the one?
I never understood before that there was not one. I thought the self was the one.
The appearance is the one. The first appearance is the one, I, that's the one. And out of I springs everything else.
And I is in delusion. I can see what you're saying.
It's just the all, Robert, it's just the all.
Even the all is no good.
Yes, we're all wrong.
Because who thinks that there's an all, who perceives that there's an all, who perceives that there's a self? When you're at that state, there's no one to perceive it. There's nothing to perceive, just be.
As long as we're using words, there's ultimate oneness. But when the words stop, see, this is why the practices I give you are to quiet the mind. The only thing you really have to do is to quiet your mind. What do you think self-inquiry is? It's to quiet the mind, that's all. It's the fastest thing available to quiet the mind, and when the I disappears, the mind is quiet. Then you know, what do you know? Don't ask me, I don't know, it just feels good.
Yeah, about feeling good, Robert. When you are doing inquiry, sometimes you have an absence of thought for a little bit.
Yes, yes.
But then when I realize about this absence of thought, I'm already thinking.
Yes, yes.
And then there's some other times in which there is no thought. I don't know about the absence of thought neither, but there is a little bit of good, I mean feeling good. Feeling like a little bit blissful.
That's the true state.
Is that the true state?
Where there are no thoughts in between thoughts.
Right, however, they are very fast, and then you again go on thinking.
Yes, in the beginning they are very fast.
Yeah, one of the last satsangs you pointed that we should reject everything, and I was wondering about these questioning about these little periods of bliss. Should I go back ask, who do they come to?
If you can think about it, reject it.
When you are in that process of thinking it, it's time to.
Yes, reject it.
Reject it, you don't care about if it comes back or not.
Exactly, you do not look for experiences, you reject them. When it comes really, it comes by itself.
So when it starts creating a body in your mind.
Yes, reject it.
So it's time to kill it.
Yeah, when it comes by itself, it comes as no thought. That's incomprehensible for a human being to understand. But it's just no thought. When there's no thought, you will know.
That's what he was saying, but his mind says, oh, I just had a moment of no thought, and that's what you reject. The thought about the no thought.
No, you reject everything. See, when you're really having that feeling, there will not be any body left over to reject.
So can we taste self-bliss?
You can taste, but it's still illusory. So you should reject it.
Why is it illusory?
Because he can think about it. See, when the real thing comes, there's nobody left to think. The thought process has been annihilated. It's like you live in the moment.
So the body knows what it's supposed to do.
The body will take care of itself. The body comes under a different program.
Why is it some people just by the body's program or the existence of that self, some people might not be balanced, the spiritual and physical might not be balanced?
That's not true. In reality, when you discover who you are, the body is very balanced and it does better work and does whatever it's supposed to do better than ever. And you're always happy and blissful and feeling good physically, no matter how it looks to anybody else.
Otherwise, it goes back to what you said, this entity, if it were me, the I, or whatever, I would let my body react to take care of whatever I see needs to be done and then move on.
Yes, yes.
Completely spontaneous, okay.
Exactly, exactly.
When I am sleeping, the self is taking care of my body, nurturing it.
Yes, and you have nothing to do with it. That's how it takes care of your body when you awaken. Same way.
We just have to listen to it, ourself, so it can take care of it.
Yes, yes.
Do you have to listen to something, or it just happens?
Yes, it happens.
Well, Robert, who breathes then? Is it the self? Is it the mind?
The self has nothing to do with the breath. The breath is part of your ego.
So it's the mind.
The mind is breathing, and it keeps on breathing until it stops.
I thought it was the body who was breathing.
The body, the mind are the same thing. But we have to have patience. That's very important.
Robert, do you know the fact or legend about Krishnamurti? He was a young 16 years old, I don't know. Was he a reincarnation of Shiva? He sat just in silence, and he had disciples or listeners to hear him, older than himself, and he sat in silence. And I think that the legend says that the people who were around him got enlightened or something.
That's true, he never spoke.
Due to his presence, they don't mention for how long or so.
That's the story, yes.
What does that exactly refer? Does that refer to the concept of grace?
You can call it grace. That's what we were talking about in another satsang. What we're doing here is we are abiding in the self as Ramana Maharshi did. So we can say we have Ramana Maharshi's grace upon us.
Isn't that the meaning of darshan, silent teaching?
No, not silent teaching. Darshan is a vision of light. There is a visual transmutation.
Oh, I thought darshan was like what you got from being in the presence of a master, being in silence.
It's a grace in the form of light, a vision of light.
A foreseen reality said simply.
Yes, yes.
What is grace? What do you mean by grace?
Grace is always available. You just have to wake up to it.
But define grace.
Grace is goodness, mercy.
Helps you on the relative level. What he was talking about, a story that grace was bestowed in silence. And Maharshi has said that the Guru can bestow grace by thought, by look, and by touch, and all of those are silent.
Excuse me, I was referring to transmission.
Transmission of grace.
There is such a thing too, yes.
Could you further explain that, though?
Well, an enlightened person is something like a current in a voltage, of a high voltage, and when you're with that person, you pick up on that voltage. So there are some physical teachers like Ramana Maharshi who can give you a look, or a touch, or by silence, and if you're receptive you pick up a lot of grace and knowledge.
I think you're that way.
Who knows, but all those things are possible. What you have to do is make yourself a good receiver, and you make yourself a good receiver when you stop worrying, and you stop getting involved too much in the world, and you start loving yourself.
Quieting the mind would make you a good receiver, right?
Yes, same thing. When you do those things your mind quiets.
We're talking about like a radio receiver in a way, wouldn't we?
Yes, when you love yourself, you become quiet, you stop condemning, you stop condoning, you stop making decisions too much. You become quiet. But that doesn't mean that you sit home and do nothing. It means your body will do what it's supposed to do. But your mind will be quiet.
So even what we refer to as decisions will be spontaneous reactions, right?
Yes, like a tree, the tree does not have to think about growing fruit. By its very nature, fruit grows. The sun shines, the grass grows. The same power that takes care of that takes care of the body all by itself.
The lilies of the field that Christ taught us.
Yes, let's play a little music.
Robert, I saw on the top on one of the sheets you had, I think it said Jnana Marga. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Jnana Marga means the path of Jnana. That's the name of our group.
And Jnana means knowledge.
That I know, but I was wondering about the Marga.
It means the path.
So there would be lots of margas, right? I mean theirs.
Lots of margas, too many.
What are some of the others? Like Jnana Marga, Bhakti Marga, would there be Bhakti Marga?
Anything you want to say with marga, you just put it in.
Oh, I see.
Path of knowledge. Marga means path, Jnana means knowledge.
What about healing? I know that it's within the self.
We talked about that a couple of weeks ago actually. You have to ask yourself who needs healing, who actually needs healing. Find out who has to be healed. Healing is a funny thing. It has a lot to do with karma and the body. I find from experience if you leave your body alone, it has the power to heal itself. The more you fool with it, the worse it gets. There's a self-healing mechanism in the body. Isn't that right, Horat?
Yes, I believe so.
There's a self-healing in the body that knows how to take care of itself.
Every 7 years, they said the body, and all its organs and tissues, tend to renew itself.
Of course you can help it by eating the proper foods, I guess.
But what about healers, and what they call spiritual healers?
I think that's all karmic.
If you're supposed to be healed, you will. If you're not, you won't.
Yes, before you came into your body, you knew exactly what was going to transpire, and you know when you're going to leave the body, and when you're going to die, and when you're going to be sick, and whatever. Everything has already been planned. So if you're supposed to be healed, that's already been planned also.
Might have been planned that you would meet a healer, and
Yes, sure.
it would be karmic or not. If it didn't work, that would be karmic.
Yes.
Either way, you don't know.
Yes, that's right.
There is no way to know. True, well, Jesus' healings always seem to relate to a lesson. They always seem to make a point. I think a healing without a lesson being given is useless. It doesn't help the person, they've got to learn their lesson. I don't even know if it could be done actually. I just know that the woman who touched his robe, and he said, "Your faith has made you whole." He did not deny anything for lack of a better word denying that he'd done anything. But her faith had done it, and that was the lesson. But the lesson was that her faith had made her whole, you know.
People want to live forever, and we can't.
Can I read what Nisargadatta says, just the cover of his book? Rather interesting, right if I brought my glasses. The real does not die, the unreal never lived. Imagine a big building collapsing, some rooms are in ruins and some are intact. But can you speak of the space as ruined or intact? It is only the structure that suffered and the people who happened to live in it. Nothing happened to the space itself. Similarly, nothing happens to life when forms break down and names are wiped out. The goldsmith melts down old jewelry to make new. Once you know that death happens to the body and not to you, you just watch your body falling off like a discarded garment. The real you is timeless and beyond birth and death. The body will survive as long as it is needed. It is not important that it should live long.
Yes, that's good.
I just love that, you know. I keep bringing it for Arnold hoping that he'd be here because he asked me to borrow it. I hope he's not still ill, but he must be. I better call him and see.
But that's very true. Most people, especially Westerners, will try to preserve our bodies for as long as possible. Why? There's nothing wrong with dying. It's not bad, just another experience.
I think because they fear annihilation. They think that they've lost something. It's the fear of non-existing.
Yes, of course, while you're alive it's good to be in radiant health. So you don't have to suffer while you are living.
That's what Yogananda said. He said, "You can reach enlightenment in an ill body, but it's much less distracting if you're well."
Yes.
You can reach enlightenment in an ill body.
Oh, yes.
Is that preordained also, Robert?
Everything is preordained.
I mean your enlightenment.
Yes, yes.
But it's not limited, it's not fixed.
It's not fixed, but it's preordained.
Preordained in what way? Preordained as in which lifetime you will wake up.
No, you know the lifetime before. If you had a lifetime before that, you're going to be enlightened in that lifetime.
Do you know at what point between lifetimes?
Between lifetimes.
And then do you remember it?
No, you don't remember it, but you find it. You do whatever you have to do.
And didn't you say that someone who reaches enlightenment usually has been approaching it for several lifetimes?
They have been practicing sadhanas before.
So we do get credit.
Oh, yes.
Not like the slate is wiped clean.
That's like the journey of the soul that goes from life to life, though Robert says there's no soul.
I know what you're talking about, that entity or whatever. It's all on a certain level, he doesn't deny it.
See, this is why we should get rid of all conceptions and just go and find ourselves and get rid of everything and be free once and for all.
I sure don't want to come back. I know people who act resistant to self-realization because they say they're looking forward to their other reincarnations.
Well, they don't understand.
They can't relate to that.
That's sick, really sick.
I guess they think that realization is the end of adventure or something, and they look on different reincarnations as adventure, but either they're sick or they're realized. Well, if you were realized, you wouldn't look forward to future reincarnations. You wouldn't look forward to anything. Unless you had the motivation to help others. Right, that puts you into a different category.
The Buddhists say that, I will not be liberated until the whole world awakens.
Now that's depressing that. More accurately is, I will not take the final liberation until everyone has brought back to whatever levels of enlightenment they can reach.
That's a certain sect of Buddhism.
Yes.
There are other bodhisattvas that don't do that.
Well, hut.
There are another sect of bodhisattvas that don't do that.
What do they do?
What we're doing.
But actually, there is a certain truth to that, because you are the whole world.
Yes, but they want to stay in the relative world.
They make a vow, actually. But then they attain the state where they consciously know when they are going to be reborn into the next life, and they write a letter or note and go and tell someone or not. So that's an area of control that's.
But to get back to health again, it really makes no difference whether you're sick or healthy in the long run. It has nothing to do with it. To remember that you are the self is more important than whether you're sick or healthy.
Because you're only sick or healthy in the dream anyway.
Of course, like we were discussing the other time, we have no idea of the people who Jesus healed, how many stayed healed. They could have reverted back to sickness the next day. And I was talking about Lazarus, remember? Being brought back from the dead. Well, Lazarus was about 50 years old to begin with, and at that time the lifespan was about 50. So even if he was being brought back from the dead, how long did he live after that?
Yes, makes you wonder. But again, I don't remember what the point was, but all those miracles had a point.
To give people more faith.
Yeah, it was less to raise him from the dead than to prove to the people that Christ was who he said he was, right?
Yes.
You know, at the time of Christ, there were a lot of people claiming to be Christ.
But here we are. What are we going to do with our lives? That's the question.
It's okay to look for healers, because if you look for healers, that's what you're predestined to do.
Yes.
And whether they help you or not is also predestination.
Of course.
So it's neither good nor bad.
Yes, it's okay.
What about healing others, and that's also predestined too? To be able to heal others.
That's okay. Well, look at it as a profession. If you're a professional healer, that's what you do. It's like being an accountant.
Only a lot more rare.
It's a human profession.
Horat's a healer in a way. He's a physician.
We do whatever we have to do.
There are other ways to healing, aren't there?
Through food, through fasting, through prayer, through meditation, finding a healer, all kinds of ways.
The unconventional ways, such as some people who seem to be able to heal just with their hands.
Yes, all things are possible.
But wouldn't the thing to remember be again that that is happening within the grand illusion? Even if it's on the astral plane or whatever, all those levels are a part of Maya.
Oh, yes.
What do you do once you're healed? Then what?
Then you get sick again.
Or not. It depends on your karma, I guess.
In the ultimate sense, it doesn't matter what we do or don't do.
Yes, that's right.
We can do whatever we want to. Our reservations we may have about certain actions, I guess, is also in the script. Our enthusiasm we have is also in the script that Robert told us.
True, I know certain people with some diseases who go spend their life traveling the world trying to heal themselves. What they are doing is wasting their time and using that time properly by trying to find themselves.
What about things like astral projection? What is that? Is that what you experience?
That's part of the psychic realms.
Which are also part of Maya, just another level, slightly different from the earth plane.
In the Upanishads it states that if you get caught up in the psychic levels, you can be caught for thousands of incarnations, going around and around in psychic realms.
Isn't that perhaps due to the fact that some people think that's the end goal?
A lot of people do, yes.
Being psychically gifted or being able to astrally project something. They see that as an end rather than just another level of illusion. It's like another body traveling the physical body, traveling the astral plane. It's a subtler plane, and it's just as material in a sense. It's hard to.
And probably without knowing, we have shared a great deal of these other levels of experience.
Yes could be yes.
We are just not aware now.
True, as you advance spiritually, a lot of psychic levels open up for you, but you're supposed to go beyond it and not get caught up there.
Transcript 12, I am not the body. 28 September, 1990.
I am merely voicing what I feel. I am absolute awareness. I am Sat Chitananda. I am not referring to Robert. I'm referring to I am, and remember I am includes everybody here. I am ultimate oneness. I was never born and I can never die. I am total bliss, infinite happiness, divine awareness, pure intelligence. This is the I am. It has come to my attention that the mantra that I gave you a while back is a little confusing to most people. When you say the mantra, who am I am he, I am not the body. There's a little confusion. I was speaking to one of you last week and I saw where the confusion lies. When you say, I am not the body, to whom are you referring? This is an important point. I am not the body, to most people means simply this: I am not my body. But I am apart from my body, especially those of us with a Christian Judeo background. We say, my body is the temple for the living God and God resides within myself. This may be true to an extent, but it is not the ultimate truth. The ultimate truth is exactly what it says: I am not my body. In other words, my body does not exist, but there are not two of us. There is not I am and my body, or there is not God and my body. There is not God residing in my body. There simply is no body. No body exists. Therefore I am is that I am. You are consciousness just the way you are, but you are not the body. In other words, what you think is the body is consciousness. There is not the body and consciousness. There's the body as consciousness, and the body does not exist the way it appears. As an example, Take a movie theater, you have the moving picture on the screen. You do not see the screen because it's covered by images and you do not even think of the screen. You have no idea there is a screen because you do not think about it. You're thinking about the images. You become immersed in the movie, beginning, a middle, and an end. But yet without the screen, there would be no movie. So we can say the movie is not reality. The screen is the reality. And when the images cover the screen is still the reality. But the images give an appearance like reality. An example of this is when you try to get up and grab the images on the screen, what will you get? You'll be grabbing the screen, for the images do not exist. And so it is with us. Everything you see, everything that appears are images, or what is called false imagination, and the only truth about these images is consciousness. These are all cosmic images on the screen of consciousness, and that's everything. You and I, the chairs, the couch, the sky, the moon, the universe are simply images, appearances, optical illusions. The truth is that you are consciousness, but you can't see yourself because of the Maya, the grand illusion. So you believe that you are the body, and you are the doer. Again, it's like the movie and the screen. You get wrapped up in the movie and you start to feel the movie. You have forgotten there is a screen and the screen is the reality, but you're all wrapped up in the movie. And you can tell me everything about the movie. But you can't tell me anything about the screen. The only time you remember there's a screen is when the movie is over, and even then you do not pay any attention to it because you get up and go home. But remember, if it weren't for the screen, there would be no movie. So if it weren't for consciousness, there would be no images. Consciousness is real, the images are false. The images come and go, change continuously, constantly. But consciousness remains the same all the time. Consciousness is like emptiness, like empty space, and you are that. I am that I am, that is the meaning of this. I am absolute awareness. So you say, well, how come I feel all these other things? How can I feel disease? How can I feel hurt? How can I feel my problems? The reason you feel these things is because of wrong identification. You're not identifying with the screen, you're identifying with the images. And as long as you believe that you're an image like the movie, you're going to suffer accordingly. The secret is therefore to let go and quiet your mind, identifying with consciousness and not with the image, which is called false imagination. But you may say to me, will I see my fellow man suffering? There's a war to break out in Iraq. All kinds of man's inhumanity to man is happening all around me. Is that false? As long as you believe in it, then it's real to you. Therefore, I will not tell you it's false, because you believe in it. Again, it's like the person in the movie. I tell them the screen is the reality, but they say, no, the images are real, I can see them. Can't you see the person killing somebody else? And somebody dying of cancer? And a bomb falling on the city? How can you say that's not real? So I come and take away the screen and there's nothing but a blur. This is what happens when you awaken. The human dream is over. It becomes nothing but a blur, and you become steeped in reality. Reality becomes bliss, happiness, eternal joy, Satchit Ananda. The question therefore is, how do I identify myself with consciousness? There's only one way, and that is to quiet your mind. Your mind has to become quiescent still. When the mind is still, reality shines forth by itself. But as long as you accept images, images are problems, things that you see with your eyes and your senses and you think they're real, things that you feel. This is called false imagination. And because you feel these things, first you suffer accordingly. The secret is to transcend those feelings, and again, the only way to transcend those feelings is to quieten your mind. How do you quiet your mind? By taking time to be still. Be still and know that I am God. And if you can't become still by yourself, there are various methods, the highest one being self-inquiry. By simply asking yourself, whose mind is not still, who feels all the images, who suffers, who becomes angry, who identifies with the world. Again, don't make the mistake, and believe that you are not the body as I mentioned in the beginning. So you think you're separate, there are two of you. You think there's the body, and this is what advanced people who believe this now. They think they are not the body, but the body goes off by itself and does what it wants. But they are something else. This couldn't be further from the truth. There's only one ultimate oneness. One. There are never two, there's never the body and yourself. There's only the body as yourself. And as you see this, the body vanishes and disappears. It disappears because it never existed. That which exists must always exist. That which never existed must disappear. That's why the body gets old and dies, because it isn't real to begin with, it's an illusion. So the real you is exactly what you are right now, the self. You are the self. You are not the body, but you are the self. It's one, not two. The body does not exist. If you're traveling in the desert and you see a body of water, compare the body of water to your body. You believe in it because you see it. Yet when you get close to it, it's not there, it's an optical illusion. True. The same thing with your body, you see it, you carry it, you think it's yours and you have identified with it. Why? Because of your mind is the culprit. When the mind becomes still, everything disappears and you become the self, which you really are anyway. You have to use any method you have to quiet the mind. You must ask yourself, who am I? What is the source of the I? Where did the I come from? And then follow the I to its culmination. The I becomes like the mirage, doesn't exist. When you follow the I deep inside your heart, you will find that the I never existed. Remember also that everything else is attached to the I. Every problem, the ego, the mind, everything is attached to this I. So when the I is transcended, so is everything else and you're free. But the important point tonight is this. When you say, I am not the body, realize that there are not two of you, there's only one. It means the appearance of a body does not exist in reality. You are consciousness. You are the self, and that is the only reality, and nothing else exists. Any questions about that?
It seems once you've explained it, you can almost just say, I am is not the body. And that seems more clear to me saying that.
If you're saying, I am is not the body, then what is the body?
Well, illusion.
Exactly, as long as you remember that the body does not exist by itself, but it's like a projection on the screen, then you can say whatever you want. The whole secret is to know who you are, and you are the immortal self. You were never born, you can never die, you have always existed. You are Satchitananda. That's who you really are, just the way you are right now, just the way you are. No changes have to be made, just the way you are right now. You are God, you are consciousness. But do not mistake this with the body. I am not saying that the body is God, I'm saying that you are God. But I see you as consciousness. I see you as absolute reality, as pure awareness. That is God. If you identify your body with God, you're making a big mistake. Therefore, when I tell you, you are God, I am referring to yourself. Not your ego, not your mind, and not your body. And when I refer to the term God, or consciousness, or absolute reality, I am referring to omnipresence. So when I say, I am consciousness, I am not referring to Robert. I am referring to I am omnipresence, which includes the whole universe. Do you follow that? Everything is consciousness, nothing is left out. This is why we have reverence for all things, for all of life. For the mineral kingdom, for the vegetable kingdom, for the animal kingdom, and for the human kingdom. For everything is God, nothing is excluded. If you hate anything, you're hating an illusion. If you feel out of sorts, or you feel sick, or you feel bad, or you feel angry, or you feel you've got a bad temper, you're identifying with an illusion. This is false imagination. It's not you. The more you think about these things, the freer you become. Any questions?
Robert, is there any difference between an animate and an inanimate object, or between a sentient or insentient?
Only in a material sense. In the absolute, there's no difference. It is all pure consciousness, egoless, mindless. It's all emptiness, all pure awareness.
So physical things are the same things as people.
Same thing, but at a certain point in relativity, you call things sentient and insentient, but in reality, there's no difference, it's all the same.
I was reading that only a sentient being can become self-aware of its own consciousness. How about inanimate objects?
Well, inanimate objects cannot be aware at a relative level, because they are inanimate in a relative level. But in reality, there's no relative level. So everything is consciousness. You're probably speaking about Buddhism. The Bodhisattva says, only a sentient being can realize absoluteness. At the level he's speaking of, he's right. But he's speaking at a level. I am speaking of no level of the absolute. The absolute is the absolute. It is non-duality.
So can we say in the absolute sense that everything contains everything and nothing?
Yes, it's the same thing. Everything is nothingness and nothingness is everything. The question also arises, how am I to live my life if I don't exist? How can I live? Again, as I remind you all the time, you will be taken care of. As long as you believe that you are the body, there's a mysterious power that will guide you and lead you to your highest good if you let go and let God. So at all levels you're protected. In other words, if you can't see the absolute and you can't understand it, that's okay too. This simply means you must surrender. Surrender to God totally and completely, and you will be totally protected and taken care of. But that means absolute surrender, total surrender. So you can use any level you like, it doesn't matter. Everything is in your favor. The whole universe is your friend. There is nothing against you, and there is nothing that can or wants to harm you, nothing. It's all in your imagination. When you're suffering from anxiety or depression, when you think the world is against you or you think you have problems, try to realize that you think that from a human standpoint. And even if you can't believe that you're not human yet, let go of your problems. Give them to God and God will take care of everything for you. Also, you came here karmically to do something at that level. So you're going to do whatever you came here to do. What I'm trying to tell you, you've got no problems. There's absolutely nothing wrong. All is well and everything is unfolding as it should. See, as we sit in quietness, what's going on in your mind right now? What are you thinking about? Can't you see that's your whole problem? You're thinking. If there's no one left to think, you would be self-realized. But as long as you allow yourself to think, you're causing yourself one problem after another. It's like looking at a movie, and you know who the killer is in the movie. So you start thinking about a solution. How the police are going to catch the killer and what the killer should do to get away from the police. That's what you do in your human self. You cause all these abstractions. You cause all the problems yourself and you don't know it. You believe that your problems are coming to you from the outside. But they are not. You are creating them out of your mind, and you're perpetuating them by thinking about them every day, thinking, thinking, thinking. And the worst thing you can do is to think how you can solve your problems. Because when you think how you can solve your problems, you are admitting you've got a problem that needs to be solved by some human way. And you may or you may not solve it that way. But if do solve the problem, another one will pop up somewhere else, and there's no end to it. The only way to get rid of your problems is to quiet your mind, go within, and realize the self. To that extent will your problems dissipate. Mary, why don't you tell the class about what you told me about your problems? Would you like to share that?
A lot of dissension at home. My husband doesn't want me to come to these meetings, very much against everything spiritual now, and it has become very, very hard on me, and I've followed pretty much the way Robert talks to us, and all of a sudden, the problems are still there, but I'm very happy. I have changed, the problems haven't changed, but I've changed, and I can face it all now, and it doesn't bother me. Today when Robert and I got in the car and he said, "Gee, you look happy, Mary," and I said, "I am happy, I really am." So really you changed, not the problem, and I really learned it works that way.
And that's the first step. The next step after that is everything else will change too. It has to.
So it's the attitude on this plane, it's the attitude that happens first.
Yes, yes.
And then everything else will follow.
Exactly, and patience is the key because things may seem to get relatively worse before they get better. That's called chemicalization. Things are beginning to happen. It seems that everything's going to blow up and get relatively worse sometimes, not all the time. That's when you have to hold on real tight. Then all of a sudden there'll be a peace and a calm, and everything will change into goodness and happiness and harmony.
The way to have patience is to have acceptance.
No, you don't really accept. I don't like to use that term. What you do, you turn from it and you go within and see the truth. And the truth is that you are the immortal self. You are not the situation. And you are not the body or the circumstance.
You're accepting reality.
You're accepting reality, yes, that's a better term.
Yes, the truth.
And when you accept reality, reality starts from you and expands into the world because you have formed a new creation. The world becomes your reality that you've accepted, and everything becomes beautiful.
About 3 weeks ago, I had a sudden insight. I recognized that I was consciousness and not the body. Seemed so obvious after 30 years not understanding what it meant. And that I create the world. Whatever the I is creates the world. You, the body, is just a small part of consciousness. But I haven't understood absolute consciousness. Consciousness to me still means all of the images changing, and interacting. But I don't know what's before the images, consciousness, absolute consciousness. How do I find that?
This is called Parabrahman, absolute reality, absolute consciousness. By denying the world within yourself by watching and not reacting. And you go deeper and deeper and deeper, till the whole thing disappears.
Isn't that the fourth fundamental that you gave us, more or less apply in that case?
Explain that.
Well, the fourth fundamental is that self-realization can be discovered by eliminating what it is not. So I feel that is what is meant.
Yes, when you see these images and whatever you're still seeing, you say, not this, not this.
Netinety.
Exactly, and you go deeper and deeper, and everything will dissolve into consciousness. But remember, you yourself, the way you are now, are absolute consciousness. So don't think you've got to drop your body. There is no body to drop. And that's the point, and that's the hardest part for people to understand. No body exists that you have to get rid of. I've seen very advanced people who have been practicing for years like you just said, and they're still saying, "Boy, when I get rid of this body, then I'll be free." There is no body to get rid of. Like the sky is blue again, you take me outside and you say, "Robert, see the sky, it's blue." I look and I say, "Yes," but in reality there's no sky and there's no blue, there's only atmosphere. It's like the rope and the snake. In the dark you see a rope coiled up and you think it's a snake. But upon investigation you realize it's only a rope, and you'll never be scared of the rope and the snake again. So when you see bodies, images, whatever, your own body in particular, you realize what appears to be my body is pure consciousness, and my body does not exist as it appears. And the more you can meditate on that, the greater the reality will come to you that this is so, and you become free, or you awaken to your freedom, just the way you are. This is why, like I always tell you, what are you doing with your life? What's more important than finding yourself? Everything else is just a fleeting picture. It's here today and gone tomorrow. You have to be true to yourself and really know where you are and what you're really made out of. Like I say many times, there are so many students who profess to love this truth and they live for it and can't wait for it, and that's all they can do. Yet if they won the lottery and have $30 or $50 million, we'd never see them again, for they'd be out celebrating and going crazy. So where are you really? The understanding, of course, is not a way out. The money will be spent. If you make investments, you have to worry about the IRS or about people trying to steal your investments. There are always problems in the human world, always problems. Turn within and really find reality. As I mentioned last week to you, even the times I was in India and I met with all these sannyasis, and you know sannyasis, they're renunciates, and they're sort of like bodhisattvas, they're supposed to be real high. Yet in reality, these sannyasis never had anything to give up or to renunciate because they never owned anything to begin with. And the first people that give them any money, they get rid of their Swami outfits and they go to town. They put on new suits and they become a gentleman, so to speak. So you never know how you're going to turn out. You never know what you're made out of. But if you keep turning within enough and you cry for realization, you cry for God, you have passion for God like you have for a football game, something will give and something will happen. But you have to have that passion, and it has to come first in your life. And you start in the morning as soon as you open your eyes. You may ask yourself the question, who is it that's awake? And the answer will come, I am. Who is it that slept? I did. Or who is it that dreamt? I did, and you will notice that the I is always there. So you continue by asking yourself, where did this I come from? The I that is present in all these three states of consciousness. Where did it come from? And you abide in the I. You abide in the I and you follow the I to its source until the I totally disappears like the sky and the blue like the mirage in the desert. The I is an illusion, it does not exist. And when the I disappears, I am will shine again in all its glory and splendor. And that's a beautiful way to get out of bed in the morning. It's a beautiful way to wake up. But you have to remember to do these things, and not get up thinking about a cup of coffee or thinking about your problems or what you're going to wear or whatever. And the worst thing you can do in the morning is turn on the TV because those things stay with you all day. It keeps you from going within. Forget about newspapers, forget about the TV for a while. The world will still go on, save yourself. If you find yourself in a burning building, you do not stop to admire the pictures on the wall. You get out of the building as fast as possible. So you find yourself engulfed in Maya. That's like a burning building. While you still have time before you leave your body, find out who you are. Know the truth, and the truth will make you free. Let's play some music. Believes they are the body. As long as you believe you are the body, there's reincarnation, there are souls, there's God, there's the world, there's the universe. And there's getting enlightened. But as soon as you realize you're not the body, all that ceases.
Robert, what about the people who don't become enlightened at this particular time?
There's no such thing. But if you still believe you are the body and you happen to throw your body off and you believe you are the body, then you come back more advanced.
So you get credit for these courses, huh? Even if we don't pass, even if we don't graduate.
That's right, you do. There's a gigantic accounting system that takes care of everything.
But that's within worlds of karma and reincarnation, right? Which don't apply once you're realized.
Exactly.
But marry the things that realization gets you off the karmic wheel. The rules are different once you're realized, and you realize all of that was always non-existent.
But again, I must emphasize, I'll say it again, that this is sort of a dangerous teaching, because when I say there are no rules, it gives some people license to do whatever they like. But they don't realize that as long as they are doing some evil someplace, they believe that they're the body and they have to suffer accordingly. If you become realized, you leave everybody alone.
Robert, when you said you could do whatever you want with the body, you can throw it in the garbage can. At the same time, everything becomes holy, right?
In the last reality, in the last analysis, everything is holy. But by throwing it in the garbage doesn't make it less holy.
Throw it in a holy garbage can.
The garbage can is holy to begin with.
But it doesn't make it any more holy.
No, doesn't matter. If you want to go through all these rituals of death, go ahead. Do whatever you like.
They're almost necessary as long as we identify with the body, aren't they? Because they're all a part of the dream, the same dream.
Yes, as long as you identify with the body, everything is going to disturb you. You'll never find peace, no matter what you do.
But I mean, as you go through the rituals of death, you might remind yourself that you are doing that in the body, and the higher truth is that it's not real.
Yes, when you leave your body, you take a rest, and you're able to see all these things. Then you get pulled back again, and you have another chance.
Didn't you say something about, for 7 days after death and 7 days after a baby's birth, that they know they are realized?
You become aware, yes, for approximately 7 days.
Well, after deaths.
Yes, after death.
And immediately after physical birth as well. So little babies aren't so dumb as we thought.
No.
Have you ever seen a new baby? It never looks at the face or the eyes, always looks above the head. I've always noticed that.
Yes, that's true.
And depending on what type of person they look at, they sometimes scream to get away from them, and others they are just so glad to be near them.
A baby is real pure until the parents get a hold of them. Then it's spoiled.
Does the nature of the child say something about what the child's going to end up like? So if the baby is very quiet and sweet and good-natured,
Not necessarily.
But probably in its young years, you get indications from them.
You can and you can't.
That would be karmic, wouldn't it?
Everything is karmic, yes.
I think behavioral scientists try to stand on their heads to prove that the child grows up, like from 7 and they're already fixed, but I don't believe that. I think people change continuously with the world.
Anything is possible.
Anything, absolutely.
What they say in the Catholic religion, get a child before they are 7 years old and you'll have.
Lifetime Catholic.
Yeah, fixed it's a guilt complex.
That's what Khrushchev used to say.
Well, pardon me.
Khrushchev, he says the same thing. Give me a child at the age of 5, and I'll give you a lifetime communist.
Yeah, I know, he must have got that from the same place as me.
Admitting that he thought he was God.
Also the training of a young child during Nazism in Germany, and they try to instill in the child, but I don't think that works either.
Everything is karmic. If it works, it's karmic. If it doesn't, it's karmic. There's no escape from that as long as you believe you're the body.
As long as what?
You believe you're the body.
And yet we take care of our body, we feed it, and we exercise it.
Sure, it's like going to the movies. You pay to get in to watch the movie. You see all these pictures on the screen and you cheer, or you scream, or you holla, or you're afraid, then you go home.
The process of disidentification with the body or with the ego is basically a problem of the mind. It's a process in the mind. It's the mind that realizes.
Yes, the mind is the culprit. Because of the mind you have a body and an ego.
And because of the mind you lose your body too.
Yes, that's why it's so simple. Quiet the mind and everything disappears.
Including the mind, right?
Including the mind.
It annihilates itself.
Because the mind is only a conglomeration of thoughts. So the more you quieten, the more it dissipates. And when there's no mind, there's no world, there's no body, there's nobody. You're free.
The way to quieten the mind is through self-inquiry, right?
That's the best way.
Because they say that people that like to quiet the mind will renounce the world or go away to a cave. The mind is no different in the cave than it is in the world.
Probably worse, because that's all you'd do would be to think.
Yes, exactly.
But maybe best to purify it, have a sub-confrontation with it.
You'll go crazy. If you can't take it in the world or the marketplace, you'll be worse off in the cave.
You can't force it, you have to let it happen of itself.
The mind appears to be very, very powerful, and it will overwhelm you. So if you go away by yourself and you're not developed, you'll scream and you'll holla and you'll run back home. You can't force it, no, you have to watch it. Become the witness to your thoughts and it'll dissipate.
What is the brain?
The brain is nothing, it's a part of the body. It's the electrical system for the body.
Takes care of the body.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with thought?
No.
So the brain and the mind are not the same.
No, they are not.
Those are just parts of functioning of the body, to some extent.
The brain is for the body.
You know they've done experiments where they tap certain places of the brain, and then the person thinks different.
Sure.
Is that how the mind, the thoughts are embedded in the body? Even they say that. People who do massage, they tap into a place where someone has stored anger, emotion, or thoughts, or all of them.
That's all on the physical mental level.
Right, so they can be interwoven so often.
Yes, but the brain has only to do with the body. The mind has to do with thoughts about the brain.
So it's just as any other part of the body. Our thoughts could be stored with emotions.
Oh yes, and then you can unstore them.
Yes, but you don't have to do it if you're not relating to the body. You can just do it by dissolving the mind, so to speak.
Oh yes, that's the best way, because if you do it the other way, they may be healed for a while.
And then you can restore it.
But something else comes up, and even if you heal the body from this life, you have other lives to deal with. It never ends.
Yeah, it's just helpful on a relative level. It could free someone up enough to indulge in a spiritual discipline.
Yes, it can, but that's still under the laws of karma. It was meant to be that way. Whenever you see a situation, before you react to it, ask yourself, who sees?
Sometimes reactions seem instantaneous. Could you ask yourself, who's reacting?
Yes, you can, whatever is easier for you. But I'm referring before you react. Most people are confronted by the situation and react with anger or whatever. So before that happens, remember to catch yourself and ask yourself, who sees? Then the reaction will dissipate and you'll become quiet.
You said to ask yourself, who sees?
Who sees the situation like this? For instance, if you're watching the war in Iraq and you become angry over it. Catch yourself and ask yourself who is affected by this, or who sees, same thing.
Or who responds right.
Whatever helps you, who responds, who's affected, who sees.
And if the answer's I?
Go right into the teaching. Who am I? Where did the I come from? What's the source of the I?
Well, and don't react.
Yes, don't react.
Because it's the ego to whom it comes. But don't believe that, find out.
Jay brought some food. Conversations about reincarnation and transmigration. It's very rare, but it happens to some people.
What would occasion it to happen? Would there be something that they've done?
If someone's real vile, real mean, real bad, and sort of like an animal, they'll come back as an animal.
I'd like to come back as a rock.
Well, you would.
Yes, it's a joke.
Anything is possible.
But all within the context of Maya, right?
Yes.
No one really comes back, because there's nowhere to go.
Exactly.
So if we could just wake up, we would just get off that wheel, you know.
Well, wake up.
That's a good reason to wake up as far as I'm concerned.
Who tells you you're asleep? What makes you think you're asleep?
I know you tell us we already are awake. Words are inadequate if I could be aware of being awake. if I could realize it.
If you live in the moment, in the second, you're awake. But every time your mind thinks you're caught up in Maya.
If you live in the moment, is that the same as being one-pointed?
No, no, no. One-pointed is to make your mind go after one thing. Go after the thing, quiet the mind.
Oh, so it's just an aid in the body.
Then you become one-pointed. But to awaken, you just have to rest in that second without thinking.
So one-pointedness could lead to quieting the mind, which could lead to awakening.
Yes, but just think of the second. Nothing is happening in the second and you're awake.
Robert, I thought it would come like a sound big blast for 1 week.
No, on the contrary, nothing happens.
I thought you said it was like a flash of light. Or were you just being symbolic?
No, that's before awakening. When you're really awakened, you just open your eyes and you're awake.
1 minute you're not, and the next minute you are.
It's like being in a room full of darkness and you flash on the light.
But I thought you said it was like a flash of light.
That's before, that's when you have experiences.
I thought maybe you were talking symbolically cause it'd be like seeing the light. Like I always thought in the Bible the light that shone around. Saul or Paul was symbolic of his seeing the light or awakening.
Symbolic, yes, that's true, yes. That's what I said, you're in darkness, then you turn on the light, that's it, no big deal.
Oh, but what a big deal. It is a big deal because it's what we all are seeking.
If you seek too much, it won't happen. Stop seeking. Just become be yourself.
I think a good analogy is when she was talking about concepts and being here and being there. If you're in a daydream state, there are no concepts to have, and there's no one to have them or the moment between thoughts. Then you're not aware of any different states, and you're not even aware of the unified state. You're just aware. And there's no one else necessarily to be. And I used the analogy before of the I looking outward and everybody being a part of that I, looking outward. It might help with the conceptual daydream state.
I think the only reason I did speak in terms of levels was just for differentiating what we're supposed to see in finite terms.
About 2 weeks ago, I met Jean Dunn, who was one of Nisargadatta's students. And I was talking to her in a motel room in Torrance, and she was visiting her mother who was in hospital. And I was very impressed by her, and I said, I really get the impression that you understand. She got angry with me. She said, you really didn't get it, she said. People would tell this to Maharaj all the time, and he would get upset and say, you don't understand, you created me. And she waved her finger in my face like this, and she said, you created this body, you created the teachings that you're understanding from me. It was a wonderful experience. I spent a week going around owning everything. The walls, the stars, it's all mine, I created it.
Yes, she's right.
I created the teachings, Iraq, Saddam, everything.
And you created God.
Yes, I created God.
Yes, she's right.
What do you think of Nisargadatta's, the guy that's taken up his works?
Well, Ramesh.
Well, Balsikar.
I like him a lot. I like Ramesh. He's very intellectual, though. Theories, conceptualizations, tying together physics and philosophy, and it's just too much thinking. Maharaj wasn't at all a thinker. Ramesh just confuses me sometimes with all of his conceptualizations. I liked your simplicity, very clear. I like my simplicity.
It's the same with Ramana's teachings. The people who write the mountain path, They're going to be in San Diego next month. The great-grandnephew of Ramana Maharshi. But they are all intellectual. I've seen them before in India.
Whose gnome is that a person?
Yes, Gnome, asked Sam.
I don't know him.
He leads an ashram in Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz. So there's a book with Ramana Maharshi that says, "From I to eternity."
How did you get that book?
I just got it at the Bodhi tree probably years ago.
Did you know that book is supposed to be? It's a secret book.
Well, people get it, and they go to the used bookstore and sell it when they want some money. So I picked it up from there.
Students discuss between themselves.
Is gnome in it, with a picture of Ramana.
No, that was the first one. There are now 2 versions.
From I to eternity, it's a small little booklet, essentially saying, come to our place and do meditation.
He had a cave and he had other yogas upstairs in the other caves, and they used to throw big boulders at him and try to kill him. They rolled boulders down. He would just look up and look at the boulder, and it was like a fly bothering him. He'd just stand there, he couldn't care less, and they'd push these big boulders down at him. And they'd always miss. And this went on for months because more people used to come and see him more than the other people. So you never know what people are going to do.
Was that when he first came to the mountain?
When he was at Iskander Ashram, after he was there about 15 years, see, there's so many things going on in the world, so many movements, so many teachers. That's why the true teacher is within yourself. Contact yourself, find yourself, and leave everything else alone. Try not to make your mind complicated. Because there's so many books, there's so many teachers, there are so many movements. You have to go where your heart takes you and never condemn anybody. Just leave them be. There's enough room in this world for all, and everybody goes to what they need in the moment. In other words, if you have a rotten disposition, you'll go to a rotten teacher. So you're always in your right place.
Is that what happened to me?
Well, who knows?
Yes, I'm kidding.
Of course, when you look at the world, you see yourself. That's what Ed was saying.
Everything is in its right place.
Also, a big recognition of mine is I have no choice in my spiritual path it's unfolding. The person feels as if he's making these kinds of acts of will and practices, and so forth, but it's just a bubble.
True.
It's deeper than that, it's deeper than the person. That I'm here, it's not my choice, it's foreordained a long time ago.
Exactly.
That's what we talked about last Sunday, Karma. How everything is preordained, even decisions that you seem to face, and the choices that you seem to make is predestined. Does your person still do spiritual practices every day?
I lay in bed all day long when I'm not working.
That's what I do.
Yes, very advanced.
I used to be concerned about that. Now I don't know what to think of it.
I've been absolutely depressed for 2 years. I'm not interested in the world anymore. People say how depressed you are, you get out and do things, and I say I'm happy lying in bed and just being inside of myself. I don't even sit in meditation anymore, it's too much effort.
What did Nisargadatta teach about meditation?
Same as Robert, I would say.
He taught for whom is their meditation, who needs to meditate. But again, don't let it throw you, because many people need to meditate.
What did you say then?
I said there are many people that should meditate.
I almost feel as if I meditate to learn that I didn't have to meditate.
What about sleeping? Like we seem to be sharing some kind of the same experience, but I'm concerned about that.
Well, if you're really on the right path, your body will do the right things, whatever it has to do. As long as you don't get in anybody's way, and you're not cruel to anybody else, you should do what you want.
But my only problem is my own conceptions of what I think I should be doing, or what I'm used to in the past.
Well, are you happy?
I'm both. I'm not sad. There's no sadness.
Then there's nothing wrong with what you're doing.
When you talked of depression, could he not ask himself, who is depressed?
Of course, yes.
It's not a painful depression, it's just a lack of interest.
Whether it's painful or not, it's the ego who's depressed.
It feels like the mourning for the person. The person is dying and there's a part of me that's mourning the death of the person.
The ego would resist the violation of the self. Like a transition, also part of the transition.
I think isn't that what somebody else said before? Someone's philosophy, he said that you mourn for the person, the body, the self that's dying and later on the next.
Well, celebrate.
Yeah, and the next step, there's a little more enlightenment.
That's possible too. All these things are possible.
Robert, can the ego resist annihilation?
It appears to, but in reality, if there's no ego, who's to resist? But it appears to resist, it appears to fight you. But when you become the witness and you do not pay any attention to it, it will subside by itself.
Well, when you become the witness, is that something that happens or can happen instantaneously?
Yes, yes.
But it's something you can do by plan. You can consciously become the observer.
But say if you become the witness, doesn't the ego fight back?
Not if you become the witness. Because if you become the witness to the fighting, then there's nobody to react, it becomes weak. The ego becomes very weak and subsides by itself. It's like when you have a friend and your friend is talking to you, but you don't answer your friend, you just look at him. What's going to happen? Your friend will walk away and leave you alone. Same principle. When your ego sees that there's no resistance, there's nobody left to fight. It becomes weak and weak and weak and weak and weak until it dissipates entirely.
Robert, I've noticed in self-observation that there's a stream of thoughts, and there's a time when I'll be observing those thoughts. And then there's another time when I'll get involved in those thoughts, and then I'll come back and try to observe them again. So is this an ego, this thing?
Well, you are consciousness, so just observe the whole procedure. Observe what is happening, but don't react. Stay in your true nature as consciousness.
So when you say self-observation is being a witness, there's nothing magical about being the witness.
No, no.
Self-observation is witnessing.
Yes, same thing.
And it's magical.
Why do you call it magical?
Well, because of the effects that it has on the ego.
It's actually normal.
Yes.
You were with Ramana for 2 years.
Yes.
And how long was it after, before you really got what he was teaching you?
Well, I didn't go there to be taught, I actually went there just to see him. I had everything before that, whatever it is. I was there 2 years before he died.
Did you stay there the whole 2 years?
No, I went back and forth because he was very sick, he could hardly walk.
And you couldn't stand to see that.
No, I was able to have an audience with him twice.
How was it being in his presence?
Great, great.
I mean, did you feel elevated? Did you feel like you'd known him all your life? Did you identify with him, or were you in awe of him?
Well, if you recall the story, I used to see him when I was a baby in my crib, and then I saw his picture in a book, and then I went to India.
So you'd known him all your life?
Yes, just about.
Does he ever come to you taking on that same visible form, in dreaming or?
Yes, lots of times.
How old were you when you went to India?
18.
A young age to be traveling in India.
Yes, I know.
Bet you were wild.
And that was a wild time, about 1940 what?
1947.
Do you know the 4 rules and the 3 vehicles and all that? It's like I'm not reading anything from all the different philosophies and everything, so it's like whatever meditation or whatever I do, it's just sort of like by feel, and if I hear things that make sense to me, I just do it.
That's good.
So the 4 rules that you say to follow, the 4 principles, does that help people to attain a certain thing? It seems to. It's like all one and the same, just broken down into different levels.
It's all the same, that's true. It helps you to quiet the mind.
I couldn't remember what you said the last time. I couldn't remember all the steps, different steps that you said, 3 steps like, who am I? And you said in between exhaling, then you say something else, and the last thing is something about the God within us.
Oh, that's the mantra.
Yes, the mantra. I kind of like skip through the thing, and just like I couldn't remember it, it's like, who am I? I am the God within, basically something like that.
See, I give all these things to stop your mind from thinking.
But it's different ways for finding your own.
Different ways of getting there. As long as you can still your mind, use whatever method you have to. A student's discussion.
The teachings themselves are something to still the mind by satisfying it. Isn't that true?
That's true, right?
It gives you something to nibble on, and then you can rest with your food and you don't have to think anymore because you have faith. You believe, and with that there's a settling within yourself.
That's why I share these various methods. That's why I share all these methods, because when your mind starts to think, catch it right away, don't let it take you over. And use one of the methods to stop the thoughts. Change the thoughts. Use whatever method you have to, by asking yourself to whom comes the thoughts. By doing the mantra, who am I am he, I am not the body.
By breathing I am, you said.
By doing I am, whatever you have to do, do it.
Also, I know that in metaphysics, which is a level lower than whatever. In metaphysics, the belief is when you meditate, you should be sitting up straight so that all your chakras could be reached when you breathe in and out. Does that make any difference, or?
That's a yoga technique, but for whom are their chakras? For the ego.
So in other words, if one is laying down to meditate, because it's like the lowest level of energy, whatever.
Not really. The only problem with lying down is you fall asleep, that's all. That's why I tell you not to lie down.
But it doesn't really matter, does it? As long as you're quieting your mind.
It doesn't matter, but most people fall asleep, especially beginners.
I do it both ways. Usually when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is go into that, and before I go to sleep, I calm myself down and get into it.
I know a Kriya meditator who does transcendental meditation, who has been meditating since the 60s, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening, and they're just the same. Nothing has happened.
If they lay down, you say.
No, they sit in meditation.
Their minds are doing mantras when they are not doing anything.
They are doing the mantras, yeah.
They seem to believe that the end result is a quieting of the mind, but quieting of the mind is only a step to realization. They see it as an end, not a means.
Some become a little more peaceful, but it's all good, I guess.
So once you quiet the mind, then what do you do?
Yes, you do nothing.
That was easy, I lay down, I quiet the mind, and there's nothing. I wake up in the same space, exactly where I left off. Ed, don't even bother getting out of bed.
Very advanced right school of lazy Buddhists.
It's all good, let's sing "O God Beautiful."
Transcript 13, There is no self. 30th September, 1990.
When people first come to see me, they expect a lecture. I do not give lectures. I am not a philosopher. I am not a preacher. All of the reasons you came to me are wrong. I can do absolutely nothing for you. What I usually do is make my confession to myself, and since there's one self, everybody's included. I speak in the first person. When I use the terms I or I am not referring to Robert, I am referring to consciousness. Consciousness is omnipresent. This means that all of you are included when I use the words I am. So I confess that I am not the body or the mind principle. I confess that I am not the doer. But that I am the absolute reality. I am ultimate oneness, pure intelligence, emptiness, nirvana. I am unborn and I do not disappear, and in the term between life and death I do not prevail. I am nothingness, emptiness, Satchitananda, Parabrahman, I am, that is my confession to you and that is your confession to me. There is one consciousness, one Brahman, one ultimate reality. As I make my confession to you, remember I am not speaking about Robert, I'm speaking of oneness, of the ultimate reality of nothingness, emptiness. I am that I am, Satchitananda. Pure awareness, the ultimate oneness. I, which is consciousness, was never born and consciousness can never die. This realization transcends all your karma. To be aware of this alone emancipates you, makes you free now. To be aware of this is to be this. So again, I do not give talks, I do not give lectures, I am not a philosopher, I am not a preacher, I am nothing. If you came here to expect some teaching, you will go away disappointed because I have nothing to teach. Again, I confess to you that I am is not the body-mind principle, nor the doer, nor the world, nor God. I am is consciousness. Consciousness is the self. The self is self-contained, projecting and manifesting this world and this universe. Someone arrives to satsang, hello Artie.
The bed is fine for anyone to sit on the bed.
If you'd like to sing, "O God Beautiful," after singing,
That's the first cant I ever learned 30-something years ago.
well, really.
And that in the Temple of Silence.
Ummed. Last Thursday we were talking about the self as consciousness, and after about an hour into it, I finally confessed that in the ultimate reality, there's no self and there's no consciousness. And some people became perplexed because just as they were beginning to discover the self, I come and tell them there's no self. Now what does this mean? We'll follow through on it. The self exists as long as you believe you're not self-realized. Does a self-realized person need a self? Does a self-realized person talk about consciousness? Needs consciousness or Brahman or Parabrahman or Satchitananda? Those are words, those are concepts. As long as you are believing in concepts, words, preconceived ideas, this will halt your progress. Reality is beyond words. Reality is in the silence. Really, the only thing you have to do is quiet your mind. Make your mind quiescent and reality will shine forth all by itself. But if you go around repeating like a parrot, "I am the self, I am consciousness, I am ultimate reality," it will actually keep you back. I tell you the truth, it's better to say nothing. The reason I express these words is to make you understand that there is something else besides you bodily experiences. There's something besides your everyday occurrences. And that is called the self. The self is merely a self-contained self, projecting and manifesting the universe and the world. You are that self. And the reason the universe and the world exist is because you exist. It's being emanated through you. You are the projectionist. The entire universe is a projection of your mind. So if there's no mind, everything becomes the self. Then you can confess, everything is the self and I am that. But until that happens, the best thing you can do is to speak very little. The best thing you can do is to dive deep within yourself and discover your true nature. This can be done at any time. When you get caught up in the world, for instance, simply ask yourself, who is it that's caught up in the world? And be truthful, say, I am, and go further and ask yourself, where did the I come from? What is this I? How did it originate? What is its cause? Follow the I, abide in the I, and you will soon come to the conclusion that I does not exist. You will soon come to the conclusion that you are infinite space. And instead of observing objects in the world, you will observe the space that the objects seem to be glued onto. It's like a little kid's cut-out book. A little kid gets a piece of paper, cuts out a picture of the sun, pastes the sun on the paper, cuts out a picture of a tree, pastes in on the paper. Cuts out a picture of a man, pastes it on the paper, and they become objects, and the little kid is interested in the objects. But where would the objects be without the paper? The paper is the reality of the objects, and when the kid stopped playing with those objects, he simply unpeels the sun and puts the moon in its place. Takes away the clouds and pastes up stars in its place. Takes away the man and puts a woman in its place. Takes away the tree and puts grass and mountains. But did the paper change? The paper is still the same, and so it is with us. We appear to be mortals, going through various experiences in the world. There appears to be a sky, planets, stars, others. But I say to you in truth that these are all false. Only the space is real. The space never changes and everything else does. Therefore, how can anything that changes be real? Now some of you may ask, what good is this teaching? Is it practical? What can it do for me? And I say to you, are you really happy? Do you have unchanging happiness in your life? Do you have peace, real peace? Most of us do not even understand what happiness and peace are. We think that happiness ensues when we get things to go our way. How long does that last? As you well know from experience, things change. The only thing that's permanent in this life is change. If your happiness depends on person, place, or thing, when that changes, there goes your happiness out the window. Same with peace and joy. As long as things bring you happiness, joy, and peace, you will be miserable most of the time. For these things must change sooner or later, and there goes your happiness with it. Some people believe that this teaching will cure their ills, give them financial rewards, improve their relationships. It may, but that's not the point. We're not trying to improve our humanhood. If you wish to improve your humanhood, they have plenty of so-called science of mind classes, positive thinking courses. What we're trying to do here is annihilate our humanhood, destroy it completely. It's our humanhood that causes the misunderstanding, the suffering. As long as we identify with the body, we have to suffer. This doesn't mean that by not identifying with the body, the world will become a bundle of joy and there will ensue happiness and peace in the world. On the contrary. What this means is you will acquire a new attitude. You will see things differently. When you begin to understand that you are the self and that you are an embodiment of love. And that your true nature is Satchitananda, Parabrahman. If you really feel that and you ultimately become that, whatever you see will become a reflection of yourself. That's why you will be able to confess, the whole universe is the self, and I am that. But until it happens to you, do not try to improve your affairs. It's like beating a dead horse. When you improve your affairs, they stay improved for a while, and something negative pops up somewhere else. Then you improve that, and then something negative pops up somewhere else. It's unceasing, it never ends. It's like you grow a tumor and you go to an elective doctor and he says, "Well, I've got to cut it out. I'll give you a local anesthetic and cut it off right here." So he does just that, but a month later it grows back on the other side of your arm. Then he cuts that out, it grows back on your leg. He never got to the cause. You cannot destroy the effects and expect harmony. You've got to change the cause, and there's only one cause, and that is your erroneous belief that you are human, that you are the body and the mind. That is the only cause of your misery. Eliminate that and suffering will cease. So again, how will you eliminate that? By simply asking yourself, to whom does this come? Who's going through these karmas? And you will soon realize it's your ego, not you. Your ego has absolutely nothing to do with you. It is your ego that reincarnates. It is your ego that comes back again and again. But it has absolutely nothing to do with you. It's like people being born and people dying in this space. People come and go every day very fast. Wait until the war in Iraq starts, then they'll really go. Then they'll come back again and go again. It never ends, until you get tired of playing the game, and you say to yourself, wait a minute, I've been playing this game for eons. I die, I come back, and I die, and I come back, and I die, and I come back. I'm getting tired of it. What to do? When you finally ask that question, something will happen. You'll either grab the right book, meet the right teacher, hear the right words. But something will happen to you when you inquire, why do I have to keep playing these games? And soon you will ask, who is it that plays the game, who's going through these reincarnations? Me, I am, who is I am, where did I come from, what gave it birth, did I have a father and a mother to give it birth, how did it appear? And something will tell you it's like an optical illusion. Just as when I say to you, the sky is blue, in reality there's no sky and there's no blue, there's only atmosphere. But if you look out the window you see a beautiful blue sky, yet we know it does not exist. If you are in the desert dying of thirst, you see a mirage, you see an oasis and you run to drink the water, but it's a mirage, doesn't exist. It's an optical illusion. The same is true of your eye. Your eye appears to exist, but it is non-existent. Your body appears to exist, but it's like moving pictures on the screen. Only the screen exists. The pictures that cover it are false. If you don't believe it, try to grab them and see what you grab the screen. So it is with your so-called life. It comes from false imagination. You are dreaming the mortal dream. You believe that you are a body, and you're going through many experiences. And you do as long as you have that belief. As soon as you drop that belief, reality ensues all by itself. Everything stops. The first feeling that you achieve is a feeling of immortality. You just know, that you were never born, and if you were never born, you can never die. You become aware of this. The second feeling is that you are omnipresent. You're not your little self located in any body. There is no body is home, you are free forever. Omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. You are everyone, everything, all existence, and yet you are nobody. You are like a mirror, self-contained, and you project the universe. But you become aware that you are the mirror and not the projection. Find yourself, become true to yourself. How many more years do you have left? What are you doing with your life? How do you spend each day? What is more important to you than anything else? It begins in the morning when you first open your eyes. What do you think about first thing? What you should ask yourself as soon as you get up, you say, "What the hell am I doing here?" That's the smart thing to say. Instead of thinking, "I want a cup of coffee, I want a Danish, I have to go to work, I have to make my week's pay." Ask yourself, what the hell am I doing? What am I going through? Why? That is the first step, to be totally dissatisfied with your lot. As long as you're satisfied and you say, "Oh, I look good, I'm handsome, I'm pretty," and you spend 3 hours putting on makeup or bathing, putting on fresh clothes every minute, then you're feeding a dead horse. But when you realize you're going through all kinds of nonsense, and you've been going through nonsense all of your life, and you ask yourself, "Where do I go from here?" The answers will come by themselves, really. You will not need any teacher. The only reason you come here is because you're not doing it. If you were doing the right thing, why do you need me for? And so you begin to inquire as soon as you open your eyes. What is this body? Who is it? Who am I? What am I all about? And then you remember, you say, "I dreamt, I had a beautiful dream, and I also slept soundly, and now I am awake." But here's something funny, you say, "I was present during my sleeping state, during my dream state, and during my waking state. I was present because I said I slept, I dreamt, and I am awake." What is this I? And again you follow through, where did this I come from? That sleeps, that is present during sleep, that is present during dream state. And now I say, I am awake. Who is this I that does all this? What is its nature? What is its source? And you begin to be aware of your thoughts. You watch your mind as it goes through the motions of thinking, 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 forever thinking. As if your thoughts are so important, you may say to me, "Well, if I don't think about my life, who's going to take care of me? I've got to think about my life." Does the tree that grows beautiful mangoes think about its life? And yet it grows luscious mangoes. Does the sun think, "Will I shine again tomorrow?" Does the grass think, "Am I going to grow next week?" There is a mysterious power that takes care of everything. Karmically, your body came to this earth to do something. It knows what to do without your help, thank you. It needs no help from you. By abiding on the I, your body will take care of itself, even better than you can ever do when you're thinking. So try not to think too much, but rather follow the I thought, and when you follow it to its source, you will be surprised how easily you wake up and you become free and emancipated. Sometimes I close my eyes, sometimes I don't. So for those of you who think I'm having some wonderful inner experiences and that's why I close my eyes, forget it. I just close my eyes because they get tired. There are no experiences to get. You are the experience yourself. Now I've talked enough and we'll have questions and answers if you like. This is satsang and I shouldn't be talking too much. Otherwise I might become a philosopher.
Robert, I have a question. There's a feeling I have to do inquiry. I have to achieve a goal, and I also notice all the thoughts and reactions have the feeling. Yes, I've heard it before. Yes, I agree with it. Yes, it's familiar. And there's always a sense of something I have to do. Even the whole liberation thing seems like something I want to do.
Simply observe those thoughts. Do nothing about them. Since you've realized this is something you have to do, then do nothing. Just observe the thoughts, let them come, let them go, and watch what happens. The whole idea is to quieten your mind. All of the sadhanas, all of the teachings on this earth is for one purpose, to quiet the mind. Once the mind is quiet, emancipation comes by itself. So simply observe your thoughts. Let them rage, let them do what they want, and they will quieten by themselves if you do not interfere. If you try to change them, they'll become stronger. Simply observe them, watch them, and leave them alone. They will dissipate all by themselves, or if you get tired of doing that, ask yourself, to whom do they come? Do whatever you have to do, and if that doesn't work that day, take a cold shower. That'll do something. I think for me the best method is to say, to whom do these thoughts come? Because it will always leads back to, who am I? It involves all these questions, go back to self-inquiry. At any time my thoughts stray, I'll say, to whom do these thoughts come? Well, they come to me, to whom, I, who is the I? It takes me to the I thought. Well, that's good, but Richard has been doing that for years apparently, and he gets tired of it. So do nothing.
I like what the hell am I doing here best.
Whatever you have to do.
I have said, what the hell am I doing here? Probably because of language. I wake up very often and I say, am I still here?
That's good. I actually asked my mother this when I was about 13 years old. One day I woke up and went to her and I said, Mum, what am I doing here? And she took me to a doctor. Do you want to say something, Jay?
No.
There was something that you said earlier. You were saying something. There is no self for the self-realized person, and then you said something along at the same time. There's no such thing as consciousness. Did you mean that, or?
In the ultimate reality, there's nothing. As we know it, as we conceive it, as long as you're able to voice it, it's false. As long as you're able to think about it, it does not exist. Reality is silence, not words.
That is consciousness, isn't it?
Consciousness is a word that we use. I keep on using it because it gives you something to work from. But in the ultimate reality, it does not exist.
How was the notion of an I or a me arise in principle? How does it come into being?
It's like an optical illusion. Have you ever been hypnotized?
No.
When you're hypnotized, you can be made to imagine anything. It's the same thing, it's mass hypnosis, it's collective hypnosis. We all believe we are the I body.
Why does that occur?
It doesn't.
Well, it appears to.
Yes, it appears to.
Yeah.
But it really doesn't. It does not occur.
Isn't it that consciousness is identifying with this body-mind organism?
No.
And therefore, you get the notion that there is a separate me.
That's how it appears, but it's not true. Consciousness is undivided. Consciousness is self-contained, for it appears to manifest as the universe.
Something identifies with the body-mind.
Yes, it's the mind.
There's no mind.
Boy, you really wipe everything out.
That's where it's at.
Yes, I agree.
As long as there are words or concepts, it's not that.
We're taught that, Henry.
Well heard.
We're taught that.
Well taught what?
That as we grow up, we're taught where's your nose, where's your eyes, where's your teeth,
Yeah, that's true. When the thought comes to your mind that the passion isn't there like it used to be, maybe there's no more need for it, or maybe it's a false sense of.
When you've arrived at that state, see if you ask that question, because it'll just be gone. It's like you were in a dark room all your life and you turn on the light. And now you're in light, the darkness has dissipated, it's gone, same thing. The ignorance has dissolved and you become yourself. It's no big thing.
What is the difference then in this kind of a realization, and the kind of thing that people who practice Ashtanga yoga or mystical types of yoga and other things whether they get realization or not the ultimate realization, but they manifest and generate all kinds of spiritual energy?
The true Ashtanga yoga, the eightfold path, is merely to bring you to the place where the mind becomes quiescent. But it takes years and years and years. This is the direct path.
And that isn't.
No, it's indirect. On a path like this, you can become emancipated right now if you want to. Just wake up. That's all you have to do, just wake up.
When that occurs, does the individual, like individuals of other paths, generate all kinds of spiritual energy?
Well, why?
It's interesting to me whether that's actually a.
If you're generating spiritual energy, there has to be someone left to generate the energy.
So it's actually.
When there's no one left, there's no one to generate anything.
May I ask a question? After countless reincarnations and one needs a teacher, and yet the ultimate event of realizing the truth has not happened, even if passion is lacking, will something of its own volition happen anyway? Is it just a matter of a process unfolding?
I like to say we're all hell-bound for heaven.
Say it again, please.
We're all hell-bound for heaven.
Yes, goody.
It's going to happen to all of us, whether we like it or not.
In other words, we're doomed to self-realization.
Exactly.
I had come to this conclusion, but I think sometimes I've done myself a great disservice.
The strange part of that seems to me I'm in a recurring dream, and I keep coming into rooms like that. And now I'm starting to see the same thing. And everybody's still getting promised the direct path, and nobody seems to be waking up. And there's a beauty in that in a sense too, that the dream goes on of its own accord in a way that is not real. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, there are people that wake up, but you haven't met them.
It's usually the people who wake up who don't ask to be awakened. It just happens spontaneously.
Exactly, exactly.
They just arrive at some point, even though there's nothing going on. Even in the illusory sense, there's something going on that propels it to happen. There's a causation that seems to be, even within the void or so, I don't know, it's hard to.
It's just a question of letting go, let go of everything. Ask yourself, what am I holding on to? As long as you're holding on to something, person, place, or thing, you're earth-bound. As soon as you let go totally, you're free.
Why is it so hard?
For whom is it hard?
The one who's bound.
Who is that? See, never put yourself down. Your real self is not bound, and you are your real self. Identify with your real self. Forget about the past, it's dead. Be centered, live in the now. And identify with reality, that's all you have to do.
What sort of existence does one lead when that realization has taken place? It isn't existence as we ordinarily experience it, and we acknowledge that another person exists that we may not know their inner state. Are they still experiencing karma? Do they still have obligations in the world?
There's no karma for a J nanny. But the body will do what it has to do. But the J nanny will not be aware of it.
There's no identification with whatever is going in that.
The J nanny sees a completely different world.
So the J nanny is not aware of his body doing what he has to do.
Exactly, exactly.
Didn't you say at one point that you're only aware in the observational sense?
You're like the screen. The movie is shown on the screen. The screen is just there, and people are getting killed in the movie. People are getting born, people grow old. All kinds of things are happening. Wars, man's inhumanity to man. It's all happening on the screen. But the screen is never affected.
So you're like watching yourself on the screen then.
I realize I am the screen, and these are projections.
But you see the projection of what we call Robert.
Yes, yes.
You are aware as the screen of the image on the screen.
Yeah, I identify with the screen.
Is that Sahaja Samadhi?
Yes, yes.
Kind of like a working nirvana.
Yes, it is.
I wondered this before and never got answered. Who thought this whole scheme up?
You did.
Well, you didn't.
I don't think I did.
No, in reality, there's no scheme and nobody thought it up. It doesn't exist.
But it did happen though.
No, it didn't.
So who is dreaming?
Nobody, there is no dream, it's an appearance.
So what we call the cosmic dream itself is an appearance.
Who is the author of the appearance then?
There is no appearance and there's no author.
What am I doing? Who am I?
Find out.
There appears to be an appearance.
Always use the example the sky is blue. When you go outside and look at the sky, it's a beautiful blue sky. But if you go up there, there's no sky, there's no blue.
To human beings, there seems to be a consensus that it is, although it may not, it isn't really. But the way our perceptions are set up, we all have an agreement about these illusions that it's blue, although I know it's just what I said.
It's a collective dream.
Well, collective.
Dream, dream.
Okay, collective dream.
Wake up, step out of the dream, wake up.
Why has it been said that one who has awakened has an obligation to go back and awaken others? What difference does it make?
It isn't true, you're speaking of Buddhism, the Bodhisattva.
Well, even in yoga traditions they say, go back for the sake of humanity.
Who tells you that?
Who can go back?
Well, you can go back if you want to, but who tells you that?
I understood that was a part of an initiation right for Swamihood.
Well, that's in Swamihood. Yes, that's true for Swamihood. If you want to be a Swami, go ahead.
I see, but the Swami's goal is not self-realization, is it, or?
It is, but in a roundabout way. The whole idea is, if you want to save the world, become self-realized, for you become omnipresent and you become the world. So if you become realized, then your world is also realized.
I understand it intellectually.
On this path, there is no desire to cause anything, right?
Do we all appear realized to you?
Of course.
You see perfectly clear that we are fully awake.
Yes, everyone is.
Why are we pretending otherwise?
Who says you are?
I didn't.
Then you're not.
Well, what?
Then you're not.
Yeah.
Numerous near-death experiences are starting to bubble up in the media and are kind of like a tear in the illusion or peek through the illusion.
Not really, it's a bigger illusion. Creates a vast illusion. It incorporates all kinds of things.
But it does allow people to think more beyond the finite.
Well, like it says in the Upanishads, once you start playing around with the occult, you can be stuck for thousands of incarnations before you become free.
Robert has explained to us before that the astral planes are all relative and the causal, etc. They are all part of the cosmic dream or maya or illusion. Robert, you spoke about quieting the mind, and I noticed that it seems that the mind has gotten quiet, but the remnants of that seems to be that same as when the mind is very agitated. I distinctly feel that.
Don't pay any attention to the agitation or the quietness.
So what the state of mind is, don't pay any attention.
Don't pay any attention whatsoever.
Is it better to focus just on the awareness of that?
Exactly, let the mind take care of itself. If it gives you trouble, take no notice, it'll get you out of trouble when you don't interfere. It's like when you have a friend, and if you don't interfere in your friend's life and you leave him alone or she alone, what does your friend do? He leaves you because you're not interfering in their life, they'll have nothing to do with you. When you have nothing to do with your friend, he'll go away. So when you have nothing to do with your mind, it'll dissipate. Act like you don't own it, it's not yours.
May I ask you something? You said you were asking your mother a question about, what am I doing here? So obviously you were very precocious of it as a boy. I'm asking about something I've heard asked about 20 times. I hope I won't bore the people. But I'd love to know something about your own experiences, Robert.
Well, not at this time, I've done it so often.
All right, I respect that.
Because what good does that do you, really?
It doesn't.
It's just an interesting story, and you've heard many stories. You get right to the meat of the product, go within yourself and become free. It really makes no difference what I've been through.
You were with Ramana Maharshi for 3 years, is that correct?
The last 3 years of his life.
How wonderful, you really leapt out.
It wasn't my fault.
It wasn't your fault.
It just happened.
Robert, I'm not going to ask you anything personal, but I'm also curious about a little child asking her mother, "Well, what am I doing here?" And other questions, and is it possible for young children of 3, 4, or 5 to be in a realized state?
Yes, it is.
Can you lose it and regain it?
If you gain it, you can never lose it. If it's the real state, if it's the real thing, you can never lose it.
Is it then advisable to promote or encourage children to inquire within themselves?
It's advisable, but it won't necessarily happen. It all has to do with your karma, the karma of the children. I know children who have been with spiritual parents for years, and they become wild.
They reject it, become the opposite.
Yes, yes.
Yes, preacher's son.
Exactly, it all has to do with your karma. Nothing on this path is predictable.
Also, Robert, if you feel that you had it as a young child, maybe it's not within the acceptance of the culture. You could be your real self and bury it. Periodically, it emerges. In other words, you just don't feel all the time like you.
Not really, because if you have that feeling within, you manifest it in your doings. That's what happened to me. I was always weird.
I thought you said aware or weird, weirdly aware.
Did you see manifesting everything that you did represents what that as normal people that were unrealized might stop you from your awareness?
I was aware at a very early age that this world is an act, a play. It isn't real, and I used to wonder why people couldn't see that.
Did you talk to them about it?
I stopped when I got smart.
Did you see physical pain and psychological pain that way also, that it was not real and it was an act?
In a way, yes. I thought everybody felt the same thing, but who was I to know?
But you were realized then.
Well, who knows?
What happened to that sense of unreality? Did it deepen because I feel that all the time that this is totally unreal? The world is totally unreal, but I've never been realized. It just feels unreal, real, unreal.
What makes you think you're not realized? Never put yourself down, that's the true blasphemy. Blasphemy means when you put yourself down, never do that.
I have never had that experience that allowed me to have complete trust in myself.
You probably don't remember. We've all had experiences, but we don't remember, we forget. It's like the clouds hiding the sun, and ignorant people say, "There's no sun, there's no sun." But the sun is always shining, and when the clouds dissipate, there's the sun. Our true self is always aware, always there. But the clouds of ignorance appear to cover it up. All we have to do is look back at our true self, and the clouds will dissipate.
You make that real simple, beautiful.
I had a similar experience that Ed was saying about relying on the self and believing in the self. And I used to curse myself, at one time following a guru or another time trusting in myself, and then not trusting in myself and not knowing what was real. Where was this thing within myself? And I am telling myself that you can get initiated, this or that, and finally I had to confront myself. Very dramatic for me, and it was kind of an internal quest. I suppose it was a type of self-inquiry without realizing it, and I basically had gone from not believing in myself, not trusting in myself to the conclusion that, in the sense that the self is all there is. And I found some comfort when I was reading a Buddhist Dharmapada where it says that the self is Lord of self, the self is the refuge of the self. You can only come to the self through the self. And I meditated on that, and I thought about teachers and this and that, and I realized, as Robert was saying, that to put down the self is blasphemy. And according to this teaching, it's not that you rely on a teacher, but you rely on yourself. You are your own teacher. Robert says, he can take you to the mine, but you better do your own digging. And besides that, that we are the self, and we can only find the self through ourself, and not being dependent on a teacher or a teaching, but your own consciousness, right here, right now. To identify with that, I think sometimes in satsang we get lost in so many different things, love or devotion or this or that, and we never grasp the present moment. That present moment is the self. That present moment, Robert says, find it and abide in it, and then follow it to its source. It's not something that we don't have. It's right here, right now. Just grasp that, find that. And I think in doing that, you have to let the mind go. You have to let everything go. It's just a let go to grasp.
What does it mean, find the present moment? How could you not find it?
You're in it, you exist in it. You are the present moment. But to stay there and not go into the past or the present or the future, just to stay the way you are, you will always be safe if you can do that. As an example, in this second you have no thoughts about the past or the future, and as the seconds go, you start thinking. If you can keep your mind centered on the second where there are no thoughts, you'll be safe. In that space in between thoughts, from one thought to the next thought, there's a break. Stay in the break. Abide in the break.
It seems like, as long as there's no effort, I'm abiding in the break. As soon as I try, I just run out of it.
You're not supposed to try, just be. We have a meditation we use to help us, and I simply share this with you because it helps. In reality, you don't have to meditate, but this will help you, and you should practice this wherever you go. When you're driving your car, first thing in getting up in the morning, well, don't do it while you're driving your car. You can use the last part when driving your car. So we'll practice it right now. Relax yourself and make yourself comfortable. If you want to, you can close your eyes. Focus your attention on your breath. Emphasize your breathing, breath from your diaphragm. Inhale deeply, slowly, and gently. Expand your abdominals. Exhale through your nose and mouth. Contract your abdominals in slow motion. Take 10 deep breaths like that. This is to relax you. Breath naturally and just watch your breathing. Watch the sensations in your body. This is called vipassana meditation, what we're doing. Become aware of your sensations and your breath. Breath normally, if your mind wanders, gently bring it back to your feelings. Witness your thoughts, do not interfere, just watch. Question: who is the witness? Who is watching? Who is it that is watching my thoughts? And the answer will be I am. Now the meditation begins. You ask yourself, who am I? As you inhale, before you exhale you say, I am he. And with your exhalation you say, I am not the body. Who am I? As you inhale, between exhalation and inhaling, I am he. As you exhale, I am not the body. Thank you for coming. Remember to love yourself, to pray to yourself, to bow to yourself, to worship yourself. Because God dwells in you as you peace. And that's the end of that.
Transcript 14, There are no problems. 11th October, 1990.
Good evening. It's good to be with you again, and I know some of you can't wait until I start talking, but I tell you in truth, that it's in silence where you receive the best message. Silence is another name for God. Quietness is a name for consciousness, peace. Everything is found in the silence, not too much in the words in quietness. You should try to be quiet for as long as you can, especially when you are at home. Try to sit in the silence and quietness for as long as you can. It's in the silence where you will receive the message. It's in silence where pure awareness reveals itself to you. Never be afraid to sit in the silence. It's your greatest asset. I get many phone calls. One of the most frequent requests I get is how to resolve personal problems. I had one this morning, a phone call. And this person had so many problems, yet she has been meditating for 25 years, and she still has problems. There's only one way in which to remove all problems. I don't care how great the problem may be. It makes no difference how serious you think it is. There is one way to eliminate everything, and that way is to realize, I am not the doer. In other words, the problem has absolutely nothing to do with you, even though it appears to. It's only an appearance. What is a problem really? A problem is something that's not going your way. The world is not spinning the way you want it to, that's a problem. Things are not going the way you'd like them to, or things are happening that you have no control of. You believe, therefore, you have got a problem. But if you look at everybody on this earth, one person's problem is not another person's problem usually. Where do these problems come from? We've been told what's good and what's bad, so if we don't have the good that we think we should have, we've got a problem. But really, nothing is good and nothing is bad, but thinking makes it so. If you therefore get rid of your mind, you will not have any problems. The main aspect of our teaching is to annihilate the mind and the ego. When the mind and ego are transcended, some mysterious power takes over and takes better care of you than you could ever do yourself. But first the mind and ego has to go. It's difficult for most Americans to do things like this because we've been taught to use your mind. Mind is everything, and most of you believe if you don't use your mind you will vegetate. On the contrary, what is your mind? It is only a conglomeration of thoughts of the past and of the future. You usually worry about the past and dread the future. For your mind brings up all sorts of things not only from this life, but from past life experiences, samskaras, tendencies that you have. If you begin to realize, I am not the doer, where is the problem? To begin with, the universe is your friend and can never hurt you. The substratum of all existence is love. Consequently, if you develop a consciousness of love, there will be no problems, for love will take care of everything. Love is the same as absolute awareness, pure intelligence. Love is the same as Parabrahman. Again, it is the substratum of all existence. So if you have enough love, there is no problem. The problem only arises when you think that you are human, and you think you're the doer. In other words, when you believe that unless I do this, something terrible will happen. But again, something terrible is only a preconceived idea. It is not the truth. Something terrible is something you've been brainwashed to believe. You again believe you have to live a certain way, and if you can't live this way, it's terrible. You have to have certain possessions, certain things in your life. If you do not do this, it's terrible. When you start to understand what I am not the doer means, you become free of all problems. What does it mean when you say, I am not the doer? And this is what you should do whenever you think you've got a problem. To begin with, you first realize that everything, and I mean everything, was determined before you came to this earth. Everything has been planned for you, even the day you're going to give up the body. Everything is preordained. If you accept this and feel this, where is the problem? What's the worst thing that can ever happen to you? If you really analyze it, it's not that bad. It appears bad, but it's not. And remember how the appearance works. It's like the snake and the rope. A man gets out of his bathtub in the dark and steps on a rope, and he thinks it's a snake, and he has a tremendous fear. When he finds out it's only a rope, the fear dissipates, and he is never afraid again of that problem. So in the same instance, when you believe and think that you have a problem, it's like the snake and the rope. It's not really a problem, it's just a preconceived idea of what's going to happen if you don't get what you want. Because you have been brought up again to believe that your life has to be a certain way, where in truth and reality it does not have to be anyway. As an example, if I go home this evening and I find out somebody has robbed my house, and they have cleaned everything out of my house, is that a problem? It's all been preordained. This was determined before I came to this earth in my body. I will not react negatively. I will not react at all, because I feel that I am the universe and all is well. There are no mistakes. Therefore, I will bless the thief, no problem whatsoever. If I'm walking across the street and a car passes a red light and hits me, it isn't the driver's fault. It has all been preordained, so why should I get angry? The point is that everything that's happened to you has been preordained. There is nothing wrong. Now, how should you handle things? The first concept is to realize that I am not the doer. When you realize you are not the doer, it means that your body is going through the experience but not you. The next thing you do is you ask yourself, who is having this experience? To whom does it come? It comes to me. I'm feeling the depression. I feel hurt. I feel out of sort. I feel that I've been robbed or hit by a car. I'm angry. I'm mad. Who is this I? How can the I be so many things? Angry, mad, depressed, hurt, out of sort. You therefore hold onto the feeling of I. You hold onto that feeling and you follow it through to its source. The source of I is always consciousness or absolute awareness when you follow it to its source. But now, the only way you can follow it to its source is to forget about your problem, for you can't do both at once. So you have to turn resolutely away from your problem, totally away from the problem, as if it doesn't exist, and hold on to the me. Hold on to the me who thinks it has a problem. As soon as you begin to hold on to me or I, the problem will begin to dissipate all by itself, and you'll start to laugh, you will. For it is virtually impossible for your real self to have a problem. For your real self is omnipresent, absolute. Your real self is emptiness, nirvana, pure intelligence. Your real self is omnipresent, it's everywhere present at the same time. When you understand who you are, no thing will ever disturb you again. Now people ask me, if I develop a sense of I and I follow it to its culmination, does that mean I will never have a problem again? And I have to laugh when people ask me that, for as long as you're identifying with I, it is the I that has the problem. So when you say, will I never have a problem again, you're defeating your own purpose. For I is filled with problems, not only from this life but from previous existences. The trick is to follow the I to the source, and then the I will disappear totally, completely, absolutely. And when the I disappears, so does your problem. In other words, the world doesn't change, but you do. Your reaction changes, just like the screen and its images. When the time comes when you have transcended I, you become like the screen and like the images shown on the screen, which means the world does not change. Everything in the world will present itself to you like it always does, but it will be like water off a duck's back. It will not be attached to you anymore. You will now have identification with the screen or with the self. Am I clear in this? In other words, the screen and the images are the same, but the screen is aware of itself and also of its images, and it's not affected by the kind of images you show. You can show a bank robbery taking place on the screen, a murder being committed, people making love, houses burning down, wars ensuing. How does that affect the screen? It does not. The screen is never affected, yet the images change one after the other. In the same way, yourself is like the screen. It is never affected by problems of any kind or any sort. The problems come upon the screen, they come and they go, but you remain the self forever. You never change. How do you begin to become this way? Every time you think you have a problem, you must ask yourself, to whom does the problem come? After all, I am not the doer. I am not the body. I am not the mind. So to whom does the problem come? And of course the answer will be, to me. I feel this problem, the problem comes to me. You hold on to the me, you abide in the me, and you go deeper and deeper and deeper within yourself, abiding in the I consciousness. As you keep doing this every day, every time a problem appears, the day will finally come soon when you transcend your sense of I. You totally transcend it. The sense of I disappears and you will become pure consciousness. That's it. Any questions?
Robert, on the path, compassion and humility are important. Is it something that develops of itself, or is it something that we can work on?
As you keep asking yourself, to whom does the arrogance come? Who's belligerent? To whom do these feelings come? They will begin to dissipate of their own accord, and in their place will come compassion and humility. Therefore you have to catch yourself. Whenever you feel arrogant, whenever you feel belligerent, whenever you feel out of sorts, do not go into that feeling. Do not hold on to it, but immediately ask yourself, to whom does this come? Who has this feeling? It comes to me. Who's me? Who am I? And again you hold on to the I or hold on to the me. Again, if you do this often enough, the day will come when you transcend me, and there will be truer love.
So it's not a matter of developing humility or compassion itself, but more recognizing its opposite. And what of Buddhist loving-kindness meditation?
Yes, pure awareness is your real nature. Loving kindness is yourself. These other things seem to be attached to you, but they don't really exist. As you begin to inquire, then to whom do they come? You will find out that they never existed to begin with, and you'll be free of them forever. But if you try to develop them any other way, it doesn't work quite as good. For you may develop kindness for a certain problem, but when it comes to another problem, the kindness will not be there. Therefore you forget about the problem and you inquire, to whom does it come? And when you follow the I, remember everything is attached to the I, the whole thing will be transcended into nothingness, and you'll be free.
That's assuming that we recognize when the ego rears its head. But very often we justify our own actions.
But now that you know, you won't.
Thank you.
That's only when you don't know what you're doing here, that you justify your actions. But since you're beginning to understand, you will be able to catch yourself more and more. Whenever you start getting egotistical and you'll nip it at the bud, it will eventually disappear.
I know what you say is true, I mean.
How do you know?
Okay, most of what you say is true.
Well, why?
Now wait a minute. I found it a long time ago, but then I went other directions and got back to the problems.
If you really found it a long time ago, it would have never left.
Well, no, it hasn't left, it's just that I've been playing another role, like playing roles and doing other things.
But when you turn on the light, the darkness disappears forever.
Right.
So if you really had it, you'll have it now. It would never leave no matter what role you play. You can play any roles you like. Like the screen, you can show any kind of picture you like. Murderers, rapists, arsonists, lovers, whatever you like. But the screen never changes, the image does. Therefore, if you really had it once, you'd never change, no matter what you go through. How can you lose yourself?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I feel I do lose myself.
It's impossible.
Really, well, it feels like it. I feel I've lost myself a lot of times.
What is real is real. You're referring to your ego.
Yeah, right.
Well, not yourself.
Yeah, it's the ego, right.
We call the ego the self sometimes.
Yes, yeah.
It's a case of mistaken identity.
Well,
Remember, the universe is your friend. It's on your side, there's nothing against you. The only thing against you are your thoughts. If you learn to quiet your mind, you'll have no problems.
Well, like you say that if a problem isn't your problem, you don't have a problem. You think you have a problem, but you really don't have a problem.
Correct.
Then didn't the ego create this problem?
The ego's responsible for all your faults.
Yes, yeah.
But the ego doesn't exist, so you have no problems.
Okay.
You think it exists, and because you think it exists, you have to get rid of it. If you just realized all of a sudden it doesn't exist, you'd be free. But as long as you believe it exists, you have to do all these techniques to get rid of it, because you refuse to accept that you have no ego.
I don't know, I guess I have a problem with trying to be responsible.
Responsible for what?
Oh well, responsible, but then again that's the ego, responsible for what happens.
There's a greater power than you that knows how to take of everything for you. All you've got to do is be still and quiet your mind, and everything will work out harmoniously. We always think we have to get involved. There's nothing we really have to do. The world was here before you came. It'll be here after we leave. Your job is to find out who you are and what you're doing in this world by self-inquiry.
If everything is predetermined, as you said, that would leave no room for spontaneity, something just happening on its own freely.
Exactly, nothing happens on its own.
But everything happens.
Sure, but not on its own.
There's no such thing as spontaneous action, right?
No, it appears that way, but there's not. When I speak of being spontaneous, I'm referring to just doing everything in the moment, living in the moment, rather than planning for the future.
It feels like it's spontaneous.
Of course it does. The world also feels real.
There's nobody making it happen. It's just happening.
That's how it appears, but nothing is really happening.
It's all just appearances dancing, playing.
It's called false imagination. There is absolutely nothing going on.
Well, that's nice to know. Are you sure of that?
Yes, I'm positive.
Okay, I'll take it on your word.
Take it on your own word. Find out for yourself.
Well, I haven't quite done that, so I'll take it on yours to start out.
You shouldn't.
I have confidence in you.
Why I may be a big liar.
You could be, maybe you are, but I don't feel that in your space. I have to go on what I feel.
Why should you believe me at all? Find out for yourself.
Well, because you look a little like he does, points to picture. I have confidence in him, so some of it rubs off on you.
That's an optical illusion.
It's a nice one.
The truth is, we all have to go within ourselves and discover our own truth. Otherwise, we become an automaton.
No, 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 I'm not counting on you. I'm not depending on you in any way or whatever.
Good, don't.
I won't, you can count on that.
Good, good.
Well, depend on who? Yeah, who is there to depend on?
Any time you depend on a person, you will be disappointed.
Right, right.
I think I make the error of thinking that the things that are nice are not projections of my mind, you know. Like when something's bad, I say, well, that's just a projection of my mind. But when I look at my 6-month-old kitten or something, I think, God, if that's a projection, it sure is a good one, you know.
That's the trick of Maya.
A lot of Maya is really pleasing.
Of course, that's to keep you earthbound. The more you love something on this earth, the more earthbound you become. When I speak of having a consciousness of love, I'm not really speaking of human love. I'm speaking of pure consciousness, pure awareness, that's love.
But I can't help being grateful for the pleasant projections of my mind. Is that an error?
Yes, because when you're grateful for the pleasant projections, what happens when your kitten dies?
I'll think about that when the moment comes.
Then you'll be totally disappointed.
It's worth the risk to me.
But if you came out of both, if you're able to transcend the good and the bad, you'd be in a completely different state of love, and when something is alive, you love it, and when it's dead, you understand it because you realize nothing dies.
I already conceived of that.
So you'd be happy all the time.
No life doesn't die, but the vehicles which it inhabits temporarily, they certainly die.
But where do the vehicles come from?
Where do the vehicles come from? Where do bodies come from?
Yes, yes.
You haven't been told about the birds and the bees. No, not quite. It comes from the same place a dream comes from.
So it's a dream, living dream, mortal dream. You should actually forget about yourself, your body self. And focus on the I. It's hard to understand for most Westerners that the body is only an appearance. It seems to be a fact, but it's not the truth. Now, why not? If the body were real, it would stay the same always, wouldn't it? It would never change. You'd be the same way you were when you were a baby, but you change every year. We become older, we become different. So how can the body be real? As soon as it appears to be real old and then it just drops away. What is real is immortal, can never change. You are reality. But your body is not, therefore you are not your body. So what are you? Find out for yourself. Go within and discover who you are.
Can you say in a relative sense that each of us, although it seems that we're separated, there's something inside each of us that is somewhat unique in a relative illusionary sense, but that we all have our own self-transmitter? If we connect with that within ourselves, which seems to be slightly different, but if we really find that particular thing within our individual selves, there's something that is guiding us, that we can submit to.
That sort of becomes a little complicated.
I mean, it sort of becomes like an automatic pilot. There is something that is already there, but for everybody it's slightly different.
There is one self.
There is one self.
And all this is the self, and I am that.
Yes, yeah.
So it's not really different for everybody. The same self is true for all people. You mean the way to get there.
The way to get there, it wouldn't be exactly the same per se, but there's a connection to that one self which is unique in a sense to each individual. Through their own self-experience, which can't be described.
You can say that if you like to.
If you were good at it, it seems that you could describe it too.
See, we're going to complicate things. Just realize I am that and end it. If every day you can say to yourself, I, and use that as a mantra, that will suffice. Because I is the first name of God, and when you say, I, you are declaring the truth about yourself. So try that. There's no need to get technical, it's very simple. You are not the body, you are the self. I am that I am, pure consciousness, that is your real nature. Focus on that and forget about everything else. Again, it's difficult for a Westerner to comprehend this because they say, well, what about my work? What about my family? What about this? What about that? Everything will be taken care of. You will never get to the point where you want to run away and live in a cave. You will go on just like you're going on. Only you will know yourself and you will be happy and peaceful all the time. You will have a feeling of immortality, a feeling of divinity, of joy, bliss, happiness, and you will act out of that. So if you want to bring peace to this world, do not change anybody or anything. Discover who you are and that becomes omnipresent. Look at all the peace groups we've had since time immemorial. What has it done for us? Things appear to become relatively worse, and that's not the answer trying to make people peaceful. The answer again is to discover your true reality. Discover yourself and you'll have peace. I'm not referring to the fact that you should become a doormat for people to step under or step on. You have to put on an act sometimes. Imagine yourself as being an actor or actress, and that's how you act in the world. It reminds of the story of a little village where there lived a gigantic reptile, snake, who used to eat all the children. And all the parents were so worried, they never let the children go out to play. One day the word got out of a great yogi, great master with all kinds of supernatural powers was coming to the village. He was going through. The fathers of the village approached him and they said, "Master, please help us. This snake is eating our children. What should we do?" The master said, "I'll take care of it." And he went to the snake's lair, he spoke snake language and he said, "Snake, come out." And the snake did, and he rebuffed the snake and he said, "I don't want to catch you eating these children again, leave them alone, do you hear?" And the snake could do nothing but obey him. He said, "Yes, master." The master left. 6 months passed, and the master was walking through that same town again. He saw all the children playing peacefully. But then he saw a crowd of children, and he went over to see what was the matter. And there, in the middle of the crowd, was the snake, nearly dead. The kids threw stones at it, and the snake didn't respond. The kids kicked it. The snake didn't do anything, it was half dead. So the master chased the kids away, and he said, "Snake, what is the matter with you? Why do you let these kids do this to you?" And then the snake said, "But master, you told me not to do anything." The master said, "You stupid snake, I told you not to bite, did I tell you not to hiss?" And so it is with us. Sometimes you have to act accordingly, for instance when you're bringing up children. Sometimes you have to scream a little, do certain things, act a certain way, but you should never lose the fact of who you are. Always remember your real nature, and always remember you're putting on an act. Therefore, when I tell you to have a consciousness of loving kindness and humility, I do not mean for you to become a doormat for people, but to act accordingly, remembering it's only an act and it will pass. Any questions about that?
Well, that's what I feel like I'm doing is acting, listening.
As long as you're aware that you're acting, you'll be at peace.
And if I'm really aware of acting, I'm okay but not really putting on a show.
Do not get caught up in it.
Yeah, right, and if you say you do have to do that.
Sometimes you have to do that, but as long as you're aware of yourself, you will not really hurt anybody else. You will hiss. Feel free to talk about anything you feel like talking about.
How does one understand they're not being the doer? That they're somehow accomplishing the practice of not being the doer?
Simply by inquiring, "Who am I?"
Who am I? Inquiries.
Yes, to whom does the I come? From whence cometh the I? When you follow the I, the doership disappears.
Well, and then?
And your self emerges. Through self-inquiry, you get rid of the idea that you are the doer.
Well, and until then?
Until then, you do the best you can.
By self-inquiry or?
Practice self-inquiry, but do the best you can otherwise. Make every point of your life self-inquiry, all during the day.
Well, excuse me.
All during the day, as soon as you get hit by a question of some kind or some kind of feeling or mood, ask the question to yourself, "To whom does this come?"
Robert, we could practice self-inquiry, or you can practice surrender also.
Of course.
And does it matter if you go back and forth?
It doesn't matter at all as long as it helps you. Surrender is when you say to yourself, "Not my will but thine," and you totally give up living your own life. That's not as easy as you think.
Isn't saying, "I am not the doer" surrender?
In a way it is, yes.
Is it the same as the popular expression, "Let go, let God"? Is that surrender?
Yes it is, but it's easier said than done.
Oh, for sure.
Because it means you really have to let go of everything, everything. You no longer have a life of your own. Everything is given up to God.
I mean when you're confronted with certain circumstances in your life, and you're trying to deal with that circumstance. One way to deal with it would be through self-inquiry. To whom does this come? And another method, if you find that may not be effective, is to say, "I am not the doer, not my will, but thine." In other words, just surrender.
Or you can use just ordinary language. You can say, "Take it, God, take it."
That's what I'm saying.
And feel a sense of release, a sense of peace. That's not your problem but God's.
But the concept of everything being predestined, more or less, is the same thing, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
It's not even precisely God's will as if it were some futuristic thing, but it's already determined.
Yet if you can't grasp that, go back to God and surrender to God, whatever is easier for you.
But one might just change it a little relatively in the mind and think that God's will has already been decided. There's a slight nuance, but maybe it's not important.
Well, you can also think that God's will is decided and you have to suffer, and that's not right, unless you've got to watch what you're doing. I recall in the Old Testament when I read it years ago, I forgot where in Chronicles or somewhere it says something like this: "The battle is not yours but God's. Set yourself, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord."
Yes, that's good.
It's the same thing we're talking about. Become still, become quiet.
Should one still do action? No.
Whatever you're going to do, you're going to do. It'll happen by itself. You have nothing to with it.
What if one finds no action happening?
Then that's what you're supposed to do at the moment.
Then that continues for what seems to be longer and longer.
That's supposed to happen.
If that's supposed to happen,
yes, you have absolutely nothing to do with that. Take yourself away from that.
because it's a dream, it really doesn't matter.
Your body's going to go through whatever it has to go through. But it has nothing to do with you.
I think sometimes there's confusion when you say, "You're not the doer," and people think that means that they can just sit and life will happen to them or something, but
they won't be able to.
It's not quite that way.
Even if they try to sit, they will not be able to.
Unless they're not supposed to.
That's right, everything is planned, you have nothing to worry about. Be happy.
Can you intercede with my boss to fire me?
If you're supposed to get fired, you will.
If someone tells you to do something, say, "I am not the doer."
Robert, if someone has mental anguish, say for instance, yet they may think, well, this is predestined, or I am not the doer, and in a sense they may accept that. See what I'm saying?
Sure, the way to handle that is you do not fret over it or concern yourself. You simply ask yourself, to whom do those feelings come, who's feeling this way? And it will go away, the feelings will leave you, and you'll be happy.
One may think, say for instance, if you think, I am not the doer, and yet this comes to you, you may think, well, I'm supposed to experience this.
Not if you're practicing self-inquiry.
Right, so that's why there's a difference between thinking you are not the doer and thinking that everything is preordained. Therefore, I'm supposed to feel anguish or doing self-inquiry, which kind of cuts through everything.
See, everything is preordained. In other words, so if you're supposed to get hit by a car and have your legs amputated, it's going to happen no matter how you try to stop it. But if you're a J-nanny and you were practicing self-inquiry, it won't matter because that's not where you're at. You're no longer body conscious, and you see it completely differently. You see a different world. You see wholeness, completeness, and it won't bother you.
What of the Ajnani?
Then you suffer. That's why the solution for the world is not to react to any condition, but to practice inquiry and ask, to whom does this come? That's the freedom you've got to do. As a matter of fact, that's the only freedom you've got. Not to react to any condition, but to turn within, that's the freedom you've got.
It's just that not reacting is so difficult on the earth plane at least. Is the next step to say, who is reacting?
You can say that too if you like, if it helps you. But if you practice beforehand, then if there's a war or the place is bombed, you will not be affected. In other words, don't wait until the last minute.
Well, true, but say something like catastrophic happens, or it appears to happen to you and you just can't seem bodily not react. Then the next solution, I guess, would be to say, who is reacting? To whom does this come?
You can say that, or you can practice mindfulness and become the witness to the situation.
Yeah, that's right, be the observer, mindfulness being the witness. As Arnold put a check through the other day, all the world's a play, and that's one way of looking at it too.
You do whatever you have to do.
Or whatever you don't have to do.
Right.
Robert, I've been thinking about my own experience here, and it seems to me that, since I've been coming to you, my mind is more active and not less active.
Is it good, though?
I don't know, but I have interpreted it to myself in a certain way.
Well, is it good for you? Do you find that you're happier?
It's both good and bad, I would say. I can't say it's one or the other. This is the way I thought of it. Years ago, I read a book, Exodus in Kabbalah, a marvelous book, and its author says that if you read, he reads the tale of Exodus as symbols, as a metaphor of spirit. When the Israelites tried to leave Egypt, as he sees it, they were held by the body who is Pharaoh, and so my mind turned to that and thought, as I try to still the mind will use every cunning and every bit of power that it has. So that's why it's more of an intense experience since I've been coming here.
Of course. Well, that's one way to see it, but the reason why I was asking you if you were happier is because sometimes it's not the mind any longer. You think it's the mind. But it's your feeling of I that's doing that for you. It should make you happier, give you a sense of peace.
You mean the I would take delight in more mind activity?
Yes.
The true I, yes. The real self, yes, you don't become passive. That's interesting, that's a good point. Many people think when you become self-realized, you become passive and you just sit like me. On the contrary, you do things better. It all depends on your bodily karma.
So you don't worry about what you do, and you don't do.
Exactly.
You do as much as you have to, and you don't do as much as you have to. It's all the same.
What you're going to do will be done. It's all the same, it'll be done.
So we don't need to be still or not be still.
It'll be done in any event, so why worry about it?
Arnold, when you're talking about trying to still the mind, I know that I've had a lot of problems when I was practicing formal meditation. And the problem was that I was trying to still the mind, and I think on this path is that you don't try to still the mind. You just be still, it's not something, it's what you are. And it's a hard thing to explain, and it's a hard thing to understand. But the more you try, the further away you go from it, and now, rather than do formal meditation, I just try to pick up on the spirit of what this is about, and I sit in that same chair. And without really trying to meditate or really trying to do anything, I just sit and be. Whether I'm observing my thoughts, whether I'm doing self-inquiry, or whether I'm surrendering, it's not the same all the time. So it's not like I have a formal meditation where I'm trying to still my mind. I'm in a different place every time and whatever occurs, occurs. But I do it very naturally, just sit in your own awareness, as some would say. And I find I can do it for double, triple the period of time. Because I'm just sitting there, I'm not really doing anything. Whereas when I'm meditating, it's a strain, and I almost can't wait till I get up and get it over with. So it's not a matter of trying, just a matter of being.
That's a good point.
Yes, very good.
Robert has always explained to us that meditation is not realization. Meditation simply helps to quiet the mind, and so it's a means to an end, but it's not an end in itself.
Does God have to meditate? Who is he going to meditate on? Himself.
It's the meditator who's in the way, who's coming up to work.
Actually, it kind of turns all the way around rather than being a burden or what have you. It becomes very pleasant. Because if you're sitting there and you're almost saying, okay, what will the mind bring me now? And each thought and each experience is like a different bubble, and it becomes kind of joyous. You almost anticipate it. And it's hard to explain, it's a hard thing to get into, I think. It's only by going within, experimenting within the laboratory of the body can get to that. And there's no doubt that the more you try, the more difficult it becomes. No doubt about that. Experiment and see for yourself. It's not like trying to stop the thoughts, that's not it at all, although the thoughts do need to be stopped.
Didn't you say, Robert, that it's the stillness or the space between the thoughts that we're seeking?
Yes, think of the space between words. That's your real self.
Like the space, there's total emptiness or something.
HM, space is your real nature. Consciousness is space. Therefore, when there's space in your mind, there's consciousness, and that only happens when you become quiet and still. Therefore, all methods, yoga, hatha yoga, raja yoga, ishtanga yoga, union, all these yogas are simply to quiet your mind. But they take the long way around. Here we have no intermediates. That's why this is called the direct path. There's no fooling around. You go directly to go. You don't stop.
Do you have a name for whatever you're talking about? Well, I don't mean it just like that, but I mean, is it Buddhism?
No, it's called Jnana Marga, the path of wisdom.
Path of wisdom, that's what I wanted to know.
Spells word Gyana. Jna, Robert corrects.
But it's not different from what Ramana actually taught, right?
Yes, the same thing.
Did he have a title?
Did he have a title?
Label, you need a label for it.
Can Jnana, in addition to wisdom, mean knowledge? Are they the same thing, and Marga means path?
Yes, yes.
Self-inquiry is another term that's used.
Vichara, self-inquiry, but it makes no difference what you call it, do it.
But Vedanta is the same too.
In a way, Advaita Vedanta is the same in a way, yes. It's all the same thing.
So the knowledge they're referring to is the knowledge of the self, right?
Yes, if you discover yourself, you'll know everything else. That's the only knowledge you really need. When I was at Ramana Ashram for the last time, I met a judge, an Indian. And he said he never went to school. But since he was 8 years old, he's been practicing Jnana Marga, self-inquiry. And when he was 28, he took the bar exam in India and passed, without any training. And thus became a judge 10 years later. So it shows you when you know yourself, you know everything else. For again, your body's going to do whatever it has to do. There's a reason why your body came to this earth. It's going to accomplish the mission, and you have absolutely nothing to do with it.
You've often quoted Christ who said, "Be still and know that I am is God." I think all the great masters say the same thing. That's one of the most reassuring things that I've discovered.
Are you aware of your own mission?
I don't have any mission.
Your body's mission.
I don't have any body.
What your body's going to do tomorrow.
I have no idea.
So for the body, there's no such thing as a mission that was not accomplished in this world.
No.
Always will be accomplished.
The mission is for the Ajnani, they see a mission, but for the Jnani there's no mission.
But your body, whatever it's here to do, will do whatever it was here to do no matter what.
Yes, and that's how you see it.
Right.
But in reality, nobody's doing anything.
Right.
Look at everything you do as an optical illusion. The appearance is there. I guess the example that I can give is that there have been some of these great masters, like Ramana Maharshi, for instance, who died of a horrible case of cancer, but he was laughing all the way. Because he did not see it like that. His disciples did, and they were worried, but he did not see that at all, for he realized there's nobody to die because nobody exists. Nobody exists. Therefore, there's no body to die.
How did he perceive the pain of the cancer?
He didn't.
There was no pain to perceive.
Well, he claimed that there was a slight, like a bee sting.
But there was no one there to feel the pain.
Exactly, they gave him operations without any anesthetic. Try not to think about your body too much, just take proper care of it. Exercise it a little, eat the right foods, give it a good kick when it doesn't behave, treat it like you treat a dog, your pet, but don't think too much of it. Ramakrishna used to call his body his donkey, and when it didn't behave he'd slap it. Slap's leg behave. So again, to get rid of your problems and your faults and everything else by searching for yourself. And in that searching, you get rid of everything. Because all these things are attached to the I. When the I goes, everything else goes with it and you become free. The point of today's lesson is this: never try to heal a problem at the level of the problem. It cannot be done. It appears as if it can be done. For instance, if somebody owes you money and you sue them in court, you may win the case and get back your money, but that's the level of the problem. But then you'll find somebody else gets money from you some other way, and it never stops until you find out to whom it comes. When you find out to whom the trouble occurs, who has this problem, everything disappears, and you're healed.
Would you say that applies to illnesses of the body, for example?
Yes, to everything.
But you would ask, to whom does this illness come?
To whom does it come?
And the answer would be to the body, which is non-existent.
Exactly, so you become free.
Right, free as opposed to cured.
Yes, but who's not cured?
Right.
It's a completely new perspective.
Transcript 15, The Mind is Not Your Friend. 14th October, 1990.
Some of you look so serious. This is not a serious satsang, it's a lot of fun, feel happy. Happiness is your real nature. You might as well get used to it. It's going to overtake you whether you like it or not. I want you to ask yourself a question. Why am I here at satsang? Why did I come here? Did you come to observe the speaker, to compare him to other speakers? Most of you have gone to so many meetings, you're totally confused. Going to meetings for some of you is like going to the movies. You ask, what's playing this week? The same way you ask, who's speaking this week? But some of you never do anything about it. You listen to the message and then you go home and then you say, well, wasn't he or she an eloquent speaker? That was great. What are we going to do now? Let's go bowling. Let's go watch TV, and you forget all about the meeting until next time. Some of you have been going to meetings for 30 years or more. What have you accomplished? You have read every book that has been written. Where are you? Are you happy? Are you liberated? Are you free? Ask yourself. What we offer here is absolutely nothing, no thing. It's all in the invisible. It all has to do with consciousness, and consciousness is your real nature. It's really what you are. When you identify with consciousness, you become your real self. When you don't, you're a part of humanity, struggling, trying to become free. In order to understand the body-mind phenomena, that you are not the body-mind, you first have to understand what the mind is. What is the mind? It is merely a conglomeration of energy, of thoughts about the past and the future. That's all the mind is. The mind is not your friend. But you can use the mind to accomplish many things. We've all been programmed, brainwashed. It started when you were in your mother's womb. All of her feelings, all of her negation or positiveness, all of her energy was transferred into you. Not only that, but you have samskaras, past life tendencies, fears, prejudices that also go into your subconscious before you were born. When you come out into the world, you're put in your crib and you pick up the vibrations of your house. People fighting, parents hitting each other, loving each other, all that goes into your subconscious mind and makes up you. When you're at the age when you go outside and play with some friends, and your environment soaks into your subconscious mind. Then you go to school, you go to church, temple, synagogue, and all those teachings go into your subconscious. Then you grow up, you get a job, have a family, and here you are. You're a product of preconceived ideas, of concepts. But is that really you? It's you as long as you believe it's you. When you get tired of playing games, something within you gives you a push. That's called the inner guru. It pushes you from within, and something outside leads you to the right person, to the right book, to the right environment that you have to be, because you have given up playing games. In other words, you've become tired of the world and you want liberation. Wanting liberation is very funny to me. It's like a person taking a shower saying, I want to get wet. Liberation is your very nature. You have to wake up to it to realize it's you. So you are a conglomeration of thoughts, of energy that has programmed you since you were a baby, and here you are. So now that you're here and you know how you've been programmed, what are you going to do about it? But let's talk a little bit about the mind a little more. If you know about the mind, you will know what you have to get rid of. The mind doesn't really exist. But you've been programmed to believe that the mind is an entity, that it does exist. Therefore, you have to play this game, getting rid of the mind. Let's see again how the mind works. Let us compare the mind to the earth. A farmer has two seeds. One is of nightshade, a deadly poison, and the other is of corn. The seeds are thoughts. The farmer plants both seeds. And once the seeds are planted, the earth has no alternative but to grow in abundance, whatever has been planted. In the same way, when you accept certain thoughts, your mind grows those thoughts until they become your experience. And this is why you have the problems that you've got today. You have created them yourself. Take another example. Have you ever planted seeds? Sure you have, some of you have. Say a farmer plants a rose seed, a tulip seed, a carrot seed, and let us imagine that these seeds are like us. They can think and talk like humans. And the rose seed says to itself, look at that beautiful rose, they say that I will grow into a rose. I will become a rose. But that sounds impossible. How can I ever be a beautiful rose like that? It's virtually impossible for me to do that. By that very thought, the seeds would stagnate and not grow. The carrot seed says the same thing. I'm just a nothing, a nobody. How can I ever grow into a beautiful carrot? By that very thought, the seed would stagnate. In the same way, I say to you, you are absolute reality. You are Brahman, infinite awareness, consciousness. But you say, how can that be? That sounds impossible. I'm just a lowly person, I'm nobody important. And you keep identifying with your body and your mind. As long as you identify with your body and your mind, the Lord of Karma, Ishvara, the Lord, becomes your master, and you're under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Karma. Therefore, you keep coming back again and again to this earth, and then you become sort of earth-bound until you become totally free. But you have to do this by yourself. You have to practice certain techniques. Somebody asked me just recently, you say that consciousness, reality, is like a screen and the body, the world are all images on the screen. And the question is, since I believe I'm an image, can I change my image to a better one? In other words, as long as you believe that you're an image and you are not consciousness, can you improve your lot? Can you improve your lifestyle and change your image? Now that is up to the Lord of Karma. As most of you know, everything has been preordained, determined before you took up your body. But you have certain freedom depending on your karma. And the question really is, can you make a sick body well? Can you make a poor person rich? Can you make a depressed person happy? You're working at a mind level when you do this. You're not going to the ultimate truth, but you're working from your mind. And you can never find freedom and liberation by working from your mind. As an example, let's say for instance, you manipulate your mind enough and you've got cancer. You've been working on yourself for 15 years. You use imaging techniques, you use mind control. You imagine that the white blood corpuscles are attacking the cancer, and you finally heal yourself of cancer. You get written up in the National Enquirer. You appear on Phil Donahue, and you feel great and proud of yourself. You've healed yourself of cancer. Next month you're crossing the street, a truck hits you and you're dead. That's what happens through mind manipulation. Let's take another case. You're working on yourself to become rich. You take the proper real estate courses. You learn business administration. You use mind control. And after 20 years, you become a multimillionaire. You get married and have 3 children. Then your wife and children get killed in an automobile accident. Somebody kidnaps you and holds you for ransom, and you have to pay out $10 million. And you're back where you started from. What I'm trying to say is, working with the mind is not the answer. We bypass the mind. We realize the mind is not our friend. The idea is to annihilate the mind, to annihilate thought. How we do this? Through the method of Jnana Marga, through the method of Vichara, self-inquiry. This is the fastest method to liberate you from confusion and ignorance. When you have a problem, when you have some sort of confusion, you simply ask yourself the question, to whom does this come? Who has this problem, or who has this karma? And pretty soon the answer will come by itself, I do. Then you further ask, from where does this I come from? What is the source of I? You abide in the I, you hold onto the I. You start to use a meditation called I. You simply abide in the I as long as you can, and you follow the I thread into your spiritual heart. You say to yourself, I. You remember that everything in the world is attached to I, isn't it? Think of all the times in your life you've said, I feel sick, I feel depressed, I feel happy, I feel out of sorts. Who is this I that you're talking about? Is it your body? It can't be your body, because when you sleep and you wake up you say, I slept. When you dream, you wake up you say, I dreamt, and when you're awake you say, I'm awake. To whom are you referring when you say, I? Find out, go within, ask yourself, who am I? Where did I come from? But never answer, just pose the question, what is this source of I? And one day you will realize that I does not exist. When you follow I to the source, one day there will be like a big explosion and you will see myriads of light particles all around you. You will then realize that the whole universe is nothing but a bunch of light particles. Yet this is not the answer, for where did the light particles come from? They come from no thing, from nothing, and nothing is consciousness. Consciousness is like space, it has no shape, yet it takes the shape of every creation. It appears to take the shape of the world of people. Everything is consciousness. Consciousness is like a chalkboard, and the objects of the world are like images on the chalkboard. You can draw any image that you like. You can draw an Indian. You can draw two people fighting. Two people making love, and then you erase it and draw something else. But the chalkboard never changes. The chalkboard is always the same. So it is with you. You go through all kinds of experiences. But the realization is that you are not the experiences you're going through. You are consciousness. That is your real nature. Think about that. My real nature to you. I am not a preacher nor a philosopher. I am not a minister nor a lecturer. I can only share with you the way that I feel. When I use the word I am referring to all of you. I am is another word for God, the first name of God. Another word for consciousness, omnipresence, is I am. I feel that I am not the body nor the mind. I am absolute awareness. I am ultimate oneness. I am infinite intelligence, nirvana, emptiness. I am that I am. I am Sat Chitananda. I am Parabrahman. I was never born and I can never die. I am that I am. The world is a product of my imagination. I see the world as consciousness. I see the reality, perfection, peace, love, happiness. This is the real self and nothing else exists. Welcome to satsang. Satsang is where we sit around and rejoice in each other, and if there are any questions you wish to ask, feel free to do so. If you wish to make a statement or say anything you like, this is the time to do it, for you don't expect me to keep talking, do you? Feel free to ask any question about the spiritual path or about anything else.
Robert, I know that when we try to meditate or just clear our minds, you said that we could do it by asking the I question. Someone also mentioned before about clearing the mind by just trying to listen. Is that also another way?
It makes no difference what method you use to clear your mind. The idea is to make your mind quiescent, to make your mind still and calm. When your mind is still and calm, you solve the problem. All the methods, self-inquiry, breath control, yoga, everything is to quiet the mind. Use whatever method suits you. You can become the witness to your thoughts. You can watch your thoughts as they go by. When you become the witness and you do not interfere with the thought process, the thoughts automatically begin to weaken by themselves until they dissipate entirely. You can ask yourself, to whom comes these thoughts? Whatever method you use is fine. But by all means do something to still the mind. And again, when the mind is still and quiet, everything will take care of itself. The secret is to quiet the mind. Your real nature is self-realization. When the mind is stilled, you just return to your real nature, to what you always were.
Earlier you said that something was the fastest path to self-realization. That verse is what?
Versus anything. It has been proven that vichara is the fastest path to awaken. Vichara means self-inquiry. By inquiring within yourself and finding the source of your existence, your body-mind disappears, and you become yourself once again. But it's not for everyone. Most people seem to have some kind of difficulty. Then you've got to do what you've got to do and do whatever helps you. Breath control, mantras, japa, repetition of God's name, everything brings you to the top. But by all means, do something. This is why I share these various methods of meditation with you. If you get tired of one, you can use another one. If you practice, something will give eventually. Something will happen to the one who practices.
Robert, ultimately, is there a need for meditation?
No, we meditate just to find out that we don't have to. But if some of us do not meditate, we go crazy. The world has a hold on us. Therefore, meditation is good again to quiet the mind. But as I always say, does God have to meditate? On whom should God meditate on? Himself. When you understand who you are, there will be no need for meditation. Until then, do whatever you have to do.
Now, when we say meditation, from the point of view from Jnana Marga, is what we're referring to just abiding in our own awareness.
Exactly, abiding in the self, in the I. When you abide in the I, you automatically go to the ultimate truth, and you discover that you are consciousness and you become liberated. By all means, abide in the I, always.
So when we say meditation, we don't mean something that will take us away from that.
Of course not. As I said before, I is meditation. When you repeat to yourself, I, and do it with your breathing, you inhale and you say, I, you exhale and you say, I. The reason it's so powerful is because I is the first name of God. You're therefore speaking of yourself, and as you continue with I, ultimate reality will come to you.
But not just plain repetition on the level of the mind, but rather I as I am that I am.
Plain repetition is better than nothing. It's better than thinking of the world. Plain repetition will eventually lead you to realization. It will lead to the real I. Most people think about their bodies, their affairs, and the world. When you start using I, you forget about the world for a while. And you will notice how better you feel when you're finished, how more secure you feel, how happier you've become, and that proves to you it has some substance. The more you continue it, the greater will ensue the feeling of happiness within yourself.
Robert, what role does grace play in self-inquiry?
Grace is always available, just like the sun is always available. But sometimes the clouds seem to block the sun, and you no longer get its rays. But it's always there. When the clouds dissipate, the sun shines once more. In the same way, the clouds of doubt, suspicion, apprehension, laziness keep the sun from shining or keep the grace from coming. But the grace is always there, you just have to recognize it, realize it's there, and take part in it. There's no one to give grace. Grace is consciousness. It's the same thing, it's always there, it never went away.
Then why is it said that the Guru bestows grace in 3 different ways? This I read in the teachings of Maharshi, and it can be by look or thought or touch. Or what is this bestowing of grace, and is that somehow different from the grace you're talking about?
It's the same thing. This is for the benefit of ajnani, of those who are in ignorance. It is said that the Guru bestows grace by touch, by look, by feel, and that does happen. For the person who is taking part in that kind of grace actually feels it when it happens. But it's always available for the mature student. It's always there. you just have to awaken to it. But they are both the same, there's no difference.
How do you know when you're awakened to it?
Oh, you'll know, you will feel a feeling of immortality, you will feel a peace that you never dreamed existed. You will feel a bliss that's unworldly. It cannot be described. But you will feel it yourself.
Then what is grace?
Grace is love, grace is realization, grace is awakening, grace is consciousness.
That's all there is, isn't it?
Yes, nothing else exists.
But is it really necessary for grace, Robert?
For some people, yes, for some people, no. It depends on your karma. You have an inner guru, and if you trust the inner guru will lead you where you have to go. It may lead you to an outer guru, or to a tree, or to a river, or to a book, or to yourself. But you have to surrender to your inner guru for this to happen. When there is total surrender, you will find you're at the right place, doing the right thing.
What part does choice play in this?
There is no choice. The only freedom you have is not reacting to conditions. The only freedom that exists is to turn within and transcend the whole bowl of wax. Transcend karma, the world and God, and become totally free. So in a way you can say you have a choice. A choice whether you're going to turn within and not react to circumstances, or you're going to react to circumstances and play the game all over again. That choice is yours. Everything else has been determined prior to your taking birth. Now that's a tough statement to make to a Westerner who has a big ego, but I can assure it's the truth. It is only when you're not realized as it appears that you get involved in the karma trip.
Is there any indication when one is coming near to realization, Robert?
Sometimes there is and sometimes there's not. Usually it's like turning on the light. You've been in a room full of darkness for years and you turn on the light, the only indication is.
If everyone got into that state in this lifetime, it would not be so bad to come back and see what kind of a world that people who are realized can make.
Everyone will never get into that state. It's the way of this world. This planet is like a third-grade planet, a planet of duality. The idea is to get off the planet and not come back. Let God take care of the world. Find yourself and become free, and then see if you ask that question. We always get concerned about the world. But remember, you are the world. The world comes from your mind, from your thoughts. You are the creator of the world by the very thoughts that you feel. When your thoughts go out, the world is created. When you pull your thoughts in, the world disappears.
So if theoretically we all became realized, there would be no world to come back to.
Exactly, because the world never existed to begin with. The world is like an optical illusion, like a dream. It exists because you exist. But what happens to the world when you're in deep sleep? It no longer exists, but you exist. Find out who you are.
So there really is no question, is there?
No, there's not. But as long as you feel that you are not the self, then there will always be a question. For if you are the self, to whom will you ask a question? For yourself is omnipresence.
It seems sad to leave this world like.
It seems sad to leave this world.
No, to leave this world in such an awful state without trying to make it a little better.
What have you got to do with the world? The world has always been here and will always be here. Set yourself free and then see if you're concerned with the world. Now, what I mean by that is this: the world does not exist as it appears. As long as you believe in the world, you're going to ask the question you just asked, because you think the world is an appearance of reality, but it does not exist. Let's say, for instance, as an example, you have a dream, and in that dream the world is a terrible mess. People are killing each other, there are earthquakes, cataclysms, man's inhumanity to man, it's just terrible. Then you wake up, what happened to the world? You forget about it, don't you? You forget about your dream and you concentrate on this world. In the same way, when you wake up from reality, this world disappears in the same way the dream did. And only you exist as the self or as consciousness.
And from there, whatever happens, happens.
There's nothing to happen, to whom shall it happen?
Yeah, or from a Ajnani's view, whatever happens, happens with that person. That's how they affect other people.
Well, to a Ajnani, all kinds of things are always happening. But to a Jnani, nothing is happening.
But it's interesting because I can view you and see how you're affecting hundreds of people, benefiting hundreds of people, and yet to you this world doesn't exist per se. Yet from my viewpoint, as an Ajnani, I can see what benefit you're making by attaining realization.
Well, instead of seeing what I'm doing, why don't you see what you're doing?
I'm not doing.
Find out who you are, never mind me.
Right, my own motivation, but I'm sort of hoping to shed some light on your question.
Maybe what you see, of course, we really want to be taught something larger than what we are experiencing. We wouldn't be here if we wanted to be more into the world and take a physical stand. But we've tried it and realized that it's impossible to change the world.
People have been trying to bring peace to this world from time immemorial. Remember, our civilization is not the first one on this planet. This planet is billions of years old, and we've had civilizations more advanced than we are today, and they've all been wiped out. Consequently, don't worry about the world. Find out who you are and let the world take care of itself.
It seems like the world is like an obstacle path for the soul to be realized. If you don't pass, then you come back again or something like that.
That's a nice way to put it. It seems like that, but in reality there are no obstacle paths. For whom is there an obstacle path? Ask yourself. If you ask yourself that question and you follow the answer within yourself, you will realize there never was an obstacle path, that you've always been free.
But in order for us to be free, it seems like we need to learn certain lessons. So we keep coming back to achieve that, to be free.
It seems that way, but the only lesson you need to learn is that you are not the body-mind phenomena, that's all. Everything else will take care of itself.
That's why we keep coming back, it's too simple.
That's right, we become attached to worldly things and the world pulls us back over and over again. It's part of the dream, which is called Maya. It appears very strong for most people. That's why most people can never get on a path like this, because it's too much for them.
It seems the natural world, the world that was here before people, it seems to me that's a part of universal existence, just the trees, air, and water.
When you go to sleep, what happens to the trees and the air and the water? They no longer exist for you. They only exist when you wake up because they're created by your mind. So ask yourself, to whom is the trees and the water and air for? And you realize it exists because of your ego. When your ego is disintegrated, everything else goes with it and you become free. See, everything that exists in the world, so to speak, must perish. The trees last for so long, The mountains last for so long, people last for so long, everything has to perish. Everything that is born must die. So find out for yourself, who is it that was born and who has to die? Ask yourself, inquire within yourself and see what happens. For whom is there birth and death? Find out. Now, when most of you leave here, you're going to forget what I said in about 10 minutes. And you're going to say, now what should I do now? I think we'll go to a restaurant and eat, or I'll go to a movie or worry about my future, or I'll get ready for work tomorrow. It is only 1 in 1,000 that thinks about these things all the time and does something about it. In the Bhagavad Gita it says, out of 1,000, one searches for God, and out of 1,000 that search, one finds him. Find out where you stand as far as that's concerned. Where do you fit in? Do you still have fears, frustrations, doubts, suspicions? Are you still worried about your job, or worried about the world, or worried about your body or your life? This makes you earthbound. It keeps you from becoming liberated. To become liberated, you've got to forget about your little self, about me all the time. And realize that you are the self of the universe. Realize that everything, the whole universe, is the self, and I am that. All is well.
Within the universe, is there contained other stars and planets? Is that part of the universe?
Yes.
That we're part of.
Everything is part of the dream.
That's part of the dream.
The planets, the stars, the universe, everything, even God. It's all part of your dream. When you wake up, there's no separation between you and reality. You become all-pervading, ultimate oneness, pure consciousness, and there's no room for anything else because you are all there is as the self. So the good news is you can become a Jiva Mukta, liberated while in the body in this life. But you've got to make it happen, it's up to you. What I mean is, you've got to realize that you're not the body or the mind. That's making it happen. It always begins in the morning, as soon as you wake up and open your eyes. What is the first thing you think about? Try to catch yourself. When your mind starts to wander and you start to think about your work or your dishes or your breakfast or whatever, as soon as you open your eyes, realize, I exist. Not as a body or a mind, but I exist as consciousness. And then ask yourself, then for whom is the body-mind? And the answer will be for me, I feel it. Hold on to the me, follow the me to its origin, to its source, and you will find that me never existed. That's a beautiful way to start off the morning. But catch yourself, that's how it begins. When your mind starts thinking, catch yourself. Keep your mind from thinking, go back to the self, go back to self-inquiry. It will become easier and easier as you do it. Every week we have a reading from one of the great spiritual traditional books, and Narada picked out something today that confirms what we've been talking about. So feel free to do it, Narada. If you want to make some announcements first, go ahead. Narada, the man who is pure at heart is bound to fulfill himself in whatever way he is taught. The worldly man seeks all his life but is still bewildered. Detached from the senses, you are free. Attached, you are bound. When this is understood, you may live as you please. When this is understood, the man who is bright and busy and full of fine words falls silent. He does nothing, he is still. No wonder those who wish to enjoy the world shun this understanding. You are not the body, your body is not you. You are not the doer, you are not the enjoyer. You are pure awareness, the witness of all things. You are without expectation, free wherever you go. Be happy, desire and aversion are of the mind. The mind is never yours, you are free of its turmoil. You are awareness itself, never changing. Wherever you go, be happy. Foresee the self in all beings, and all beings are in the self. Know you are free, free of I, free of mind, be happy. In you the world arises like waves in the sea. It is true, you are awareness itself. So free yourself from the fever of the world. Have faith, my child, have faith. Do not be bewildered, for you are beyond all things, the heart of all knowing. You are the self, you are God. The body is confined by its natural properties. It comes, it lingers a while, it goes. But the self neither comes nor goes. So why grieve for the body? If the body lasts till the end of time or vanished today, what would you win or lose? You are pure awareness. You are the endless sea in whom all the worlds like waves naturally rise and fall. You have nothing to win, nothing to lose. Child, you are pure awareness, nothing less. You and the world are one, so who are you to think you can hold on to it or let it go? How could you? You are the clear space of awareness, pure and still, in whom there is no birth, no activity, no I. You are the one and the same, you cannot change or die, you are in whatever you seek, you alone. Just as bracelets and bangles and dancing anklets are all of the same gold. I am not this, I am he, give up such distinctions. Know that everything is the self. Rid yourself of all purpose and be happy. The world only arises from ignorance. You alone are real, there is no one, not even God, separate from yourself. You are pure awareness. The world is an illusion, nothing more. When you understand this fully, desire falls away. You find peace, for indeed there is nothing. In the ocean of being there is only one. There was and there will be only one. You are already fulfilled. How can you be bound or free? Wherever you go, be happy. Never upset your mind with yes and no. Be quiet, you are awareness itself. Live in happiness of your own awareness, which is happiness itself. What is the use of thinking? Once and for all give up meditation, hold nothing in your mind. You are the self and you are free. Yes, go Henry, Henry. When the virtuous people die, they move towards and live in heaven. The period of their sojourn in heaven may extend 80 to 240 years, it is popularly believed. They are, after the termination of their period of stay in heaven, again reborn on earth. After death, the virtuous people enjoy the pleasures in heaven as a reward for their merits, their virtuous deeds, their services, and their sacrifices. When their merits are exhausted, they return to earth. What Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, they having enjoyed the spacious heaven world, their holiness withered, come back to this world of death. Following the virtues enjoying by the scriptures, desiring desires, they attain the transitory. But when a virtuous person comes back from heaven to the physical world, he takes birth in noble and virtuous families. This is the advantage of virtuous deeds. There is a double retribution, or reward, for man's virtuous actions. He gets after his sojourn in heaven and return to earth, a good birth with good surroundings, environments, and opportunities for his good actions and inner evolution.
And so we have justified caste.
Yes, as far as that goes.
Yeah, but if caste is maintained, purely it's really karmic. But nowadays, the caste are so mingled and all that, and it doesn't hold true anymore per se.
That's true, I wrote this in 1962. Reality has nothing to do with this. But this is the appearance, that's how it looks.
Oh, but the caste system is still operating in India.
The caste system is all over India.
If you're born a poor Indian, there's nothing you can do about it.
If you're born a poor American, you're homeless.
It doesn't work with karma anymore. If the caste system's intact like it was a long time back, then it works with karma.
Things have changed with the caste system. But karmically, nothing ever changes. Go ahead. Henry, retrogression into animal births. Hindu scriptures say that a man may become a deva, or a beast, or a bird, or vegetable, or a stone, according to his merit or demerit. The Upanishads also corroborate this statement. The Kabbalah also agrees with this point. But Buddhism and some Western philosophies teach there is no more retrogression for a man when once he takes human birth. There is no necessity for him to be born as an animal for the sake of demerit. He can be punished in a variety of ways in the human birth itself. When a man takes the form of the deva, all human samskaras, habits and tendencies will remain dormant. When a man takes the form of a dog, animal tendencies, habits and samskaras only will manifest. Human tendencies will remain suppressed. Some dogs get royal treatment in the palaces of kings and aristocratic people. They move in cars, eat good food, and sleep in cushions. These are all degenerated human beings. Do you want to read Mary?
Oh no, I just said I'd like to have a copy of this.
Have we got any more copies? Anybody like to continue reading?
I'll read if you like, Robert.
Okay, good. Henry, at the bottom of the first column, first page. Start at the top of the second column.
A philosophy of death. Occasionally, in moments of calm contemplation, when we are thrown in the introspective mood, we sometimes wonder why God, who is such a kind, compassionate, and merciful Father, could have included death in the scheme of life. The fact is, death comes as a necessity to egg us on in our evolution. Could you just imagine of a world where there would be no deaths? Overpopulation even today poses as a difficult problem with all the deaths that are taking place in normal course. So imagine the extent of chaos and confusion that would result if there would be no deaths. Life would no longer be worth living. It would become a dull, drab drudgery. Living in the same body, we cannot grow beyond our bounds and ties of attachments. Complete separation is necessary to make us cautious of our attachments. During our brief sojourn in this world, we get so much attached to this terra firma that when death knocks at our door, we feel too reluctant to be torn from our family surroundings and leave our material possessions, so painstakingly created. Therefore, to completely snap the tie of attachment, death is the only solution. Death is not only a necessity for those who die, but it is also necessary for the evolution of those who are left behind. Death helps dissolve responsibilities on our unused shoulders. They accept the challenge of life and grow in experience. Father suddenly passes away, son takes up the new responsibility, bears it, and enriches his treasure house of experience. When a child dies in his infancy, it may not be much of an assimilation of an experience for him, except for certain karmic purgation. But it means all the more for those who are left behind. We have to grow beyond attachment, ego, and desire to enjoy immunity from sufferings. Thus, by helping us transcend our world attachments, death plays an indispensable role. In fact, individual soul could never grow without death. The evolutionary process is a long one. It requires various types of experiences of poverty and riches, of purity and pollution, of ignorance and education, of every country, clime, culture, race, and religion. It requires experiences of both the sexes as well. In a single body, all this is not possible to assimilate. Therefore, by virtue of necessity, we die and are born again under different circumstances for a different set of experiences.
You're a good reader, Mary. Would you like to read more?
I'm done for 15 years, thank you, Roberts. Mary continues, assimilation of experience is also not possible without death.
In the post-mortem states, the consciousness widens, the deeds of the past lifetime have a reaction. And we learn many new lessons. We often notice monkeys devouring edibles rapidly and then masticating them at leisure. Similarly, we masticate our experiences in a higher and wider light, which shines after death. During our stay in the astral plane, the scenes of our past life flip past our eyes one after another. We begin to relive our lives, with the difference that now we are identified with all the actors in every situation. We feel as we did when we tortured someone as also like the one who was tortured by us, we experience the pain of the latter. This process exhausts our karma to a degree and provides us a usable lesson. Karmic purgation occurs when both the oppressor and also the oppressed have been able to excuse each other. Retaliation only augments karmic bondage. Death comes as a necessary drop scene between two births. It is a drop scene inasmuch as the activities go on behind the curtain. Thus, after the assimilation of one set of experiences of one life, the individual soul is provided again with a new set of mental, emotional, and pranic body, eminently suitable for his next reincarnation. In this manner, from life to life, he travels assimilating his diverse experiences. In normal course, the period that intervenes between two births is about 400 to 500 years in occult parlance. Our 1 year is equal to 1 day of Tetris.
Transcript 16, It's All a Dream, 18th October, 1990.
I always take my dog for a walk in the morning and I go to the park where I meet interesting people. There's a little old lady who walks in the park with me every once in a while. She is very spiritually inclined and we have discussions. This morning she asked me a very interesting question. We will focus on that. She asked me, Robert, you say that the world is phenomena and in continuous change. And you also say that consciousness is reality, the substratum of existence. Now we can confirm that the world is changing because we can see it, but how can we confirm consciousness? How do we know that it is not changing? And I thought it was a very interesting question. Now you know that you exist, don't you? Everyone is aware of their own existence. When you go to sleep and you are in the state of deep sleep, you still exist, but the world does not. And as far as you are concerned, the world only exists when you are awake. But once you go to sleep, the world no longer exists for you, and you are in a state of dreamless sleep. The state of dreamless sleep is like jnana, self-realization, except you have consciousness. But there is no denying that you exist, for when you wake up you say, I slept well. The state of dreamless sleep is like a person who died. It gives you an idea of what happens to you when you die, so to speak. You are in a state of dreamless sleep, and you usually stay like that for about 200 to 400 years, Earth time, before you do anything else. So the first state of consciousness is dreamless sleep, and you exist in dreamless sleep. And you also exist when you dream. Take a look at your dreams. A person dreams he is married and his wife has cancer. She is dying of cancer, and they both come to see me. He says, what should we do? My wife has had 10 operations and is dying of cancer. And I say, the only proper thing to do is turn within and not react to it, because everything is determined before birth. They look at me and say, that's not a practical answer. We want something practical. And I say, that's the best I can do. It's a dream, hold on, you will awaken soon. But that's not good enough for them, they are caught up in a dream. Now remember, you are dreaming the dream, everything is going on in the dream. In your dream there is a sky, there are flowers, there is a moon, there are people, just like the world. And the dream seems to be external from you, but if you investigate, you see the dream is all taking place in your mind. While you are dreaming, you still exist as the dreamer. And in the dream, somebody comes to you and tells you, look, there is going to be a recession. There is going to be a failure of the banks. And you've got money tied up in stocks and bonds, IRA accounts, and everything else. Everything is going down. You ask, what should I do? You both decide, let's go see Robert. So you come to see me and I say, well, you can do two things. You can take your money and we'll build a large ashram and help others see the truth that it's only a dream, or give everything away to the poor, to the homeless, and you won't have any problems. So they both say, what, are you crazy? That is reminiscent of a story about Jesus. If you recall the story of when Nicodemus came to him, Nicodemus was a Pharisee and very wealthy. He was embarrassed to go listen to Jesus because his kind never heard anything like that. They never went out, they were snobs. He sneaked out one dark night, and he came to Jesus and said, Master, what should I do to enter the kingdom of heaven? Entering the kingdom of heaven simply means to be self-realized. And if you recall, Jesus said, give all your worldly goods to the poor and follow me. Nicodemus couldn't handle that and left, and that was the end of that. So we go back to the dream and we say to both people, this is only a dream, can't you see? Do not take it so seriously. They both leave. Then somebody else comes to me in a dream and he says, Robert, I've got a lot of anger in me. I do not trust anybody. I have no friends. I feel inferior and have low self-esteem. What should I do? And I say, turn within and you will become free and liberated because it's all a dream. And he says, I can't do that, I want a practical answer. And he goes away. So you're here having a dream all this time, but then you wake up and it's all gone. It never happened. Your wife never had cancer. There never was a recession, and you were never angry. But you still existed while you were having a dream. So now you existed during dreamless deep, and you existed during the dream, and now you are awake, and you still exist. So you see the part of you that exists is permanent. It is the I am, the self. It is consciousness. Everything else is illusion, it comes and goes. It is always changing, changing, changing. You are real, what you appear to be is false. Identify with the real, not with the false. Do not accept anything you see as reality. The only freedom you've got is to turn within and not react to any condition, and you will be safe. One day you will awaken from this dream, for this is also a dream, and you will be free. So let's talk about you. Look at all the problems you think you have. Where do they come from? How do they get there? Why do you become upset over them? Think of all the possessions you are afraid to lose. Think of all the sicknesses you think you are going to catch or that you think you have. You look at the world and you become sick because you don't like what you see. You have to ask yourself, for whom is the world? For whom are these problems? For whom is the anger? Am I really the doer? Am I the body? Am I the mind? What am I? Ask yourself. Now how does a J-nanny think? I can tell you, say there is a man, he's a J-nanny, he's the manager of a bank. He's got 2 sons that he loves dearly. One day the 2 sons are going to New York by plane and the plane crashes. Both sons die. He takes care of the funeral arrangements, goes to the burial, and when it's all over goes back to work like nothing happened. His wife and his friends and relatives approach him, and they look at him and say, "You heartless bastard, how can you treat your children like that? They loved you so much, and you loved them. You don't seem to care that they died. You never shed a tear, you were not upset at the funeral. How can you be like that?" And he smiled and said, "Sit down with me. Let me explain. A day prior to this I had a dream, and in that dream I was a king and married a beautiful princess. We had 6 lovely sons. I used to go hunting with them and fishing, and we truly loved each other. Then one day there was a hurricane, and all 6 of my sons got killed. But then I woke up. So my question to you is, for whom shall I mourn? For the 2 children who were killed in this dream, or for the 6 sons that were killed in the last dream? This is how a Jainani sees things. What do you think of that? It had nothing to do with being heartless. It had nothing to do with not having compassion. There is a great compassion, but there is a deeper wisdom, a deeper knowledge. There is no such thing as birth, and there is no such thing as death. Nobody is born, no one dies, and no one prevails in between. Nothing that appears exists, only the self exists. And all this is the self, and I am that. You are absolute reality, ultimate oneness. You are consciousness, emptiness, sat chit ananda. That is your true nature. Why not abide in it and be free? Why think about other things? Even while I am talking to you, some of you are thinking of other things. You can't help it. It's force of habit. Empty your minds, become still, and everything will happen of its own accord. There is really nothing you have to do, just be still. Be still and know that I am God. I am as the self. The self is omnipresence. This means that everyone, everything, both sentient and insentient, is God or consciousness. Accept that and be free. Why do you think of other things? Why concern yourself with your body or your mind or the world? Why bother with yourself? Quit trying to solve problems. This doesn't mean that you are going to do nothing, for as I have told you so often, your body is going to perform the acts it came here to do. If you are meant to be an accountant, you are going to be an accountant. If you are meant to be a preacher, you'll be a preacher. If you are meant to be a homeless person, you will be a homeless person. But you have absolute nothing to do with it. For you are para-Brahman, absolute reality, and you have absolutely nothing to do with the workings of your body or your mind. Allow your mind to say and think the way it will, only don't identify with it. Allow your body to do what it must, but do not react to it. Everything will happen of its own accord when you allow your mind to think of its own accord. The thoughts begin to dissipate, and soon you have empty mind. Empty mind is consciousness, realization. That's all you have to do, have an empty mind. But as long as you believe, I am the doer, and you force yourself to have an empty mind, you never will, because the forcing makes the mind stronger. Rather observe your thoughts, watch the mind thinking, and leave it alone. Do not identify with your thoughts or with your body, for in reality there is no body and there are no thoughts, for there is only the self and you are that. All is well and everything is unfolding as it should. There are no mistakes. None have ever been made, none are being made, and none will ever be made. It's all perception. It's how you perceive things. For instance, when you look at me, what do you see? If I ask each one of you, I get 7, 8, 9 different answers, but the truth is you are seeing yourself. I am simply a mirror for your own reflection, but I am a self-contained mirror. So all this is taking place as an image on myself. All of life experiences are images on the screen of eternity. The screen is real, the images change. Consciousness is the screen. When you identify with consciousness, you become consciousness. When you identify with the image, you enhance the image, and you worry and fret and fear, and you have all sorts of experiences. As soon as you begin to identify with reality, with consciousness, all fear leaves you, all doubt leaves you, all false thinking leaves you, and you become free. But that's the only free choice you get. Everything else has been preordained. The free choice again is, with what are you going to identify, with the image or the screen? If you identify with consciousness, you are no longer reacting to conditions, because you understand that all things are for a short time only, then they disappear. Consequently, nothing will irritate you, nothing will upset you, nothing will bother you, for you are now appearing as only an image and will soon disappear. Look at this planet, which has been here for billions of years. There have been civilizations on this planet for billions of years, and they come and go. We had civilizations on this planet that surpassed our existence today. They are all gone, no trace. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago there were some excavations in Egypt of a city that was buried about 5,000 years ago. The only thing left is a sign. They deciphered the sign and it said, "My name is King so-and-so, and this is my city that will last forever." So today we think we are going to make this a better world in which to live, and we are going to save the world and so on. The world has its own collective karma. It's going through a phase. Your job is to save yourself. If you find yourself in a burning building, you do not stop to admire the pictures on the wall. You get out of the building as fast as you can. So, when you know you have a short time in this existence, you do not stop to play the games of life. You try to find yourself and become free as fast as you can. Any questions?
Perhaps you could say something about compassion. Over at Cedars of Lebanon Hospital, there is a dear friend who is suffering, and I would like to see him soon. I feel a natural concern and compassion for his suffering, and I don't know what to say or do other than to be with him.
You automatically have compassion. That's very good. By all means, you should help each other out of great compassion. And you should also be aware of the truth, that there is no suffering and there is no death. But of course you can't tell him that because he is really suffering. Therefore you should do your best to help him while you can, and have great compassion for him. Remember again that what you are, what you do, is all preordained anyway. If you are going to have compassion, you will. What I am saying is don't worry about it. Just do what you have to do. Hold on to the truth. Realize the truth. I am not the body. This is a dream, but it appears real. But again, don't tell him that. He is suffering and you have to help him. By all means, you should have compassion. Before you become self-realized, the greater the compassion you have, the better. But you don't shout it from the rooftops, "I'm compassionate, I'm a loving person." You keep quiet most of the time. By your actions, people know what you are.
You see all things as yourself, and therefore you are compassionate for yourself.
There is only one self, and what you feel toward somebody else, you are feeling toward yourself. It becomes automatic. What you do to anybody else, you are doing to yourself. If you help somebody else, you are helping yourself, and if you hurt somebody else, you are hurting yourself. What your body does is karmic. It has nothing to do with you. There are many ways to look at this. When you realize, I am not the body, I am not the mind, and I am not the doer, then you are safe. But as long as you think you are doing something kind for somebody, then you want a reward, you want recognition. But when you know there is only one self, you are automatically kind to everybody, and virtue has its own reward. So by being kind, compassionate, even though you may not become self-realized in this life, you will be born to better parents, and you will be a step ahead of the game of life next time around, if there is such a thing.
So actually the belief in the area of reincarnation isn't too much different from the theories of other beliefs, say evolution.
They are all false.
Then one could say, well, if I don't make it in this lifetime, I'll make it in the next lifetime. But what if you don't subscribe to that belief?
You have no choice. What's supposed to happen is going to happen. The only choice you have is not to react and to turn within and become free. Everything else will take care of itself.
Does the ego have that choice to turn within?
No, you do. You voluntarily turn within. Ask yourself, to whom comes the ego? And you will find out the ego has never existed. It is non-existent.
But it's an appearance. It appears as though it were there.
The sky appears blue, but upon investigation you will find there is no sky and no blue. Upon investigation you will realize, I am not the body, I am not the ego. And you'll just disappear.
The choice is only apparent too. By looking back we say, I made a choice. There's really no one who made a choice, it just occurred.
It seems to occur, but nothing is happening at all. It appears to occur, and you appear to become self-realized, but there is no one to become self-realized. And self-realization doesn't exist, just words.
So self-realization is the erasing of me as a separate entity.
Yes, exactly. It's also the erasing of the idea, I'm self-realized. There is only silence, it's beyond explanation, it's a mystery. The finite can never comprehend the infinite. There are no words to explain, all is well. Consciousness is bliss, love, not as we know it, but 1,000,000 times stronger, and that's our real nature. Be yourself. You see, this is why I usually have nothing to say. What can I say? New people come here and they expect a profound lecture. Some people will let me talk hour after hour, yet when they walk out the door they forget everything. So it's not really a lecture you wanted to hear. You just want to be yourself, and I'm simply a mirror.
Why do we forget, Robert? Why do we need to use you as a mirror? Why don't we use ourselves as a mirror?
You can if you try hard enough, but sometimes karmically, we are drawn to a book, a tree, or a teacher, or a lake, or something that can open your heart so you can see yourself for real, who you really are. So I'm like a catalyst for you to open your heart and jump inside, and become free.
Why is it that as soon as we walk out the door we forget?
Samskaras, past tendencies from many lifetimes, they are very strong, very powerful, very realistic. And it grabs us, some worse than others. But if you keep coming to satsang, if you keep asking yourself the question, where does the I come from? By abiding in the I, your samskaras become weaker and weaker, and the I becomes stronger and stronger, until one day you will disappear and you will be yourself.
It sure is hard to get there.
To whom, when I say, this is my finger, this is my nose, who is the my? To whom am I referring? It's like there are two of us. This is my foot, who is the my? Find out, ask yourself, and you will realize there have been two of you. There is yourself and your body to whom you are referring. But when you realize I slept, I dreamt, and I am awake, it will give you a clue to your existence and will give you silence. And then you begin to search, what is the source of I, where did it come from? You never answer those questions. You just ask because if you answer, it's from the viewpoint of the ego. Therefore you never answer the question, you simply abide in the I. You follow the I to its source. All of your problems are attached to the I, and when the I disappears in the source, so do all your problems. They go with it, and so will your question.
Robert, when we are here in satsang and you give examples like this, it seems so clear to see who is involved in waking up, who woke up. This is my finger, this is my foot. It seems so clear. But when I am alone, in my own awareness, it seems fuzzy.
This is true for most people. Then, again, it is because of past samskaras, past tendencies from previous lives. They pull you back into Maya. But you have to keep turning around and keep practicing. The more you practice, the less fuzzy it will become until you become free. Convert yourself to a spiritual life. Think about it all day long before you go to sleep and when you wake up.
Is practice then mainly a matter of paying attention?
Paying attention to yourself, your inquiry, for instance, when you wake up in the morning and you are filled with fears, collective fears about the world situation, about what's going on in Iraq, don't follow that train of thought, but rather ask yourself, to whom does this fear come? And it will go away. When you follow through, the answer will be, it comes to me, I feel it. Then you further inquire, who is the source of I? Where did the I come from? And you will feel better right away.
What if you are in a position where the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak? You say to yourself, I will practice this discipline, I will simplify my life. Yet when the situations come up in your life, you forget. Is that karmic? Is it just a matter of time?
Yes, it's all karmic.
So even if you have a longing within and you've simplified your life, still things come up.
Things can always come up. They are like posts. Do not react to them, turn away from them. Simply abide in the truth. Ask yourself, to whom is the flesh weak? Who made that thought? Keep coming back again and again to the I. Keep abiding in the I, and you will become stronger and stronger. All you have to do is keep coming back again and again. Have patience. It took you thousands of incarnations to be the way you are, so have patience, continue to practice. Something has to give sooner or later. How are you feeling since the first day I met you until now? Is there any difference in you?
Oh, I'm reborn.
So what are you complaining about? Continue what you are doing, have patience. I'll tell you the story of a Zen Buddhist monk if you haven't heard it. There was once this Zen Buddhist monk sitting on the side of the road meditating. He apparently had been meditating for years and years because his hair had grown down to the ground and birds had made a nest in his hair. Intuitively, he felt somebody walking by, a self-realized being, so he opened one eye to look. And he saw this old wise man walking by. He said, "Holy Father, where are you going?" And the old man said, "I'm going to see God." The Buddhist monk said, "Please, intervene for me and ask God how much longer I've got to sit this way, meditating, before I become liberated." So the old man said, "I will, my son." The old man continued walking. A mile down the path there was another Zen Buddhist monk, same story. He had apparently been sitting here for many years, because his hair had grown down to the ground, and birds had made a nests in hair also. And he too felt somebody coming and knew it was a realized being. He opened his eyes and said, "Where are you going, Father?" And the old man said, "I'm going to see God." So this monk asked the same question. "Would you please ask God for me how much longer I have to sit like this and meditate before I become liberated?" And the old man said, "I will, my son," and he continued walking. 6 months passed. The old wise man was walking down the road again. The first Zen Buddhist monk intuitively felt him coming, and he opened his eyes and said, "Father, have you seen God?" The wise man said, "Yes. And did you ask him for me how much longer I have to sit like this and meditate before I become free?" The old man said, "Yes, I did, my son." The old man pointed to a tree and he said, "Do you see all the leaves on the tree? God told me you have to incarnate as many times as there are leaves on this tree before you can become free." And the monk got furious and said, "What? After all the years I've spent meditating? What nonsense, this is all a waste of time. I'm through with this." And he got up and headed toward town to get drunk. Later the old man passed the second monk, who also felt him coming, and opened his eyes and said, "Father, did you intervene for me? Did you ask God how much longer I have to sit like this before I become free?" The old man said, "Yes, my son, I did." The old man pointed to a tree and said, "God told me that you have to reincarnate as many times as there are leaves on that tree." And the monk became happy and sang for joy, and he said, "Thank you, thank you." It could have been 2 trees, or 3 trees, or 5 trees, the whole forest. But it's only one, thank God. And he walked away happy. So that's the difference between people. We have to have patience. We are all hellbound for heaven. Have no fear, we will get there. Try to remember the main points. Birth and death are like going to sleep at night and waking up in the morning. When you go to sleep at night, you die. When you dream, it's like being on the astral plane, and when you wake up in the morning, it's like being born. Through those states of consciousness, somebody exists, and that somebody is none other than you. In other words, you are aware of dreaming, you are aware of sleeping, you are aware of waking up. You are aware of dying, and you are aware of being reborn. Somebody is watching all this, that's you. You exist through all those states. Abide in your existence, not in the states. Ignore the fake consciousness. Abide in the reality which is called absolute awareness, consciousness. Abide in that and be free. Is there anything you would like to talk about? Feel free at this time to ask anything you would like. I'm not different from anyone else. Never look at me as anybody special.
Robert, have you always had this realization?
I guess there is no telling. People have asked me about this, so I will tell you a little bit about it. When I was a small child in a crib, a little man used to be on the other side, about this big. For a long period I would lie there and he would be talking to me from the edge of the crib. And of course, being a baby, I didn't know what he was talking about. As far as I know, he was talking to me ever since I was born. I couldn't understand what he was saying. I used to believe everybody had that experience, and when I was about 5 or 6 years old, I told my parents about it, and they thought I was playing games. I told my friends, and they laughed at me. So I stopped saying anything about it. The visitations stopped when I was about 7. My father died, and all of a sudden, the little man stopped coming to me. Then I asked my mother, "What am I doing here? I don't belong here." I didn't understand what I was saying, but I felt that I was out of place. My mother thought I was crazy, and so did a lot of other people. She took me to the doctor, and the doctor told her it would go away. When I was going to school, I never really fit in because I was always daydreaming. I had strange experiences. I used to sit in the class and become swallowed up in consciousness. I became omnipresent. I had out-of-body experiences. I just merged with consciousness. I couldn't understand what was happening. Then when I was about 4 years old, I went to the library to do a book report. I passed the philosophy section and saw a book on yoga masters. I didn't even know what that meant at the time. I opened the book to a page, and there was a picture of Ramana Maharshi. My hair stood on end because it was the same person who appeared to me when I was a baby in my crib. Since then, I have never been the same.
That is what led you to Ramana Maharshi.
Later on, yes. I actually went to the Self-Realization Fellowship in Encinitas. I went to see Yogananda. I was initiated and was going to become a monk, but after Yogananda talked to me, he said, "Robert, you don't belong here. You've got your own path. Go to India." So I did. I went to the Ramana ashram. That was L 947 or 48. I confirmed my feelings. Ever since I was born, I had never believed I was a body. I went back to school and made believe I was normal, whatever that is.
When you first saw Ramana Maharshi, did he remind you of the person you had communication with as a baby?
Definitely yes.
Did you speak of this later with him?
No, I never did. We just smiled at each other. I had some personal conversations with him, but even at the end of 1947, he was sick. He couldn't walk very well and had to be assisted by his devotees. He had a cane, he could hardly walk. I usually never go into these things because, number one, it can't really help you, and I forgot what number two is.
Would I be correct to say that no one outside, by his grace or touch or Shakti, can lift your consciousness beyond what you do with your own work?
To an extent, but some devotees who are ready can benefit. A certain quietness, a certain touch, will get rid of the rest of their karma and set them free.
This is the teacher's grace.
You can call it that, but the grace is always available. It's not the teacher's grace. The teacher doesn't own it.
It almost seems like it's more of the devotee's grace. In other words, it's the attitude or something that brings it out.
Yes, you could say that. Before I went to Yogananda, I was introduced to Joel Goldsmith. Does anyone know him? He was actually my first teacher. He explained to me what was going on within my feelings because I used to think I was crazy. Joel Goldsmith told me about Paramahansa Yogananda and gave me the book to read. Joel Goldsmith was a Christian mystic who has written about 12 books. They are available at the Bodhi Tree. The books are on mysticism, mostly based on St. John.
About 4 or 5 years ago, I had a client who was a schizophrenic, a well-adjusted schizo.
Like most of us.
I tried to get him to own his feelings, to recognize what was going on in his mind and so forth, as psychologists usually do, and after a while he converted me to spirituality. He said to me, "I'm not doing any of this, God makes me do it." I was trying to get him to accept his individuality and responsibility, his function in life. He said, "I have no need for functioning." And I tried to convince him, but he would say, "Well, on one hand, there is your point of view," and he would tell me what it was. "And on the other hand, there is my point of view," and he would tell me his point of view. After I began reading Nisargadatta, I saw that his point of view was far more real than my point of view, and I began siding with him. I told him, "I understand completely where you are," and we parted friends. It was wonderful.
I've heard various psychiatrists say, schizophrenics suffer from the truth. They have no defenses against the truth, and the truth prevents them from ever becoming a normal individual.
So it doesn't mean they have two personalities.
It means that society has labeled that person because they have certain kinds of experiences. It means nothing.
Robert, can we ask ourselves, why do I believe I'm the body?
Yes, you can. It will take you deeper. You should ask, to whom is there a body? You see, what you think is the body is not the body at all. It's the self, but appears like a body to you. But there's no body, only the self. There's no body, nobody home.